Arifureta, God of Extinction by author, depraved_chap, Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Attitude of a Noble. The surrounding trees fluttered softly as a gentle breeze caressed the forest. Beautiful rays of sunlight passed through leaves and branches, illuminating the surrounding area. A peaceful silence permeated the forest, bringing tranquility to all flora and fauna. However, the calm serenity was eventually broken by the sound of footsteps. A group of teenage girls who looked no older than 17 tread along a path of short grass, holding baskets of freshly picked flowers and giggling without a care. Their clothes weren't particularly stylish, as aged and faded blemishes could be found in various areas. Still, the youthful radiance of the girls more than made up for most flaws in their attire. The flower festival is coming around this year. Who do you think will be recognized as the most beautiful this time? A girl with a high-pitched voice inquired. 7. I'm not sure, maybe Sarah Broken-Bar? I heard the winner gets a chance to become the Viscount's concubine. It's a pity I'm not beautiful enough. A girl with freckles and braided hair sighed wistfully. 6. By the gods, stop putting yourself down, Lena. I'm sure a lot of people notice how likable you are. Just like that herbalist boy. Broken-Bar. A girl with shoulder-length brown hair teased in a sing-song voice, eliciting a merry giggle from the others. 2. Suzanne. You, were Broken-Bar. Lena lightly slapped her friend's arm, her face beet red, which in turn, welcomed another round of amused laughter. They continued their walk deeper into the forest, picking the most eye-catching flowers they could find. However, they were suddenly interrupted by the loud cry of one of their friends, prompting them to halt their actions and rush toward the girl. There weren't supposed to be any beasts or monsters in this area, so they couldn't help but worry if the girl had gotten caught by a bandit. Upon arriving, they found the source of the scream, a girl with reddish-brown hair, standing above a tall figure peacefully sprawled across the grass. They let out sharp gasps, as closer inspection revealed that it was a male, with what seemed to be shoulder-length black hair, loosely tied back by a white hair clip, with long strands spiraling freely down the back of his neck and framing the sides of his face. Long, elegant eyelashes, exquisite eyebrows with a natural trim, and a moderately pointed high nose that complemented his features. His sharp jawline seemed to have been aligned perfectly, highlighting his light pink lips. 25. The man's physique was lean with an overall toned appearance, wearing a partially unbuttoned, white long-sleeved dress shirt that revealed his sculpted pectoral muscles, tracing his broad shoulders and outlining his torso. He seemed to be no older than 18, with a height of around 193 centimeters 6 ft. A tall guy, even for Royal Knight standards. The man slept peacefully, his breathing relaxed. 5. Handsome. Broken-Bar. Beautiful. Broken-Bar. Pretty. Broken-Bar. They unconsciously let loose words of praise, each one having a differing opinion than the other. They couldn't be blamed though, since their village had rarely received someone even remotely close to this man's allure. Broken-Bar. What should we do? Broken-Bar? One of the girls whispered, snapping the rest out of their trance. I dunno, he could be dangerous. Just look at his clothes though. He might be a prince or a noble. A prince? Broken-Bar. A prince? No, he simply must be. Broken-Bar. I kind of want to wake him up. Broken-Bar. In its name, what if he falls in love with me at first sight? 5. No, wait. Calm down. I think we should get my father. He should know how to handle this. Yay. Your father's one of the top beast hunters in the village. The group of girls whispered back and forth, gradually becoming louder. Excitement pervaded the atmosphere, giving rise to gleeful smiles on the face of every girl present. With their current plan of action decided, they reluctantly withdrew their gaze from the mysterious man, and began making their way back to the village. 2. The sound of their footsteps steadily grew distant, before the mysterious man was finally left on his own. Silence reigned once more, only disrupted by the occasional gentle breeze. However, unlike before, the mysterious man resting peacefully on the grass. Broken-Bar had finally opened his eyes. Composed, sharp, exotic, pale golden eyes, gazed straight up toward the vast blue sky. 19. Sucking in a deep breath of air, he released a somewhat vexed sigh. What a fucked situation. Broken-Bar. A deep, languid voice rang out, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. From what the man, Aziel Nox, had heard and analyzed, it was obvious that some fantastical situation had occurred. Upon first waking up, he surmised that he might have been kidnapped, but immediately scrapped the idea at the appearance of those village girls. 2. Their movements weren't trained or disciplined in any way, and they carried themselves in an overall carefree manner. Plus, his limbs weren't bound or constrained. 2. Also a broken bar. He clenched and unclenched his fists. The unique feeling of power dwelling within his body was too obvious to ignore, as he currently possessed strength far surpassing what he previously boasted by miles. Unless someone had injected him with an experimental super soldier serum while heavily sedated, he ultimately reasoned that this couldn't be Earth. An Isekai, perhaps. Remembering the books and literature he consumed back when he was a first year in high school, this conclusion was fairly simple. Furthermore, he was in his own body, so this couldn't be a transmigration trope. 7. That one brat definitely said something like, "I hit a broken bar." It was an oddly familiar name. Out of all the media he came across back in high school, the first isekai he'd ever stumbled upon was the anime Arifureta, which was also what had gotten him into novels. It goes without saying that he completed both seasons of the anime, read the incomplete manga, and completed the novel, not just once, but multiple times. 8. He could honestly say he enjoyed Our Broken Bar a lot more than he should have. Moreover, despite the obvious flaws within the story, he couldn't bring himself to truly hate it, as it had already grown on him. No amount of negative reviews would sway his judgment, even if some complaints were plausible. 6. This world's strength isn't worth a damn, though. 11. With the exception of a select few characters, every other entity in this world wasn't worth mentioning. Even the little heroes were comparable to fodder against the protagonist. 8. That shit's kinda gross. Lifting his head, various thoughts swirled about him as he simultaneously shifted into a sitting position. His hands brushed against the soft grass below, as he eventually raised himself onto his feet in the quickest, most efficient way imaginable, slightly surprising even himself. 4. Should be a skill of mine. He deduced, since he hadn't put any refined effort into that simple action just now. With his experience, he could obviously tell the difference between practical and wasteful movements. 2. Finally standing, a gust of wind swept by, blowing a few leaves away and disheveling his already messy hair. His long-sleeved white dress shirt and black cropped ankle slacks fluttered faintly. The fresh greenery crinkled beneath his formal checkered black loafers, which were also name brands. Briefly scanning his surroundings, only trees, berry bushes and flowers entered his sight. According to his understanding, this area should be fairly safe, considering a group of village girls were allowed to venture out here without any safety measures. Casually tucking his hands into his pockets, he took measured steps toward the direction he reckoned the village would be. Aziel's strides weren't too fast nor too slow, yet still appeared to be walking with purpose. No sound was made, as he had long since mastered the art of silent movement. For all of his muscles contracted methodically in conjunction with his every action, wasting no energy in the process. Witnessing firsthand what it felt like to move fluidly without an ounce of waste, Aziel could only nod his head contentedly. As he strolled through the forest, he ceaselessly assessed all the information he'd come across so far, and what he could remember from the story. Aziel knew of the Arifureta Zero story but had never actually read it. Well, perhaps only a few chapters of the manga, since it didn't interest him that much. Even if he knew the gist of it, he still didn't want to be brought to that timeline. No doubt a bunch of freaks, he bantered, ducking beneath a low-hanging branch all the while. Of course, he was referring to the Liberators, Milady Risen in particular. He fancied her character a broken bar from a third-person perspective. I'd rather not interact with her longer than necessary. Might have a brain spasm. 3. Just as he made to take another step forward, he halted for no more than half a second, before leisurely taking a step backward. Right as he did so, multiple arrows sailed by in front of him, mere inches away from his body, drilling into a tree on the opposite end. Azil's half-closed eyes followed the arrows even before they flew by him, as he noticed the thin, almost invisible string near the ground, leading into an intricately created trap. If a wild animal happened to step into that trap instead of him, they would have no doubt been turned into a pincushion. Neat a broken bar, he thought blindly, stepping over the trap and continuing forward into an opening, where he also caught sight of 3 scruffy older men alongside a few elderly women walking in his direction. The men, who seemed to be hunters, wore cloth tunics and trousers with a few leather pieces covering their vitals, wielding spears that looked rather sturdy. Though, Azil had sensed the group even before they caught sight of each other. A few minutes passed as both parties hastily closed the distance, eventually meeting on a dirt road a little way away from the village. Standing a few meters apart, one of the men hesitantly approached Azil. "Greetings, sir. I was told that there was a man who'd collapsed in the forest, so I left immediately." "Would that person happen to be you?" the man with the beard said, his voice low and cautious. Evident by his subtle politeness, the man seemed to think Azil had some sort of noble background due to his sophisticated clothing and poised bearing. Still, the man wasn't at fault, as he simply wasn't knowledgeable of such affairs. "Hell, if everyone thinks I'm a noble, it must be true. For I just exited that forest right over there, correct a broken bar?" Azil asked, pointing toward the forest with a sarcastically perplexed expression. He had no intention of mimicking an aristocrat's behavior, but if acting naturally brought misunderstandings, that wasn't his problem. The man seemed a bit taken aback, though, nonetheless still answered, "Why yes, that's right." "Then stop playing dumb. I'm the person they described, and you know that. If you know something, just say it." "Quit being stupid." Azil spat scathingly, squinting his eyes. "My apologies, sir. I was just confirming the informer." "Oh, you wanted to confirm it? Did you get the answer you wanted, or do I have to think for you?" Azil spoke, cutting the man off, and looked as if he was failing to comprehend something. A bead of cold sweat slid down the man's face with a mixture of poorly masked disgruntlement. "And no, it's confirmed. More importantly, might you be a nobly broken bar, sir?" the man asked with a docile expression that didn't belong on a grown man's face. However, the intentions behind the question were obvious. If Azil happened to be an ordinary person without a noble background, he'd be treated like everyone else. There'd be no need to bend over backward in order to appear respectful. After all, common people only fear strength and social status in this world. A commoner could be beaten to the point of near death for disrespecting a noble, and no one would bother to raise their voice. As long as word of their actions didn't reach specific individuals' ears, nobles wouldn't be defamed. "We're broken bar your name, what is it?" Instead of answering the man's question, Azil asked one instead. "Henry a broken bar, sir. A broken bar." "Henry a broken bar, right. You look like a Henry." "You'd like to know if I'm a noble, Hugh a broken bar? Would you also like me to feed you supper and burp you?" "Why the hell are you asking me such a damn fool question, Henry?" "Use your damn brain and read the situation." Azil's voice lowered, speaking in a tone just above a whisper as he slowly stepped toward Henry, prompting the other party to retreat a few steps back. Yeah, broken bar, Henry stammered, gradually becoming overwhelmed. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the other 2 men standing not too far behind Henry stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir, with all due respect, please calm down." "If we could only learn the identity." "This is a fucking joke," Azil interrupted once again, briefly closing his eyes before reopening them. "Bring me to the village head, now." "I'm not getting a laugh out of this shit, so stop the circle jerk." "You know what, get the fuck out of the way, moron." He sauntered ahead, easily brushing past Henry, who nearly stumbled to the ground despite Azil's lack of force. Seeing this, the other 2 village hunters hastily stepped aside, deciding not to provoke Azil any further. His attitude and demeanor were unreasonable and overbearing. No one wanted to deal with this kind of person. Furthermore, pushing a noble who also seemed quite stronger too far meant placing their own heads on a silver platter. They weren't that stupid. Aziel straightened out the cuffs of his shirt and sauntered past the low gates of the village in a relaxed manner. One of the main reasons he decided to act without restraint was due to the fact that he could sense the vast chasm of power between himself and the villagers. 1. Despite not owning a status plate himself, he didn't need his statistics written out in bold to understand the stark contrast in strength. Simply put, no one could stop him even if he decided to slaughter all of them. Very rarely would one see him acting without complete confidence. For this is some A-grade bullshit. I'm not in the mood to play tag and sing along with these musty bastards. Give me something to work with. 5. Suddenly being tossed into this world with nothing at his disposal, he had no mind to play the headless chicken and scurry about aimlessly. There were things to be done. The few village personnel who'd come out to meet Aziel silently followed behind him, until one of them finally worked up the courage to guide him toward the village head's residence. As they walked, the sound of the local villagers chatting animatedly filled the area, and the sight of children playing games with rocks on the ground or running across the dirt path could be seen quite frequently. It was surprisingly lively. However, upon noticing Aziel, most, if not all inhabitants in the general vicinity stopped to take a look. As previously mentioned, it was a rare occurrence to see someone of such grandeur walking through their modest village. Not even a minute later, crowds of people clamored outside, wanting to catch a glimpse of the distinguished outsider. They witnessed Aziel's imposing figure advance forward, followed by an entourage of village huntsmen and a few elderly women. Oh my, who could that be? Broken bar. Heavens. He's simply breathtaking. No way, has a royal prince come to visit? Hush, dear. Royalty would never step foot out here. He has to be some kind of nobleman. Squeals of delight could be heard from teen and adolescent girls alike. Even some of the older women in their prime released fascinated sighs. Meanwhile, the vast majority of men were left re-evaluating themselves, only to be drowned in a whirlpool of disappointment and envy. It wasn't that any well-dressed individual would be automatically mistaken for a noble, but because Aziel was simply too eye-catching to dismiss. Every action of his, down to his mannerisms, oozed a unique sense of solemnity, directly linking him to a position of high importance. Although he appeared to be on the younger side, a distinct aura of maturity radiated from his every pore. No one dared to treat him any lesser than a grown man. Aziel was eventually led toward a moderately sized house. An elderly man with thinning gray hair stood outside, seemingly waiting for them. He gave an amiable smile, barely concealing his apprehension. Welcome, esteemed guest. My name is Randolph Leaflet, and I am the head of this humble village. What should I call you, sir? I go by Aziel Knox. Then, shall we head inside for a chat? Aziel spoke curtly, displaying a placid expression. While his words were more of a statement than a question, there wasn't any sign of condescension in his tone. Under Aziel's stifling gaze, Randolph could only lower his head slightly, silently acquiescing to Aziel's suggestion, and lead him into his house. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, Aziel-sama? Although we don't have much to offer, I will try to assist you in any way I can. Randolph smiled gently as he sat down, appearing quite cordial. How about you give me everything you own? Can you do that? Silently stowing away his rather off-handed thoughts for the moment, Aziel leaned back in his chair, gracefully crossing his legs. To village head Randolph, as we've only just met, I won't ask for too much. With that being said, I'd like to request a few nights' living accommodations, and access to all the books you currently possess. Upon hearing this, Randolph raised his brows, indicating his confusion. He couldn't understand why someone of Aziel's standing would come all the way to a small, rural village, only to ask for so little. This was utterly unthinkable for an aristocrat who lived lavishly. Furthermore, there seemed to be no guards accompanying him around these parts. Although it was more than a bit suspicious, the old man didn't dare to pry too deeply. However, realization suddenly dawned on him. They were situated in a territory under the jurisdiction of Viscount Nuntuk, so the young man in front of him must be showing consideration for a fellow noble by not overreaching. At this, Randolph flashed a relieved smile as he relaxed all the tension in his body, immediately agreeing to Aziel's demands. Look at this geezer, drawing conclusions all on his own. Aziel, who had been instinctively reading the other party's micro-expressions, blithely curled his eyes. 6. None of the village head's thoughts would make any sense to a person who was actually well informed about such affairs. In reality, even if a noble ventured out to the sticks, they wouldn't care less about overreaching in a remote place like this. 1. Yet another difference between both worlds. This world wasn't as information prominent as Earth, so villagers like them could only play it by ear, going off of what they see or already know. After all, it was a known fact that most people tended to be afraid of the unknown. After a few more one-sided pleasantries from the old village head, Aziel was shown to a room situated in Randolph's home, as it was one of the more well-equipped houses within the village. As per his request, a small pile of books lay spread across the bed, most of which were disparaging stories about demons, and extremely dull dramas. Still, that wasn't to say he hadn't gained anything, since details regarding the overall situation between the humans and demons could be gleaned. Not to mention, the citations in regard to the Hyla Kingdom and the Holshire Empire couldn't be any more obvious. Elohi Despi Hyla and Gahar D. Holshire are the current rulers. It seems like I'm in the main story's timeline. Brilliant. The only thing left to do was check if news of the summoned heroes had spread. This was a consequential factor. By the time he finished reading, the sky was already dark. Randolph had stopped by to inform him that dinner was prepared, but received no answer, so he ended up leaving it by the door. Turning over on his back, Aziel released a dull sigh as his thoughts suddenly drifted. It probably won't be long before she completely destroys all of civilization trying to find me. Crazy. A broken bar. 4. A vivid image of a lady with waist-length black hair, and similarly exotic pale golden eyes appeared in his subconscious. Her venomous smile only reminded him of how many loose screws she seemed to have. 7. Imagining her wrathful expression, he scoffed, before an uncharacteristically well-pleased smile spread across his face. Closing his eyes in mild satisfaction, only a single thought lingered in the back of his mind. I don't know what kind of funny shit this world is trying to pull by kidnapping me, but you can be sure that I'll turn this bitch upside down. 2. Whoosh. The burning candles lighting the room extinguished as if in response to that ominous remark, all but confirming the catastrophe that awaited the world of Tortoise. 1. Chapter 2. Unconventional savior. A beautiful orange hue covered the sky as the sun peeked over the horizon. Sunlight gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting long shadows beneath the many structures of the Splintwood village. In a forest located not too far from there, a gloomy silence hung in the air. Not even the sound of crickets could be heard, highlighting how peculiar the situation was. Just then, a shadow suddenly flitted across the forest floor as a blurred figure sped past, hopping from tree to tree. It was so fast that it completely eluded the naked eye. That figure was, of course, Aziel. Waking up first thing in the morning, he'd silently left the house and made his way back to the forest. Now that he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the current situation, it was only natural that he tested out the limits of his own strength. My core physical abilities, cognitive processing, base instincts, and 5 senses have been improved to freakish levels. There's still more to be discovered. Aziel systematically took note of every change and memorized them instantly. His inner voice was so monotonous that one would think him a robot instead of a human. Darting from one tree to the next, the surroundings had already become indistinct as he moved nimbly, flipping across branches with more finesse than an ape. Even an Olympic acrobat would be put to shame when compared to his dexterous maneuvers. Despite moving so fast, Aziel quickly discovered the astonishing fact that he wasn't being impeded or harmed by any air resistance, allowing him to move faster and exert more force than what should have been possible at his current level. Moreover, he could feel that if he so chose to, he could ignore inertia, granting him the ability to turn on a dime without losing speed, or decelerate completely before instantly accelerating back at top speed. 1. The ability to ignore inertia, acceleration effects, and fluidly move on trees, slopes, and perhaps other surfaces with complete ease. Must be a derivative of that original skill that allows me to move efficiently. One should know that derivative skills, as the name suggests, are skills that are derived from the original skill. They could either be a powered-up version of the original, or have an alternative function, but still works similarly to the original. Thus, Aziel surmised that all his current movement abilities must be derived from an original skill. Moreover, during this whole trial run, none of his strides, leaps, or turns felt wasted, as if one movement seamlessly led to the next. The absolute minimum amount of effort was required for him to pull off each maneuver, preserving his strength and stamina to its utmost limit. 1. Finally, he ended off his test run by swinging away from a branch in a triple front flip, landing effortlessly on the soft grass below. Send me back to Earth and I'd massacre an entire army division without so much as a scratch. Bastards can only sit there and watch me slaughter them. 2. Ignoring how heinous it sounded, Aziel was certain that, with the addition of a few firearms, he'd be capable of achieving such a feat, if not even more. Regardless, he was far from finished testing his abilities. 5. What's next? A broken bar. Walking over to a sturdy-looking tree, he casually stopped in front of it. For a few seconds, everything went silent, his breathing synchronized with the hushed breeze. Until finally, Aziel decisively spun on his heel in one fluid motion. Time seemed to ground to a halt as his foot stood a few inches from connecting. Ba-ang, crsssh. A reverse roundhouse kick landed almost instantly with a deafening crash. Splintered bark scattered in all directions as the tree was sent flying, leaving behind a fractured trunk. A broken bar shit. At the same time, Aziel slowly lowered his leg, completely unscathed. He glanced over at the rising debris, slightly nonplussed. It was due to the fact that this result had also required little to no effort on his part. It was as if his foot tripped straight through a sheet of cardboard. This only emphasized just how much his strength had increased. Since arriving in this world, he had instinctively regulated the immense strength flowing throughout his body, so it came as a surprise that his power was far beyond what he'd initially estimated. A lot higher than that shitty hero's initial stats, likely on par with Meld Loggins or somewhere near there. A preposterous thought. That being said, it made him wonder just what kind of job he had to display such might. Back on Earth, Aziel was already formidable in various forms of combat, so it was a natural conclusion that he'd wield his strength more effectively than some novice teens. Even saying he was formidable would be an understatement. If one were to ask an individual who'd witnessed his prowess, they'd without a doubt call him terrifying. However, according to his knowledge, he must have received a massive boost in strength upon being bestowed with this world's energy. Since humans from Earth were apparently starved of its own world tree branch's energy for a prolonged period of time, comparable to altitude training. 2. Although his best guess would be that he received some sort of amplification due to being from a whole other Earth entirely. No, it'd be more apt to say he was dropped from another universe by some random phenomena, hence why he'd ended up in the middle of nowhere and hadn't met anyone prior to arriving. Nevertheless, whether someone had sent him here or not, he'd still have to be strong enough to accomplish anything worthwhile. A status plate would be fucking marvelous right about now. A broken bar. Aziel could only click his tongue petulantly. A status plate would allow him to quickly identify all of his hidden abilities and stats, making for an easier time gaining proficiency in each of them. Speaking of which, he realized now that he'd have to find some way to procure one without having his information read. If someone were to see his ludicrous stats, it would, without a doubt, kick up a massive storm. Then, the false god would set its perverse eyes on him. Minor issues. I'll deal with it when I get there. With an inscrutable expression, Aziel started to make his way back toward the village. However, before he could begin walking, the sound of crunching leaves and twigs reached his ears, originating from quite a distance away. Somewhat curious, he turned his head and stared toward the entity his senses picked up on. Seconds passed as the sound got closer. A humanoid-shaped figure seemed to be coming in his direction. Judging by its hurried and uneven steps, Whoever it was appeared to be in a panic. His supernatural senses allowed him to pick up on their labored breathing and anguished mew. By now, he could somewhat guess the general situation, but still waited nonetheless. A few more seconds wouldn't hurt anything. Suddenly, the nearby vegetation was disturbed as a man of average height and appearance came barreling out of a section of bushes, stumbling as he pressed a hand on his abdomen, covering a deep wound. Falling to one knee, the man struggled to get back up, gazing ahead with unfocused eyes. His face was pale, drenched in sweat, wearing tattered clothes that looked to be rather shoddy even in pristine condition. From the looks of it, this sort of damage wasn't dealt by human hands. A few dry coughs escaped his lips as his eyes unexpectedly landed on Sumionia Broken Bar, who also happened to be looking straight at him. Aziel's striking appearance was reflected in the man's pupils. Not missing a beat, the injured man stumbled over toward him, desperation written on his face. It was as if a drowning man had been thrown a life ring. Please, help you sir Broken Bar my village. Please he Broken Bar. Dropping to both knees, the man whimpered, squeezing out a few words in a pained voice. Stretching out his bloodied hands, the man tried latching onto Aziel's pants. However the fuck a Broken Bar. Reality often differed from expectations. Aziel raised his leg, leaving the man tumbling to the ground in front of him. Any normal person would have at least tried to help the guy upon seeing his critical condition, but at this moment, the injured man wasn't dealing with a normal person. The injured man froze up with a dazed expression, before slowly lifting his head and gazing up toward Aziel. He looked as if he didn't comprehend what had just happened. A few seconds later, the man quickly came back to his senses and continued, village a Broken Bar, please help a Broken Bar my village. Stretching out his hand once more, he was once again met with empty air. Aziel squinted his eyes, silently staring down at the injured man. You really can't make this shit up, Aziel voiced with an openly exaggerated sigh. By now, the injured man was growing agitated. Tears welled up in his eyes as he grit his teeth. Monsters a Broken Bar attacked our village, and help a Broken Bar. Please he Broken Bar. To know a Broken Bar, a heartless reply. The injured man stared upward, slack-jawed. Could a human being be this cruel? The most ridiculous part about it was that Aziel's expression looked as if it was the most obvious response. Why? Because it's not my problem. Stop being so difficult. Either way, I'll be off now. 6. Curiosity now sated, Aziel turned on his heel and prepared to leave. Truthfully speaking, he had no reason to entertain the injured man's request, nor did he intend to. Heartless or not, if there was no valid basis, he wasn't interested in going out of his way to do something that had no appeal. He didn't consider himself to be an especially cruel person, but realistic. Not everything was centered around logic, for he only wanted what he wanted. That was all. 6W8, a Broken Bar, I'll give you anything a Broken Bar, anything you want a Broken Bar. At that, Aziel's ears perked up, although not by much. He stopped in his tracks, expressing his willingness to hear the man out. I doubt that, but let's hear it. What can you give me? Seeing this as his last chance to get through to Aziel, the injured man continued in a frantic, hoarse voice. Why a Broken Bar? We have money, crops, and some precious herbs a Broken Bar. Aziel's interest waned. He, of course, didn't expect much, but it was worth a try. Though, if he was being honest, the offer of money had tempted him ever so slightly. After all, he hadn't a single looter to his name. Weighing the pros and cons of the situation for a split second, he ultimately came to a decision. What direction is your village in? It's a ... You may point to it, arsehole. Right. It's the Broken Bar. An hour a Broken Bar. Long walk from here. Why you'll help them, right? Aziel looked in the direction the injured man pointed to, before walking off without sparing him a second glance. There were actually quite a few reasons as to why he troubled himself with such a wearisome task. He couldn't say with certainty that the monsters who'd attacked the other village wouldn't make their way toward his current dwelling, so it was better to eliminate any nuisance in its cradle. 2. Plus, if that other village was already destroyed by the time he arrived, he could just collect what was left of their assets, and if they refused to reward him after providing assistance, by then, mere monsters would become the least of their concerns. Way to Broken Bar. The injured man was already well past the point of being saved by normal means. Without summoned hero-level healing abilities, there was no hope for survival. His breaths came in short gasps and his face was as white as a sheet. Blood nearly covered his entire abdomen. "How may I help you?" Aziel stopped in place, not planning on looking back. Hearing his words, the man continued. "What's a broken bar? Why your name?" Despite his weighted eyelids, the injured man's gaze never faltered. Traveling all the way over here just to find help even while burdened with critical injuries, he'd eventually found Aziel, who was, in all parts callous. Yet, in the end, the injured man had obtained his help. He had no way of knowing just how strong the young man in front of him was, but he could feel it in the depths of his soul. This stone-hearted person was truly powerful. Aziel's characteristic heavy-lidded eyes roamed the swaying grass beneath him as he replied in his usual languid tone. "A broken bar. I go by Aziel Knox." With that, he set off, leaving behind the dying man who finally closed his eyes, a contented smile gracing his ashen face. In a small settlement located southwest of Splintwood Village, ear-splitting roars reverberated alongside terror-stricken wails. Blood dyed the ground red and stained the skin of many unwilling huntsmen. Old and young hid inside dilapidated houses, petrified, silently praying for salvation that would never come. Standing at a staggering 220 centimeters 7 ft2, a large group of bipedal creatures that resembled mutated hyenas swept through the village, leaving only wreckage and debris in their wake. In such a hopeless situation, most able-bodied men had already resigned themselves to death. Wielding spears, swords, and bows, they could barely manage to create big enough wounds to even slow the monsters down. One of the huntsmen, named Jared, swung his spear with all the strength his feeble body could muster. Fuck! Drops of blood splattered on his face as his spear had only just pierced through the gnoll-like creature's thick fur. Meeting the gnoll's fierce howl head-on, Jared beat a hasty retreat, but not before taking a powerful backhand to his stomach, tossing him across the ground. Rolling over in the dirt, pain lanced throughout his body. He coughed heavily as saliva spewed from his mouth. Even without looking, he could feel the gnoll's menacing presence slowly bearing down on him. Out of the corners of his eyes, the sight of his friends and neighbors whom he'd been laughing with a few hours ago being butchered one after another made him feel as if his heart was being gouged out. "You bastards, a broken bar." Questions like "why did this have to happen to us and what did we do to deserve this" flitted through his mind, but it did nothing to stop the chaos from spreading. Hatred oozed out in waves. His expression gradually morphed into one of pure rage as he clenched his fists and glared up at the gnoll standing above him. It didn't matter even if he had to sell his soul to the devil, he wanted these monsters to die. Hearing a low growl, Jared was forcefully torn away from his thoughts as he noticed the monster preparing to dispose of him. The gnoll raised its thick arm into the air, its sharp claws glinting dangerously in the morning light. Gritting his teeth with a defiant look in his eyes, Jared silently awaited his imminent death. A broken bar. However, a broken bar, a stone the size of a child's thumb, bounced off the back of the monster's head. Only a broken bar had actually thrown a rock at it. Furious, it turned to look at the insolent cretin who dared to provoke it. Following the gnoll's gaze, Jared caught sight of the perpetrator who'd managed to prolong his life for a brief moment of time. He was met with a tall, captivating young man with a height of around 193 centimeters, shoulder-length black hair loosely tied up with a white hair clip, exotic pale golden eyes, and exquisite features that made him extremely difficult to ignore. 2. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be quite affluent. His clothes were made of expensive materials that would only be worn by members of the ruling class. What's more, his toned physique and broad shoulders indicated that he was not at all weak. The young man made his way toward the field of death unhurriedly, seeming as if he lacked all interest in what was happening in front of him. His presence exuded a natural pressure, capturing the attention of everything present. No one moved, not even the monsters who had been in the midst of purging the village. "I didn't interrupt anything," Did I? You know what? Keep doing whatever the fuck you were doing before. Don't stop for my sake. Go, go, go. The young man tilted his head, his soothing deep voice both at once casual and relaxed. Like a fresh spring breeze, one couldn't help but feel comfortable upon hearing it. Despite not speaking loudly, his words could be heard by everyone in the vicinity. Though, the villagers were in too much of a shocked state to even comprehend much of what he was saying. With measured steps, he walked all the up to the knoll standing above Jared, and stared up into its eyes, his hands calmly tucked away into the pockets of his slacks. 1. From there, an uncomfortable silence reigned as a staring contest ensued for a scant few seconds. In the face of such a savage creature, he stood undaunted by its aura. Despite being a good deal smaller than the monster, he looked incomparably large in the eyes of every human nearby. It felt as if they were safe now that he was here. 2. The villagers watched on with bated breath, harboring an inexplicable assurance that this mysterious young man would save them from this hell. However, the knoll quickly became fed up with the situation, and parted its jaws to release an ear-splitting roar. And yea to SPLGH. A blood image of an arm ripped through the air in a horizontal swipe, immediately severing the gnoll's head from its shoulders. A spray of blood gushed out, dyeing the ground a deep crimson. No one even had time to blink. The sight was so absurd that it remained cemented in the minds of all who witnessed it. "Hugh, a broken bar," Jared muttered dumbly, his eyes dull. The young man, who was no doubt the cause of this madness, didn't seem like he moved at all. Those present watched as the severed head arced through the air, before landing with a meaty thunk and rolled across the dirt, its ferocious expression still plastered on its face. A silent tension pervaded the already suffocating atmosphere. Although it had occurred right in front of their eyes, many were still unable to believe it, especially the monsters, who blankly looked back and forth between each other. "Ha! A broken bar. This piece of shit. Just stop breathing, it stinks." A flat, unimpressed voice rang out. Although he stood at the center of this gruesome spectacle, just his unflappable tone was capable of easing all worries. Seeing a display of strength no less than a fabled gold-ranked adventurer, the villagers who previously had their hearts shrouded in despair, now had their eyes set ablaze with the light of hope. Jared, who currently lay beside the knoll's fallen corpse, slowly pushed himself off the ground as he gazed at the aloof young man's figure in complete awe. In his eyes, there was reverence, there was hope, a mix of inexplicable emotions that could only be expressed through the tears welling up in his eyes. The powerlessness he felt before was washed away by a radical fervor that compelled him to pick up his spear once more. Noticing this, the other surviving huntsmen felt something stirring in their hearts, and soon followed Jared's example. They were well aware of the fact that they stood no chance against the gnolls, but they wanted to know. They had to at least protect their fellow villagers. "Color me surprised, you lot aren't so unsightly after a broken bar." Naturally, the extraordinary young man's insensitive muttering hadn't escaped Jared's ears, but he only treated it as a passing breeze. The remaining gnolls who'd been watching this scene blankly, finally broke free from their daze, their bodies trembling in uncontrollable fury as they released a cacophony of frenzied roars. Seeing the dangerous young man as a dire threat, the monsters completely disregarded the huntsman's feeble resistance and barreled toward him with the full might of their bodies. Slowly walking toward the incoming crowd of bloodthirsty monsters, the young man let his eyelids fall a little further, showing blatant disregard for these paltry creatures. He stretched his neck, expressing his condolences. "This isn't even my job. What am I, a bug exterminator? Fucking pests." Chapter 3, Equivalent Exchange. The whole world slowed down in Aziel's eyes. His gaze landed on the villagers. Their hopeful stares and clenched fists entered his line of sight. Even a few of the elderly and children had come out of hiding to watch, despair no longer evident in their eyes. Clouds of dust rose slowly as 18 monsters advanced toward him. He scanned each of them, judging by individual lethality, yet none of them seemed capable of killing him. Merely taking a single step forward, he was no longer anywhere near the spot he stood previously. To the untrained eye, it must have looked as if he disappeared, ending up directly in front of the gnolls without warning. Azil stood before a single gnoll, its bestial glare giving no indication that it registered his presence. Saliva dripped from the monster's maw, its menacing fangs visible for all to see. Fumafume. Crack. Within a split second, that same monster had its chest caved in by 2 successive attacks. Azil's jabs were swift and deadly, leaving no room for evasion. Blood sprayed freely from the gnoll's snout as it limply slid across the dirt, its heart already destroyed. Only 17 remained. Finally noticing Azil, the monsters locked onto his figure with murderous glares, itching to tear his flesh and drink his blood. Feeling such malice closing in on him, Azil walked slowly as 2 gnolls at the forefront barreled toward him. The 10-meter distance was closed almost immediately. Both gnolls lashed out with their claws, only to be met with empty air. Confused, they turned their heads, surprised to see Azil continuing to walk forward behind them. Enraged by this display, the 2 monsters turned around to strike at him once more. However, just as they were about to attack, a fuck off one, Azil's voice reached their ears as blood and entrails began spilling out of their bisected torsos, promptly sliding off the lower half of their bodies. Only 15 remained. Spine-chilling roars resounded as the rest quickly made way to attack. Another gnoll swiftly arrived in front of him while 3 more followed suit closely behind. The leading monster leapt through the air, diving straight toward him with its claws brandished. Azil regarded the monster with a single glance, watching it slowly come within a few feet of him. Calmly lifting his leg, he rotated his torso to the left ever so slightly, before releasing a horizontal kick with immense force, driving his foot deep into the monster's skull and shattering it completely. Gug. ACRSHHHH. Due to its momentum, the gnoll's corpse shot out like a bullet, flying into an already broken-down house. Wreckage and debris scattered in all directions as the rest collapsed in on itself. Witnessing this scene, the 3 monsters who'd previously been preparing to pounce on him slowed down their charge, a sliver of fear manifesting within their psyches. However, Azil gave them no time to worry as he took another step forward, instantly appearing in front of them. The wind whistled alongside his movements, his lethal kicks crushing bones and organs. All 3 monsters were launched through the air like broken kites, their mangled bodies hanging limply. Only 11 remained. Azil ducked his head, evading an overhead slash. Using that momentum, he shot backward, his forearm directly meeting the gnoll's solar plexus. Doubling over in agony, the monster was forced to its knees, only for Azil to deliver a roundhouse kick to its head, shattering its skull and sending it flying. 14. More and more gnolls gathered round, attempting to eliminate him with their numbers. Yet a broken bar, Azil remained untouched. No matter how many attacks were dished out, no visible injuries could be seen on his body. Moreover, it seemed as if they were suffering more than he was. Tilting his head, razor-sharp claws swept past as a small gale of wind whipped his hair back. Grabbing the gnoll's outstretched arm, he yanked it back, not only reeling the monster in but also propelling himself forwards. Bangakrawasik. In the blink of an eye, Azil's knee was buried into the monster's ribcage, pulverizing its internal organs. Still held in Azil's firm grip, its body took on the full recoil of his attack, not even allowed to be hurled backward. "You're not even Orcus material. What gave you the courage to fight me?" A broken bar. 5. Narrowing his eyes in disdain, he used both hands to sling the gnoll's corpse into 3 of the 5 remaining monsters, toppling them over like bowling pins. Turning his head, his oppressive gaze made contact with the other 2 gnolls, both of which were readying their next attack, but flinched and took a step backward upon realizing they were next. Instantly accelerating forwards, Azil was already in the air, his knee colliding with the snout of a gnoll, crushing the whole front of its cranium. Blood fountained from the dead monster as it shuddered through the air. Without having to look, Azil noticed the other gnoll turning around, preparing to flee for its life. However, escape was impossible. The monster had only managed to get a few steps in before he arrived right behind it. Immediately grabbing both of the gnoll's large arms, it struggled fiercely as he placed his foot on the center of its back. Not hesitating in the slightest, he pulled the monster's wrists, the sole of his foot digging deeper into its spine. One gra. An anguished wail reverberated throughout the village, making all who heard it shiver in fright. Untlakrowak. The gnoll's howling was swiftly cut short as it collapsed to the ground, its spine snapped in two. Looking at the dead monster in his hands, Aziel squinted absent-mindedly before letting go. "Who said you could run a broken bar?" One turning around, he began walking toward the last three gnolls who'd previously been pinned down by the corpse of their kin. They shuddered, feeling a mountainous pressure weighing on them with every step he took. Blood squelched beneath his feet as he walked through dirt and grass soaked with viscous red liquid. Despite the hellish battlefield that surrounded him, not a speck of blood marred his clothes. Seeing the countdown of their lives slowly coming to an end, the monster's eyes flickered with insanity, eliciting roars of madness as they charged with abandon. Disregarding everything else, only thoughts of survival occupied their minds. With the threat of death lingering overhead, their assault was more ferocious than ever, lunging at Aziel, both claws and fangs bared. And yet, all of their efforts were rendered useless in the face of Aziel's formidable strength. The leading gnoll was blown backwards by a single kick from him, dying instantly with its chest caved in. Sensing an attack coming from his right, Aziel parried it with a slap of his hand, fracturing the bones in the monster's arm before delivering a fierce vertical kick to its jaw, lifting it a few inches off the ground. Eyeing the last surviving monster as it attempted to trample him from behind, he spun on his heel, his stretched-out leg connected with its neck a moment later, breaking it in the process. Aziel stared into the dying monster's eyes as if enforcing his will upon it, smothering its unwilling gaze in its entirety. As the final gnoll collapsed to the ground, a tranquil silence overtook the surrounding area. Every villager who'd come out to watch was left in a daze, dumbstruck at what had just occurred. The same creatures who had taken their friends and family away were now lying on the ground, life force completely extinguished. The same creatures that had brought them despair were helplessly demolished by a single individual, a young man who looked no older than 18 at that. "It's a broken bar over a broken bar." Upon hearing that remark, everyone came back to their senses, letting out breaths they never realized they were holding. At the same time, recognizing the reality of the situation, their oppressed emotions came flooding back in waves. "We're broken bar, we're alive, we're broken bar, we've won." For he really did it. Tears gathered in their eyes as they relished the feeling of survival and mourned the loss of their loved ones. Laughing and weeping together as they wiped their eyes, attempting to shield themselves from the pain. "It's too early to be happy." Aziel stood in place, his demeanor unchanged from start to finish. He watched on with an atmosphere completely detached from the somber mood. There had always been a distinct contrast between what he cared about and what he didn't. To him, there wasn't much of a difference between them and the monsters. If negotiations didn't go well, he was fully prepared to show them another side of humans. He'd never forgotten his original purpose in coming here. Eventually, an elderly woman emerged from the crowd of grieving villagers, making her way toward Aziel, who stood a few meters out. Everyone quieted down as they watched their village head walk over to their savior. With eyes gleaming with gratitude and sorrow, the elderly woman spoke softly. "Thank you, Broken Bar. Thank you for saving all of us. If it weren't for you, I'm not sure what would have." Choking back her tears, she took a moment to compose herself. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but lower their heads slightly, sadness coiling around their hearts. Some even began sobbing uncontrollably. "Yeah, Broken Bar, I'm not sure what I should call you, save you're a broken bar." The elderly woman looked up at him after collecting herself, a gentle but melancholic smile gracing her face. "A broken bar. I go by Aziel Knox." "And you're Broken Bar?" "Aha, Broken Bar, I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself first. My name is Glinder Grassheart. I'm not sure how we could ever repay you for this, but please know that we're all grateful from the bottom of our hearts." Hearing Glinder's heartfelt words, Aziel nearly smiled. Not because her words had touched him or anything, but because she took the liberty of offering him compensation without any trouble. It turned out, he didn't have to kill anyone after all. "If it's a matter of repayment, I don't need anything outlandish." Aziel sent her a meaningful look, to which she widened her eyes slightly. "Then what do you have money, don't you, a Broken Bar?" Aziel immediately cut her off, his question leaving her baffled. Is that really all you want? Truly? I just said that, yes. Although the village would also require even more money than they had at present, she was still more than willing to give him every coin they could scrounge up. Just like that, Glinda had one of the younger women round up the village's funds into a large pouch, before presenting it to Aziel. Though some appeared a little more reluctant than others to part with the money as their livelihoods depended on it, that, however, didn't concern Aziel in the slightest. After ignoring the cunning old woman's attempts at introducing her daughter to him, he prepared to leave. Turning around with the large pouch of coins at his side, Aziel was interrupted by the sound of Glinda calling out to him. Aziel-sama, may I ask what should be done with the corpses of these monsters? A broken bar. Looking into her eyes, he understood what she was getting at. Stop beating around the bush. Just keep them. Sorry, a broken bar? You wanted them, right? Have at it. Stunned, Glinda could only bow her head, extremely grateful for his generosity. Reason being was that the materials from the monster corpses would net them more money than what they'd given Aziel. Of course, the only reason Aziel relinquished ownership was because he didn't feel like loading up each individual corpse into a wagon and slowly bringing them all the way to the nearest town. It was all too troublesome. Realizing their savior was leaving the monster corpses to them, the villagers all sent him off with a bow as he disappeared into the forest. Jingling the pouch of coins in his hands, Aziel sighed in satisfaction. No point in doing a good deed if you don't get the credit for it. 14. The morning sun hung high, its rays shining down on the forest and bringing warmth to its surroundings. Trees swayed alongside the cool breeze, carrying with it the scent of fresh greenery. Aziel made it back to the location where he'd first awakened the forest nearest to the village of Splintwood. Scaling up a large hill, he set out to continue draining, until the sound of running water drew his attention, also bringing along the realization that he had yet to bathe since coming to this world. Changing his direction of travel, he sped down the hill at full speed, seeming as if his feet were glued to the earth, as he ran unhindered by the steep incline. Not even a minute passed before he made it to a small river gently flowing downstream, its surrounding scenery adjoining wildflowers and large rocks. After removing his clothes, he stopped by the riverside, looking down at his reflection. It was a face he'd seen his whole life, yet at this moment, his eyebrows weren't furrowed. There was no blood or soot staining his face, and his eyes weren't narrowed with killing intent. His muscles didn't ache and the calluses on his hands disappeared. Crazy, a broken bar. For the first time in a while, he was completely at ease. Despite only arriving a day ago, it had been the most relaxing experience he'd had in years. He didn't have to give out orders to anyone or deal with cunning individuals who only wished to see him dead in a ditch. Yeah, broken bar, fuck them. Suddenly, he lifted his foot to take a step forward, acting on a whimsical thought that came to mind. He had no basis for it, but he nonetheless allowed his body to guide him. Hovering over the water, he lowered his leg, bringing it just above its surface. The broken bar. A cool sensation spread out below the sole of his foot, standing on what seemed like solid ground. However, in reality, there was only water beneath it, yet it wasn't sinking into the river. Seeing this, he brought his other foot forward, his whole body now settled atop the river's surface. This confirmed the astonishing fact that he was standing on actual water as if it were normal. Such a magical phenomenon was commonplace in a fictional setting like this. However, this was Tortoise, the Arifureta universe, where these kinds of abilities weren't seen too often. It seemed he still underestimated how much of an anomaly he was. He truly couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. It wasn't until he desired to halt his current actions that he finally submerged himself into the water, ceasing to stand on it any longer. I really can move on any surface. Huh. What kind of dogshit skill? A broken bar 7. After rinsing himself off for about 15 minutes, he soon got out and redressed himself. While he hadn't had anything to eat or drink since waking up, he didn't feel the urge to do so even now. A testament to how abnormal he'd become after being whisked away to Tortoise. The rest of his journey flew by uneventfully as he shortly arrived in front of the village's low gates. Making his way inside, he caught sight of the familiar houses made with timber frames, and panels filled with wattle and daub. Villagers commuted outside, chatting about whatever came to mind. Though Aziel's presence once again drew the gazes of everyone present, hushed whispering traveled from person to person. One of the village girls was even brave enough to speak, stepping out and waving her hand playfully. "Welcome home, Aziel-sama." They all looked at her as if she were crazy. Aziel only glanced at her, shaking his head. "Yay, well I don't live here, thanks." The girl chuckled awkwardly as her movements went stiff, eliciting a round of laughter from the onlookers and dispelling the rigid atmosphere. More villagers gathered their courage and spoke to him upon realizing he wasn't as scary as they'd initially thought. "Hey, Aziel-sama. Look here. Do you think this hairstyle suits me?" "Not quite." "One Aziel-sama. Here. Did you have a good night's rest?" "Yay, the hard mattress did wonders." "One, are you tired?" "Aziel-sama, you can sit on me if you'd like." "Take that kinky shit elsewhere." 10 Aziel-sama, how do you get so handsome? Could you share some with me? Did he just call me handsome? A crowd gathered around him as he walked toward Randolph's house. Uproarious laughter and chatter filled the streets. Whilst casually responding to their random comments, he caught sight of Randolph briskly walking toward him, a relieved expression on his face. The villagers parted like the sea, making way for Randolph as he approached Aziel. "One Aziel-sama, you're here." Randolph was so relieved he nearly clung onto Aziel's clothes. Hearing such an impassioned exclamation coming from an old man, Aziel fought to keep his expression from twisting in disgust. "Yes, I'm here, but why the hell are you causing a scene?" Realizing his mistake, Randolph stood up straight, clearing his throat in feigned composure as if his previous outburst was a lie. "I've been looking all over for you, Aziel-sama. When I noticed you weren't in your room this morning, I thought something might have happened at a broken bar." The old village head sighed, looking as though he'd aged a few years. On the off chance something had actually happened to Aziel, Randolph was sure the first place his family would look was their village, and upon finding out that Aziel had gone missing, they would have his head. Additionally, he couldn't say with certainty that only his head alone would roll. Perhaps even the other villagers would be implicated, though he had no way of knowing that his worries were all for naught unless Aziel explicitly told him, in which case meant that the old village head was doomed to suffer from constant worry for the duration of Aziel's stay. "You've suffered a broken bar." Aziel patted Randolph's shoulder with mock sympathy, before giving him a nod of approval and walking around him, continuing in the direction of his house. And not a broken bar at all. The old village head remained rooted in place, a twitching smile plastered on his wrinkled face. The rest of the day was spent preparing for the upcoming flower festival, spreading flowers and decorations to every corner of the village. Everyone indulged in the festive atmosphere. Despite Randolph's attempts at getting Aziel to participate, he'd only managed to get him to show his face every once in a while, which in turn motivated all the women in the village to look their absolute best for the remainder of the competition. Another 3 days passed like this, drawing an end to the village's flower festival. Currently, Aziel sat on the front porch of Randolph's house, rereading the same books for the 10th time. Just then, a young man came running, calling out to him with perspiration covering his forehead. Aziel-sama broken bar. Slipping a piece of cloth into the book, he closed it before answering. "For you to call my name so obnoxiously, I expect something important." The young man took in the few deep breaths of air, wiping his sweat and calming his pounding heart. "The merchant caravan has arrived." Raising an eyebrow, Aziel stood up. It seemed the time had come. His lips nearly curled into a smile. Things were finally getting interesting. Chapter 4, Journey to the Capital. 1. In front of the village gates, multiple wagons and carriages rolled through the dirt path. Villagers stood on either side, watching in anticipation. This was one of the few times during the year that the caravan stopped by the village on its way to the capital. As such, the village was given the opportunity to acquire goods they couldn't obtain from nearby towns, and various forms of information that were made known in areas they couldn't reach. Although they'd only be staying for a day, it was more than enough time to purchase or raid whatever they needed. That being said, this was a caravan under the ownership of a large company, spanning across multiple cities. Their frequent travels and distribution of goods in towns and villages alike earned them a high degree of notoriety with the common folk. As the leading carriage ground to a halt, Randolph, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, made his way toward the caravan leader, preparing to greet them. With their reputation, it was only natural that the old village head presented himself respectfully, allowing the other party to assume a more casual position. "I'd like to welcome you once again and thank you for stopping by on your way to the capital. It really means a lot, Ellis Dono." Bowing his head courteously, Randolph made way for the caravan leader, Ellis, to walk alongside him. "Well met, Randolph-san. It's been a while." "No need to stand on formality, this is only routine, you know that." Ellis chuckled softly, patting Randolph on the shoulder as a sign of familiarity. They continued chatting amiably as they made their way toward Randolph's home, leaving the other merchants to barter and hawk their wares for any villagers willing to do business with them. Upon arriving, Randolph was met with the sight of Aziel sitting comfortably on his front porch, staring down at them with his usual penetrating gaze. "Aha, Broken Bar," the old village head gasped inaudibly, as if just remembering the time bomb he'd sheltered in his home. "Oh? You didn't tell me you had a guest staying over, Randolph-san." Ellis glanced over at him, wondering what was going on. "Yeah, Broken Bar was just getting to. You're the leader of this caravan, correct?" Aziel spoke unhurriedly, cutting off Randolph's words. Ellis finally looked over, closely inspecting Aziel. Although slightly annoyed by his tone, his instincts, honed over the years of dealing with various personalities, warned him not to antagonize the exceptionally charming young man in front of him. From Aziel's clothes, the way he carried himself, and even the aura he exuded, Ellis naturally concluded that he wasn't dealing with someone simple. Moreover, he was a professional. Keeping his expression in check was a fundamental aspect of business. "That is indeed the case. I am Ellis Vargand, the leader of this traveling caravan." "And who might you be, young man?" With a polite smile, Ellis began scrutinizing Aziel carefully. "A Broken Bar. I go by Aziel Knox." He shifted comfortably into an upright posture. "I wonder how much you're charging for a seat to the capital." Realizing where this was going, Ellis' previous annoyance flew out the window at the chance of making money. However, before he could speak, Aziel stood up. Walking over to the door, he casually opened it, gesturing for Ellis to enter as if he owned the place. "It's too windy out here. Why don't we chat inside?" "A Broken Bar. A splendid idea." On the same page, Ellis followed after Aziel, leaving the poor village head standing outside. Eyes twitching, Randolph could only sigh helplessly as he hesitantly stepped inside his own home. Seated at a long wooden table, Ellis discussed the particulars following Aziel's request, informing him of the amount required to board the caravan. The estimated expense leapt by a fair margin with the added benefit of food and water. As they hashed out the details, Randolph brewed everyone a cup of tea, remaining wholly irrelevant to the ongoing conversation. Even though his initial goal had only been to keep up appearances, it failed to remedy the pain he felt at being ignored like this. One time passed quickly as they soon finalized the agreement. It was decided that, as per customs, Aziel would pay the full amount up front to avoid any complications. Not finding the other provided benefits necessary, he opted for a simple ride to the capital with no extra fees. "Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you, Aziel Dono. We'll be departing at first light tomorrow morning. Please be prepared or else we'll be forced to leave without you." Standing up, Ellis smiled kindly as he pushed his chair under the table. "Rest properly, it's going to be a long day tomorrow." Grabbing his coat, he gave both of them nods of solidarity, before seeing himself out. Aziel merely watched him leave without any particular reaction. He turned towards Randolph, who had been sitting there this entire time with an uncomfortable look on his face. Meeting Aziel's gaze, he quickly averted his eyes while awkwardly scratching the back of his head. His lips twitched as if wanting to speak, but ultimately refrained. Not tolerating this nonsense any longer, Aziel spoke, a slight frown creasing his brows. "Why are you acting like a damn kid? If you want to say something, just say it." "You don't think I can read your mind, do you? Know a broken bar? It's just that a broken bar. I never heard anything about you leaving a broken bar or anything like that. A broken bar. Randolph's voice gradually trailed off into a whisper by the end, not exactly understanding what was coming out of his mouth. 1. Aziel regarded him for a moment, tilting his head, leaning back in his chair with newfound comprehension. Oh hell, a broken bar. You a broken bar? You're about to cry, aren't you? Tell me I'm lying, he suddenly voiced, his tone thick with amusement. 1. Randolph immediately looked away, slightly embarrassed at having been seen through. Who's crying? A broken bar? Don't make fun of me. A broken bar. The old village head waved his hand dismissively before standing up and walking back to his room. Although it hadn't been long since Aziel arrived, Randolph had already grown somewhat used to his presence, and despite Aziel's lofty attitude, he actually wasn't difficult to get along with. A broken bar. That is, as long as you ignored his barbed words laced with venom. 3. Aziel, same, a broken bar. Though I'm sure you'll be fine wherever you end up, please be careful out there. Standing at the doorway with his back turned, Randolph gave his final well wishes. Entering his room, Aziel's sarcastic monotone voice reached his ears just before the door fully closed, bringing a smile to his face. Your kind words shall be taken to heart. I truly appreciate it. 2. Now that a broken bar was the Aziel Knox he knew. 2. Following Randolph's departure, a calm silence permeated the empty room as Aziel was finally left alone. Standing up, he walked outside, gazing up at the darkened blue sky. Villagers could be seen walking to and fro, an atmosphere of hustle and bustle pervading the area. Some snuck glances at him as they passed by, but eventually continued on with their business. It's disappointing, a broken bar. Aziel shook his head. People weren't much different even in another world. They quickly became attached to fleeting moments that held no meaning, feeling sorrow for those they barely knew. You aren't fond of me. You're fond of what I showed you. One could make a bold assumption that they knew someone, never truly realizing who'd been standing in front of them the whole time. Still a broken bar. Aziel didn't care. Regardless of anyone else, his path would never be obstructed, advancing until none stood equal, free to overlook all things mundane. His path was inevitable. This was his declaration, the true essence of his nobility. Taking one last look at the sky, he turned on his heel, heading back inside. Nothing had changed. He remained persistent and unshakable, marching towards a future he'd mold with his own hands. The early morning sun crested the horizon, signaling the arrival of a new day. As warm rays of sunlight shone over the village, a gathering of hired adventurers stood posted by its gates as merchants packed up their belongings and prepared to set off. Walking down the dirt road, Aziel carried a medium-sized bag over his shoulder, a small stash of money and dried foods contained within. Most villagers were already awake during this time, fully motivated as they tended the fields. However, the sound of lively chat reached his ears, though if that was all, he wouldn't have paid it any mind. It was the topic of conversation that prompted him to listen in. Yea, I heard from one of the merchants that its apostles descended from the divine mountain 6 days ago. 3. The summoned heroess, a broken bar? Of course I've heard about that. They're gonna save us from the demons. Lord, it is so kind. A broken bar. Aziel's eyebrows twitched. It seemed the party of high schoolers were already here, summoned a day before he had arrived. It is what it is, a broken bar. Even if they'd been characters he'd read about in a story, this was now reality, and they'd be treated just like everyone else. So what if he enjoyed watching their journey unfold through a TV screen? To him, this and that were different. The only reason he ever desired to be in the main story's timeline was due to the opportunities it presented. Fictional characters weren't that interesting when fantasy was no longer mere pixelated images. 17. Looking ahead, he soon caught sight of the caravan. As he drew near, he caught sight of Alice, who was in the midst of conversing with a few of other adventurers. Noticing the adventurers' distracted stares, Alice turned his head, taking note of Aziel's presence. Ah, Aziel Dono, great morning to you. We'll be leaving shortly after we get everyone situated. Please board one of the 3 carriages near the center. They're one of the more comfortable seats here. You have my word. If you say so. Broken bar, not paying him much attention, Azil agreed to Ellis' suggestion without complaint, making his way toward the designated area. The gazes of both merchants and adventurers immediately locked onto him as he strode by, carrying an assortment of emotions. The women watched on with mesmerized expressions, some sneaking covert glances while others eyed him openly. However, the Malizo adventurers in particular, displayed an unreserved annoyance, though many of them hadn't cared too deeply and simply opted to ignore him. Still, it wasn't as if every one of them decided to keep to themselves. "You strayed too far from your parents and got lost, huh, pretty boy? No need to be embarrassed. Since you're still wet behind the ears, we'll make sure to get you to the capital safely." A man with light brown hair and a long sword strapped to his waist stepped in front of him, speaking in an obvious mocking tone. The fact that he was short enough to have to look up to Azil made him seem more comical than intimidating. Another female adventurer stood behind him, attempting to stop his foolishness from getting out of hand. At a glance, one could almost instantly figure out the reason for his antagonizing behavior. Even so, Azil turned his head to each side, checking to see if anyone stood behind him. Not taking too kindly to being ignored, the brown-haired man continued. What are you looking for?" "I'm right in front of you." Finally resting his gaze upon the man, Azil responded with an expression that said he failed to comprehend something. "Aha, broken by that? I'm trying to see who the fuck you think you're talking to." For the male adventurer widened his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed even deeper, but before he could speak, Azil cut him off. "What made you think you could come up and speak to me, dickhead? Did I give you permission? I will beat the fuck out of you, tie you up to a tree, and fuck your girl right in front of you. Does that sound good? If not, then sit down and wait quietly like a good bitch." 16. Hearing this, the man's face turned completely red, his rage boiling over the tipping point. He drew his sword, preparing to cut Azil down for his insolence. "Yatapa!" A smack from the back of Azil's hand sent him sprawling across the ground, a large red bruise forming on his right cheek. The commotion garnered the attention of those nearby, prompting them to watch the show with interest. "See that? That's called a bitch slap. Ever heard of it?" 6. Azil walked over, ignoring the female adventurer's pleas, and picked the man up by his collar. "If you'd just left well enough alone, I wouldn't have had to send you to hell." Raising his arm, he straightened out his hand like a blade. He had given him a chance to leave, but the man decided to draw his sword. From that point on, even God couldn't save him. The onlookers clamored, wondering if Azil was really trying to kill the man. Suddenly, Ellis quickly arrived at the scene just before the man could be murdered in cold blood. Azil Dono, wait. Chapter 5, Journey to the Capital. 2. The carriage bounced with a soft thud as its wheels clashed against pebbles. The passengers sitting within undoubtedly felt a slight discomfort, their rears bumping against the hard leather seats. One of said passengers, Azil, gazed out the windows, his expression somewhat wistful. 3 other adventurers sat across from him, eyeing him with a glare full of vigilance. It couldn't be any more obvious that if they had a choice, they'd rather be anywhere else other than here. A broken bar. I should have just killed the bastard. Please shut up. Hearing Azil's disturbing comment, the only female adventurer sitting there attempted to silence him, but her polite tone and quivering voice did nothing to help the situation. From what can be interpreted from his words, Azil had indeed let the man live, not out of the kindness of his heart, but because it was more trouble than it was worth. Killing someone in front of so many witnesses would have delayed his travel time, which wasn't ideal for his plans. Due to the fact that no one came out of it with any serious injuries, the caravan leader, Ellis, dismissed the entire occurrence as an ordinary squabble between fellow adventurers. Of course, Azil wasn't an adventurer, but that's beside the point. Ellis had still nonetheless assigned a few guardians to watch over Azil for the remainder of the trip, as he'd shown strength surpassing a white-ranked adventurer. On Tortoise, adventurer ranks followed the same value as looter, this world's currency. Starting from blue, it went to red, yellow, purple, green, white, black, silver, and finally ended at gold. Although this was only a mere fraction of Azil's true strength, the poor caravan leader had no way of knowing that. At present, The adventurers situated in Azil's carriage were understandably reluctant to offend him, bordering on actual fear. They drew lots in order to decide who'd be stuck riding with him until they reached the capital, bringing us back to the current situation. Azil watched as they passed by various lakes and meadows, taking in the scenery to stave off boredom. Despite having been sitting for hours, he felt no soreness or discomfort. Suddenly, he squinted as an idea came to mind. As he turned toward the wary adventurers, the look in his eyes made them shiver. "If I'm not mistaken, the three of you can perform magic, correct?" Bewildered by the sudden question, they all looked at him quizzically, though still answered quickly upon seeing his patience visibly waning. "Well, a broken bar, yay. We're adventurers, after all." "Oh, of course we can do that much. Magic? It's no big deal." Azil nodded in understanding before continuing. "I wonder how much it'll cost for one of you to teach me a few spells." A broken bar. If he was just going to sit there doing nothing, he felt he should at least learn how to cast magic. It was also a test to see how proficient he was in the field of magic, and if he had any skills pertaining to it. Meanwhile, the three adventurers gawked at him, speechless. Azil stared back, his gaze sharpening with each passing second. Finally, one of them swallowed their saliva and spoke. "A broken bar. A broken bar. You don't know how to cast magic." A broken bar? Based on how strong he was, it was a bit unthinkable for that to be the case. "If I did a broken bar." Azil took in a deep breath, holding himself back from grabbing the man in front of him. "A broken bar. I wouldn't have asked you to teach me, now would I? The next time you ask such a stupid question, I'll leave you eating dirt like that other guy." His voice was calm, but it was that perpetual calmness that terrified them. However, as high-ranking adventurers, they also had their own pride. "Just because you took down a white-ranked adventurer in one hit doesn't mean we're scared of you." A broken bar. "Ya, so stop taking that tone with us. We aren't so soft that you can just walk all over us, you know." They all sat up straight, their lost vigor returning almost immediately. One had to know that they'd spent years taking on requests from the guild, fighting little monsters to keep food on the table. They might have felt a hint of fear at first, but it'd be too humiliating to back down from a threat of this magnitude. Azil watched them flap their gums with a blank expression. After they finally settled down, he spoke. "A broken bar. Are you done making yourselves feel better?" A broken bar. "If so, then back to my original question. How much for one of you to teach me?" One slightly embarrassed, they glanced at each other, a silent discussion ensuing, until both male adventurers looked at the lone female, coming to a unanimous decision. Shaking her head fervently, the female adventurer pleaded with her eyes, yet the two others had already averted their gazes. Left with the task of instructing Azil, her shoulders slumped dejectedly. "So you've decided." "That's good. Things like this shouldn't take too long to settle." Looking up at Azil's plastered-on fake smile, she sighed. It was going to be a rough night. Hours passed as night eventually fell. Glittering stars filled the skies, making for a picturesque scene. Bright lights encompassed the area as campfires spanned across the line of carriages and wagons. The adventurers and the merchants set up camp in an opening surrounded by tall trees, strategically positioned in a location not too far from a lake. Standing in front of the female adventurer who went by the name of Lyra Young, Azil watched as she prepared to demonstrate her magical prowess. Surprisingly, he could feel her mana gathering, forming into a pale yellow magic circle as she began chanting. "Oh thunder, heed my call, spark into a million volts and deliver judgment upon my foes." A thunder burst. Just then, a projectile sphere of golden lightning came shooting out, its size large enough to envelop her man's head, instantly flying tens of meters out before dissipating into nothingness. Wiping away a bead of sweat, Lyra glanced over her shoulder expectantly, only to be met with Azil's judgmental stare. He let out a soft sigh, shaking his head as he spoke. "You must feel satisfied with yourself, right? Just move on to the next one and stop wasting time." Lyra shrunk back, gazing at him with a mixture of annoyance and apprehension. "This would go a lot faster if you didn't rush me. My mana reserves aren't infinite, you know, and you're making a lot of excuses there, Adventuress Anne, but I don't see you readying the next spell." "Hurry up, We don't have all night. Ugh. I'm going, okay? And my name's Lyra. I told you that already, Adventurous Anne. If you don't stop screaming in my ears, I'm going to shut you up manually. A broken bar. The other two male adventurers within the group sat in silence, watching the familiar scene play out with vacant expressions. Arguments like this had become more and more frequent ever since it was decided that Lyra would teach Azil. Her initial misgivings had been thrown out the window upon dealing with him for hours, gradually leading up to the point of no longer caring for any of the consequences her words may bring. Though it seemed Azil carried an equally uncaring attitude toward her and whatever nonsense she'd spout as long as she did her job. Come, O howling wind, sweep away all who stand against me. A hammer. A long horizontal blade of wind manifested itself in front of her, uprooting the grass below and blowing away everything in its path. As the spell's effects finally reached its end, Lyra dropped to one knee, exhaustion evident on her face. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping reached her ears, originating from right beside her. Startled, she looked up, her eyes immediately locking on to the captivating face she'd recently grown used to seeing. No sound was made at his approach, but she had no time to think about that as he abruptly thrust out his hand. Hey, even if you saw me do it, it doesn't mean it'll just work automatic! Words ceased to escape her lips as she witnessed the unthinkable. A black and white magic circle almost identical to the one she had previously constructed appeared in front of Azil's hand, his magnetic voice completing the sequence of activation. KUMO-AUDIOBOOK. A wind blades many times larger than Lyra's materialized before him, uplifting the other two adventurers out of their seats, and sending Lyra tumbling backward from the ferocious gales. Shifting his aim upward, the huge blade of wind fired off into the sky, its destructive might promising devastation to all it touched. The immediate surroundings were left in a state of disarray. A mixture of dirt and grass rose, forming clouds of dust. Fortunately, however, none of the other campsites had been alarmed by this incident. As silence fell, Azil allowed his arm to fall gracefully to his side with a thoughtful expression. He had already possessed prior knowledge of how the magic system functioned in this world, which led him to experiment with the particulars that he couldn't understand through merely reading the story. Casting magic required a person to first possess mana, then channel it into a spell-inscribed magic circle with the help of an incantation. The length of an incantation was directly proportional to the amount of mana one could pour into it, thus controlling the effectiveness of the spell. However, all requirements needed to cast a spell could be ignored or at the very least reduce the length of the magic circle and incantation depending on the skills or magical affinities an individual possesses. Azil's demonstration of shortening the incantation and increasing the spell's efficacy indicated an extremely high affinity towards wind, allowing him to produce a greater result while reducing mana consumption. Hearing the sound of Lyra's hurried footsteps, he turned around, immediately noticing the small bruises dotting her skin. "Hey, are you all right?" "Ah, thank goodness you're unhurt." "What were you thinking?" "No matter what, magic is a dangerous practice, just a broken bar." Swiftly arriving at his side, Lyra thoroughly checked for any injuries. Finding none, she began scolding him about his improper use of magic, ignoring her own bruises. By now, the other two adventurers had already recovered. They shot back up, yelling from a distance as they dared not get closer. What the hell just happened? Am I seeing things?" "That's not an intermediate spell." Unsurprisingly, the number of people badgering him had now increased to 3. Deciding to end this farce, he reached out and covered Lyra's mouth with his hand, stopping her incessant rambling. She looked up at him with an aggrieved expression. Reaching into her bag, he pulled out a few bandages, plopping them into her hands. "Here, patch yourself up." Judging by the look on his face, one would think he was showing her undue kindness. Noticing this gesture, Lyra's gaze softened, looking at him with a slightly touched expression. However, she instantly snapped out of it as she realized something. "Wait, why are you acting like you did me a favor? These were mine in the first place." Gazing off into the distance, Azil released a tired sigh. "You can't even win for losing a broken bar. You're sighing?" "Really? It should be me, Hoza." "Broken bar, Like that, the night passed without any further trouble. Azil gained the skills necessary to cast magic while everyone else slept with a bitter aftertaste as a result. The adventurer trio could only wonder how they'll fare until they reached the capital. As the sun began to rise, the caravan had also packed up their gear and set off once more. It was particularly hot that day, much to their dismay, as they were forced to stop a few times to let their horses rest. During this time, Azil practiced his magical abilities, trying out new applications for different spells. The trio assigned to watch over him had already noticed the abnormality in his broken bar. Everything. His affinity for magic far surpassed anything they'd ever seen, and the rate in which he grew completely shattered their worldview. He went from performing at a novice level to even eclipsing them in all aspects of magic. Although spell casting wasn't exactly their specialty, it was still absurd for Azil to outclass them when he'd only learned how to use it just a few hours prior. To say they were slightly envious would be an understatement. Traveling for a full day, they stopped right before sunset. At present, Azil laid on the carriage's roof, watching the orange sky gradually dim. According to the others, they'd arrive at the capital the next day. As the caravan came to a halt, the adventurer trio stepped out, preparing to set up camp a little further down the way. Just as Azil made to jump down, he heard a familiar whistling sound. His perception instantly sped up, his eyes catching sight of an arrow flying straight toward one of the adventurers stationed up ahead. Before anyone but Azil could notice, the arrow pierced through the adventurer's head, nailing him to the frame of a wagon. After the first shot, a rain of arrows came hurtling down from the tree line, targeting everyone near the caravan. Bandit at Uak. The other adventurers went on alert. Almost immediately, moving swiftly as a group of mages chanted incantations and the frontliners protected the frightened merchants. Magic barriers were erected across the area, shielding them from the oncoming wave of arrows. Not even a moment later, a large group of bodies came pouring out of the tree line like a swarm of ants, their clothes tattered and shabby, wielding an assortment of cold weapons. Seeing this, adventurers and merchants alike felt a wave of dread wash over them. The other side outnumbered them by at least 3 to 1. It was clear for all to see, this was undoubtedly a premeditated attack. The bandits clashed with the adventurers. Which side carried the advantage could be assessed at a glance. Back on Azil's side, Lyra and the others quickly countered with their own attacks, trying their utmost to whittle down the numbers. Bandits died in droves, but the same could be said for the hired adventurers as well. Corpses littered the ground as a river of blood flowed. The hellish spectacle would have made any ordinary person shrink back in horror. Meanwhile, Azil still sat atop the carriage's roof, overlooking the battlefield while casually swatting away any arrows aimed toward him. He had already estimated that ordinary arrows were incapable of penetrating through his natural defenses under normal circumstances, so he was completely at ease during this whole confrontation. This shit is ridiculous. A broken bar. He initially had zero intention of getting involved in a children's fight as it wasn't something he signed up for, but ultimately decided to grasp the opportunity to earn a favor from one of the merchants or adventurers. After all, he didn't own a status plate and wouldn't be allowed to enter the capital without someone vouching for him. Since a status plate usually served as a means of identification, how could they let him in without knowing anything about him? Hey, why isn't he helping? Damn it. Seriously, we're being overwhelmed. Hearing the other two, Lyra glanced back, noting Azil's uncooperative behavior as she blocked an overhead slash and sliding off the bandit's blade. She sidestepped, twirling around and decapitating him, before guarding against another attack. It doesn't matter. He's not being commissioned to guard the caravan. It isn't his job. Just focus on what's in front of you. In reality, Lyra was a little relieved rather than angry. Since he looked the part of an aristocrat, he might not be killed and instead taken hostage. That was a better alternative than dying a meaningless death at the hands of a bandit. Although the other two fighting with her definitely wouldn't agree with that logic, they had no choice but to continue fighting a losing battle. They engaged in a fierce struggle. Injuries accumulated as even more adventurers fell. Countless wails resounded throughout, etching another name onto the list of endless casualties. It must be about that time Broken Bar Azil slowly stood up, gazing down at the adventurer trio fighting back to back. As fatigue set in, their movements obviously turned sluggish. Each injury soaked their clothes a dingy red. Looking over the whole battlefield, only a few merchants were killed while others carried wounds of different proportions. The adventurers, on the other hand, barely had anyone left to stand against the onslaught of bandits. If this kept up, the whole caravan was doomed to fall at the bandits' hands. Regally lifting his hand, a small black and white magic circle formed as mana began pouring into it. Noticing the arrogant expressions on the bandits' faces, his eyes curled disdainfully. Fuckers really think they're onto something. Eat shit. Crystallize a hailstorm. At this moment, hundreds of crystallized beads of ice gathered overhead, prompting everyone to stop and look up. A deep-seated feeling of dread swept through all of them. Under the frozen hailstorm, only a single utterance echoed across the battlefield. Arana! Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Blood splattered as ice pellets pierced through flesh, scattering their remains across the ground. A rain of death descended from the sky, causing the bandits to drop like flies. Dirt kicked up into the air, obscuring the vision of all who watched. It looked like a scene straight out of a war film. Adventurers ran, panicking at the sight of the hailstorm approaching. However, as it was primarily aimed at the herds of bandits, they had little trouble escaping from its attack range. Of course, it was impossible to eliminate all of them with just one spell. Thus, Azil hopped down, his foot kicking up a sword into his hand. With a single practice swing, he disappeared from view, only to appear at the side of a bandit. With an untraceable slash, a decapitated head flew out in a spray of blood, yet Azil was nowhere to be seen. He moved through the combat zone, zigzagging as bodies fell under his sword. Like a god of war, the onlookers watched as he lay waste to the bandits. Screams of agony and terror resounded as their lives were reaped effortlessly. Not even 2 minutes passed, but only a few bandits still stood, shaking in fear, watching Azil approach with the blood of their comrades dripping from his sword. "It's painful." A broken bar. Azil's voice rang out as he walked steadily, making everyone wonder what he was talking about. "It's painful. There aren't more of you to kill." For they all flinched as his voice came from behind another bandit, a now headless corpse dropping to the ground with a dull thud. "I'm truly saddened." A broken bar. Each time his voice rang out, he appeared somewhere else. "You bastards couldn't last that long." As he arrived before the last frightened bandit, he whispered, "Don't be afraid." 3 SPLCHHH. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. He who is hated. As the dust settled, blood flowed, pooling together into large puddles. The scene of carnage that had unfolded mere seconds ago remained at the forefront of everyone's mind. An atmosphere of gloom settled over the battlefield. They all gazed at Azil's figure, a mixture of shock, fear, and relief flooding their hearts. Fear because of the fact that his performance during what can only be called a one-sided slaughter was something they'd expect from a kingdom or empire's best elites, or perhaps even the knight commanders. However, grief overruled all logic when it came to one lone adventurer briskly stomping up toward him, a furious expression on his face. The man was only a bit shorter than Azil, the ravages of battle evident as blood caked his dirty blonde hair. "Were broken bar. If you were this strong, why didn't you help sooner? Why couldn't you just save them? They didn't have to die." The man clenched his trembling fists, making way to swing wildly toward Azil, who only weaved his head slightly to the side with a bored expression. "You could have saved them, but you didn't." "My friends are broken bar. Everyone, it's all your fault." His fists tore through the air, aiming straight for Azil's face, intending to inflict as much pain as he now felt. The onlookers, with the exception of Lyra and a few others, seemed visibly distraught as they processed his words. Many felt that it made some sense, unconsciously sending accusatory glances toward Azil, never realizing that they merely sought to blame anyone for this tragedy. Ducking another punch, Azil stared into the man's eyes as he finally had enough. "You bastard. What do you have to say for Zagar?" Leaning in past the outstretched arm, he drove his knee straight into the man's gut, cutting off his words and sending him reeling back in pain. Yet, Azil still wasn't finished. His leg lashed out like a snake, coiling into a Brazilian kick and instantly connected with the adventurer, lifting him off the ground as his head snapped backward. First of all, a broken bar. Watch how you speak to me, bitch. Azil's voice reached their ears as the adventurer was sent flying a few feet away, crashing into the ground in a miserable heap. A few of the spectators wanted to stop what was bound to follow, but they could only stand there, helpless, silently withdrawing their outstretched arms. The adventurer struggled to push himself off the ground. His disoriented mind felt the world spinning around him, blinking rapidly as his vision finally cleared enough to see in front of him. Everyone watched as Azil approached the man. Not a sound was made even as he stepped in a puddle of blood. Second, a broken bar. Don't come walking up on me like I owe you something. I'll kill you. His tranquil voice echoed in the adventurer's head, forcing him to look up at the tall figure casually standing above him. Kug. The man gasped, feeling Azil's slender fingers wrap around his throat, squirming violently as he was hoisted into the air with the ease of lifting a fork. No matter how hard he tried, his efforts of escaping Azil's grasp proved futile. Did you believe I'd just listen to you because you're mad? Stop bullshitting, you're incompetent. Pa. Blood flew from his mouth alongside a few teeth. His lip now busted from Azil's slap. Blaming me for shit that you're responsible for preventing. Does it look like it's my job to save you a broken bar? Pa. The man's pleas were completely ignored. Everyone grimaced, flinching as another slap landed. Any more of this would no doubt result in the man's death, but of course, Azil showed no sign of hesitation even while knowing that fact. You had the nerve to waste my damn time, yet I don't see any money. You think too highly of yourself. Just as he raised his hand to slap him again, Lyra's voice interrupted him, earning her the gratitude of everyone present. Azil-san, a broken bar. Don't you think that's enough for broken bar? Turning his head in her direction, he glanced at her out of the corner of his eyes. Her gaze didn't waver even at the sight of his brutality, indicating that she harbored no fear toward him. You think so, broken bar? He asked, sarcasm and curiosity mingled in his tone. Seeing this as an opportunity, Lyra nodded solemnly, wholly disregarding his current attitude. Although she'd only known him for a short few days, she believed he knew the correct course of action that should be taken at this point in time. They both stared into each other's eyes as a few moments of silence reigned, before Azil tossed the adventurer into the dirt like discarded trash. There were pros and cons to every decision, and even if he felt that either option wouldn't result in his loss, it was always better to choose the easiest route if it promised the same benefits. After all, couldn't he just kill the man when no one was looking? Grudges shouldn't be allowed to fester. 5. A broken bar. If Lyra said it, it must be true. Leaving behind a slightly mocking remark, he shifted his attention towards the caravan leader, Ellis. Lyra's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock as she watched Azil walk off. It was the first time he'd ever called her by her name. Was there another meaning behind it? Shaking her head, she ignored the knots threatening to entangle her heart and went to tend to the wounded. Today's events brought everyone to a somber mood, making them hesitate to proceed with even the simplest actions. But it seemed Azil, on the other hand, was only just getting started. Ellis straightened out his posture, greeting Azil with a somewhat bitter expression. The situation was far too impactful for him to hide his distress. Azil Dono, I'm sure I speak for everyone here when I say this. I am truly grateful for your heroic efforts during this time. We couldn't have pulled through without you. Though he only spoke the truth, his troubled tone betrayed his true feelings on the matter. Patting his shoulder, Azil looked down at him with fake understanding. That sounds about right. And you are broken bar. Should I be expecting your cooperation in the near future? A broken bar. Of course, you can be sure of that. Hearing Azil's suggestive remark, Ellis could only laugh in vexation. It wasn't that he had much of a problem owing a favor, but it was as if Azil intentionally made it difficult to like him. Despite the fact that he always spoke in the same manner, his endeavors proved successful the majority of the time. He carefully chose when to advance and retreat, obtaining what he wanted without any repercussions. To describe the individual Azil Nox in a few words, it would no doubt be an unstoppable force. two rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Ellis proceeded to set up camp alongside everyone else. The full moon peeked through the clouds above, its distant glow casting a dark shadow over this inauspicious night. As the noonday sun hung at its zenith, a long line of carriages and wagons traveled over multiple small hills, before a grand mountain that towered above all others in its surroundings finally came into view. The Divine Mountain, a symbol of the church's influence, sat just behind the Hyla kingdom, indicating their close ties to one another. Within one of the carriages, Aziel opened his eyes, gazing at the distant outer walls of the kingdom that grew closer with each passing second. "How a broken bar. We're finally here, broken bar. I thought it would never end, a broken bar." Sitting across from him, one of the men from the adventurer trio suddenly voiced in evident relief. His haggard appearance spoke volumes of everyone's current state. The sight of the familiar large gates made them sink back in their seats, realizing that this hellish journey had reached its end. Multiple rows of vehicles remained stationed outside as soldiers checked the status plates of those waiting to enter. The surviving adventurers within the caravan all began walking on foot, marking the conclusion of the expedition. Upon completing the request from the guild, they only have to submit the adequate documentation to receive their payment. Aziel stepped down from the carriage, the adventurer trio following close behind. It was now time to acquire what he set out for and shape the future of this world to his liking. Chapter 7, Trouble in Hyla. 1. Standing in line at the capital's gates, Aziel had already informed Ellis of his status plate issue, lying about the fact that he'd lost it during the fight with the bandits. Whether Ellis had believed him or not didn't make a difference, as he still owed him a favor. Whatever else Ellis had going on, it wasn't his concern. The line moved at a steady pace, eventually arriving at Aziel's group. The others were allowed entry without any hiccups, while Ellis had gone up to speak with one of the guards, pointing in Aziel's direction at different intervals. Soon after, he was given authorization to proceed through the gates and enter the capital. As he stepped into the exterior city, Aziel was greeted with the sight of bustling streets, medium-sized shops, and cobblestone pavements. No matter where he looked, the whole area seemed teeming with activity. Shopkeepers yelled loudly, calling out to those passing by in the hopes of catching any buyers. A nest of commoners right off the bat. The luxury goods must be further in. Very rarely could one spot an individual of noble status walking around this area of the capital, evident by the rather low-end buildings spread out across the block. As Aziel stood in place, the adventurer trio naturally gathered around him. "Man, I'm going to the local inn right now and I'm passing out. I'm exhausted, a broken bar." "Tell me about it." "I'll be heading over to the Adventurers Guild after I grab a drink. Anyone wanna come with?" The other two looked between Lyra and Aziel, though refusing to meet the latter's gaze. "I think I'll stay for a while longer. What about you, Aziel-san?" "A broken bar." Hearing Lyra's question, he turned toward her, answering in a matter-of-fact tone. "We'll stroll around here for a bit. I need a tour of the place." "Oh, okay, wait. We, as in me and we're broken bar?" "No, you and me. Who else would I be talking about?" "Keep up." Watching Aziel walk off without another word, she wore a confused, slightly hopeful expression, oblivious to the rosy tint dyeing her ears. However, she swiftly caught up to his long strides, arriving at his side with lighter steps than before. The two male adventurers gaped at them, a sour feeling spreading throughout their hearts. Even if Lyra had been their comrade thus far, she was still quite pretty and not on the level of a top beauty, but her appearance was undoubtedly above average. So, seeing such a pretty girl like her happily accompanying another remarkably handsome guy was like a slap in the face. Both of them sent glances towards each other, knowing exactly how the other felt. "A broken bar. Fuck that guy. Please just die, a broken bar." Their furious exclamations drew the attention of those around them, prompting the two to look down in embarrassment. Hanging their heads in shame, they parted ways, hoping to forget this ever happened. "A broken bar." Aziel walked through the densely packed streets of the capital. Lyra stood on his right, offering explanations for each of the stores they passed by. Apparently, his earlier conjecture proved to be correct, as most high nobles only acquired goods from deeper within the capital, where they could obtain various items of higher quality. "It's crazy, a broken bar. I can't believe you've never been to the capital of Hylia before." "Seriously, a broken bar?" Lara spoke, mildly astonished, glancing at him out of the corners of her eyes. Although it wasn't impossible, it still surprised her that he had yet to visit one of the 4 human nations currently existing, especially given the way he carried himself. It could even be said that he appeared more regal than nobles themselves. "You've said the same thing 6 times already. You aren't tired yet, are you?" "Stop exaggerating, it's not that deep." Lara rolled her eyes at his dismissive tone, but quickly switched back to explaining more of the kingdom's culture. Unlike the Hulsha Empire, the kingdom of Hylia disdained the practice of owning beastmen slaves, as they were believed to be a lesser race abandoned by God due to their innate trait of possessing absolutely no mana. Thus, the capital was free of most other races except for humans. Lara continued on with different topics, answering the majority of Aziel's questions. She was completely engrossed in the conversation, enjoying herself a lot more than she realized, and because of that fact, she failed to notice how far they had walked into the city, only coming back to her senses at the sight of the surrounding splendor and opulence. Luxurious horse-drawn carriages eased down the cobblestone streets, affluent pedestrians strolled leisurely, and the smell of freshly baked pastries wafted through the air. "Aha, broken bar. I didn't realize we made it all the way up here. Let's go back. The people here aren't too keen." Just as Lyra was about to suggest they leave immediately, a pretentious voice cut her off. "Excuse me, I am here on the direct orders from Lady Saville. The lady has requested your presence at this time. Please come with me." Lyra flinched, turning to look at the escort knight, who was an old man in fancy armor. A bastard sword lay fastened to his waist. His gaze was obviously directed toward Aziel, assured that he'd follow his instructions without question. Seeing this, Aziel was about to open his mouth. "Yeta Ahem, a broken bar." "Aziel-san, it's not good to keep the lady waiting. Please don't mind me. I'll go on ahead first." Lyra cut him off before he could say something like "Then tell her to walk her ass over here," which would no doubt cause them a lot of trouble. Furthermore, the Saville noble family was of the Marquis rank, known for their valiant efforts in protecting the fortresses along the Risen Gorge. For ordinary people, such influence wasn't something they could contend against, hence why Lyra proceeded to leave the same way they came, sending him off with a worry-filled gaze and a reluctant wave of her hand. Aziel turned his attention back to the old man, taking into account what Lyra was insinuating. "One a broken bar. Lead the way." The old man squinted his eyes in irritation, before turning on his heel and guiding Aziel into what seemed like a tea house. Many noble ladies could be seen chatting in various areas of the room, giggling insincerely, their postures straight and upright as they elegantly sipped their tea. Aziel's presence incited a multitude of reactions, drawing everyone's gazes as he walked through. Still, upon seeing the crest adorning the old man's armor, they all averted their eyes, extinguishing any ideas of approaching Aziel. The old man led him up a flight of stairs before reaching an open room, empty of all but a handful of people. They sat at a single table, which was perched atop a balcony overlooking the busy streets below. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the young noble daughters seated at the table were all completely focused on one sole individual. A beautiful girl who looked no older than 19, with curly, lilac-colored hair that reached her waist, and amethyst eyes. She also examined him with an arrogant gaze, offering her hand and proudly introducing herself as he walked over. "Oh my broken bar. I most certainly haven't seen you around these parts. You must be new here, a commoner, correct? Surely you must have heard of me by now, but I am Eleanor von Saville, the eldest daughter of the Saville noble house. You may be at ease." 2. The other girls at the table gushed about excessively, feeding Eleanor's ego even more, while the girl herself smiled slightly, clearly enjoying the superficial praise she was being showered with. After a few seconds, the loud prattling gradually died down, once again turning everyone's attention back toward Aziel, who stood silently, bearing witness to utter foolishness. Choosing his words carefully, he decided to follow Lyra's example, slowly opening his mouth to speak. One you lot of Broken Bar are a bunch of morons. The atmosphere in the room instantly stilled. Did a Broken Bar. He really just say that? They could scarcely believe the words coming out of his mouth, but he nonetheless continued. The hell are you gawking at? Yes, I'm talking to you. All of you have less than half a brain. Congratulations. Why would you enjoy these a Broken Bar? This clusterfuck of a gathering. You seem to like it. Was I called here to entertain children? Don't fuck with me. You think I don't have other shit to do? If you understand, then fuck off. 3. You impudent little. One of the knights standing in a corner of the room drew his sword immediately, readying his stance to charge at Azil and kill him on the spot. Noticing this, Eleanor broke free from her daze with a flustered expression, quickly raising her hand as a signal to stop. Hold on just a minute. A Broken Bar. Hearing his lady's words, the knight's actions ceased at once, though his hands remained firmly on the hilt of his sword. He looked over at Azil, his expression a mixture of fury and doubt. But my lady, this man has shown you such disrespect. He must pay for his transgressions. The knight's tone was heavy yet also respectful, clearly adamant about punishing Azil in a befitting manner. Eleanor's gaze swam around the room, taking in the expressions of those around her, before swallowing dryly and giving her orders. Oh, of course. Kill him. A Broken Bar. Beauty. Broken Bar. Don't really kill him. Yes. Everyone except for Azil wore blank looks for a few seconds, turning toward her, incredulity evident on their faces. What the hell was she talking about? Although no one spoke, Eleanor could practically hear them berating her in their minds. Panicking slightly, she began waving her hands, frantically dismissing all the other occupants in the room with the exception of Azil and the knights stationed to guard her. She even attempted to get her escorts to wait outside the room, but their staunch refusal forced her to give up that notion. Azil watched the whole ordeal play out with a relaxed expression, his hands habitually tucked into his pockets as he waited to see what this spoiled girl had in store for him. Once all the other noble daughters had departed from the area, Eleanor haughtily cleared her throat, pointing towards a chair sitting directly across from her. Come sit. Slightly amused, Azil decided to indulge her, gracefully seating himself in the exquisitely decorated chair. They stared into each other's eyes. A silent battle ensued, vying for an advantage in the conversation soon to commence. In the end, Eleanor was the first to look away, allowing Azil to grasp full dominance over the hushed atmosphere. However, she was not one to back down so easily. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? She lifted her chin, gazing down at him with an awkward arrogance. Azil nearly scoffed at her pitiable attempts at intimidation. You're pitiful. Her Broken Bar. Nah, I was just thinking a Broken Bar. Since you were the one who called me here, you'd have something relevant to say. Did I give you too much credit? Eleanor's eyes widened for the umpteenth time since he'd been here, not expecting such a direct response. From the moment she was born, she'd never had anyone speak to her like this, not even her father. Straightening her posture, she once again held back the knights from attacking. She rubbed her slightly sweaty hands beneath the table, feigning composure. First off, you are far too disrespectful when addressing a noble. Correct your tone. A Broken Bar. Did your etiquette teacher give you that line? Eleanor's face flushed with embarrassment, overcome with the desire to scream. Even so, never once had the thought of silencing him by force come to mind. Her heart drummed against her chest, filled with the distinct sensation of intrigue. Initially, she only wanted to show off in front of the other nobles when requesting his presence, as they'd all been entranced by his stunning appearance. Don't stare at people, it's gross. This person was truly insane. His calm demeanor when delivering such harsh remarks as if it were natural had sparked an untold excitement within her. For his casual bluntness was something she lacked, and couldn't ever hope to emulate, which was why she found him somewhat fascinating in a way. Given that you've wandered into the upper district, I take it you're new here. Broken Bar? Eleanor voiced, suddenly changing the topic. If you know that, then why are you harassing me? That geezer over there even scared off my tour guide. Do you have fun causing trouble? Broken Bar. Nudging his head in the direction of the old knight, Aziel remonstrated her in a tone that betrayed his words. Eleanor smiled in amusement. Is this truly a complaint? It doesn't sound like you're too concerned about what transpired. I'm really pissed off. Trust me. It's difficult to believe you when you say it so calmly. Get your ears checked after you compensate me for emotional damage. I'd like to be paid in full. Are you perhaps swindling me a broken bar? At her question, Aziel leaned back in his chair and shrugged his shoulders, releasing a vexed sigh as if he was going through various difficulties. The knights watching on the side showed visible discomfort with the way this conversation flowed. Eleanor, more relaxed after going back and forth with him, showed a thoughtful expression. I suppose I could offer you some form of compensation, a broken bar. Aziel nodded. However, she continued, but only under the condition that I be allowed to impose on you for the remainder of the day. Aziel squinted, seeming as though he were looking at a creepy fanboy, to which Eleanor averted her gaze. You can do whatever you want. Just don't take your imposing too far. It isn't cute. Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing wrong with me accompanying you. I don't care. A broken bar? Why would you phrase that like a question? A broken bar? Ignoring her, Aziel stood up, the chair smoothly sliding back behind him. Wait just a moment, you haven't yet told me your name. Aziel straightened out the collar of his shirt, sending her a single glance. A broken bar. I go by Aziel Knox. Chapter 8. Trouble in Highley. 2. Eleanor von Saville, a girl born into a Marquis household as the eldest and only daughter of the family. Naturally, she grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth, living without a care, surrounded by people who catered to her whims. 2. She did what was expected of her as a noble, attending various classes throughout the day for many years, preparing for the eventual inheriting of the Marquis 8 from her father, a man whom she'd rarely seen. However, she harbored no resentment. This was simply what was required of her. Interacting with the servants who never strayed from strict formalities brought forth a sense of isolation, which was slightly alleviated during her tea parties with the other aristocrats. It was the only time she felt a bit of excitement. They always seemed to crowd around her without fail, sending her gifts, letters, and praise in the hopes of winning her attention. Whether by instinct or coincidence, Eleanor had never attempted to solidify any of her relationships, thus keeping a safe distance from all political maneuvering. Due to that, she ended up a sheltered, slightly awkward girl who couldn't properly form a personality of her own. The days droned on, not particularly dissatisfied with the status quo, or at least, that was what she convinced herself of. Everything would be fine so long as she met their expectations. That was what she believed. Yet her broken bar. She was still set to be engaged to a man she'd never met before. This was a customary practice among nobles, and she knew that, but it didn't mean she enjoyed the feeling. Once again, she sought refuge in the shallow relations she had forged over the years, hoping to distract herself from the inevitable. The responsibilities of an aristocrat had been ingrained into her bones, disallowing any thoughts of rebellion to surface. Eleanor von Saville was meant to live out her life under the constant scrutiny of others, an exquisitely decorated doll who stood in line with the crowd. She accepted how things were designed. However, you lot, her broken bar are a bunch of morons. His words echoed in her mind as if on repeat. Was she truly an idiot? Had all the things she'd done thus far been meaningless? The sacrifices she was willing to bear, was it a mere trifle in his eyes? You're pitiful. It felt as though her vision gradually cleared, enabling her to see the entire situation for what it was. The darkness engulfing her heart was slowly evaporating in this man's presence. His words tore through the brittle facade she erected in order to protect herself. This man, Aziel Knox, was truly a "if you want to die, don't do it in the middle of the street, idiot." A familiar deep voice entered her ears, snapping her out of her reverie. Eleanor could feel his large hand envelop her frail wrist, reeling her in with a slight tug, removing her from the range of an oncoming carriage. Broken bar. Her head seemingly collided with something hard as the wind whipped past behind her, disheveling her hair. It took her a moment to recall where she was exactly, but the serene voice served as a reminder to the current situation. Do you mind paying attention? I'm not your damn nanny. Don't let me have to save you again. I'll start charging. Looking up, She met his tranquil gaze, his radiant pale golden eyes piercing through her. Their bodies close, she stood nestled against his chest, bringing forth the realization of what had occurred. My apologies, I merely spaced out for a moment. Did I ask what you merely did? I don't want to hear it, so don't talk too much. Separating herself from his sturdy chest, she attempted to explain the reason for her absent-minded behavior, but the man in front of her, Aziel, derisively cut her off. Elena harumphed unhappily as she picked up on the sound of hurried footsteps slowly drawing near. The few knights who presently served as escorts made their way to her side in due haste, their expressions full of panic. "My lady, a broken bar. My lady, please don't run off like that. A broken bar. Are you unhurt, my lady?" They gathered around, checking her condition for any visible injuries but finding none. Glancing toward Aziel, their gazes conveyed a hint of gratitude, before redirecting their attention back to Eleanor. The circumstances leading up to this scene had started with her suggestion of visiting a high-end store which sold expensive clothing, eliciting a nod of approval from Aziel, who was more than willing to shop on her dime. They walked along the streets of the upper district. A peaceful silence persisted between them, leaving Eleanor to glance up at him occasionally as if in a daze. Lost in thought, she nearly stepped into the road, initiating the scene that had only just unfolded moments ago. "Rest assured, I'm completely fine." A broken bar. Eleanor waved off her knight's concerns with an awkward smile, internally gauging Aziel's reaction. Despite his harsh attitude, he still bothered to save her. Regardless of the reason, she appreciated the gesture wholeheartedly, evident by the subtle grin spreading across her face. "Wipe that creepy grin off your face. It's unsightly." Eleanor's expression instantly morphed into one of displeasure upon hearing his words, exhibiting a brief scowl. Her previous gratitude now forgotten, she stomped ahead, unwilling to bear his ridicule. "Watch out for the carriage. A broken bar. Don't patronize me. A broken bar." Even as she stormed off, it seemed she was still unable to escape his sarcastic remarks, further stoking her irritation. The knights watched on from behind, eyeing Aziel with half-hearted glares. They could barely muster up the will to react anymore, knowing that nothing would come out of it. The two of them went around to various shops in the area, inspecting all sorts of extravagant goods, only purchasing those they had taken a liking to. Under Eleanor's insistence, they ended up at one of her favorite pastry shops, sitting in one of the private rooms while eating their sweet treats. Aziel Knox. What now? Could this be considered a date by commoners' standards? Does feeding and walking your dog feel like a date? 3 OK, I've had just about enough for broken bar. She abruptly clattered out of her seat, slamming both hands onto the table, tossing her dessert into the air. As a result, frosted cream splattered in Aziel's direction, leaving no room to evade all of its sprinkles. A broken bar. A broken bar. An uncomfortable silence reigned, occasionally disrupted by the sound of Eleanor nervously swallowing her spit. They both held each other's gaze, not moving an inch. The obvious droplets of orange sticking to Aziel's face made it difficult to casually sweep this event under the rug. Eleanor slowly opened her mouth to placate him, knowing that it might do more harm than good. Hear me out. I'll write a broken bar. 2 A broken bar. Listen. Her voice cracked with mirth. You just have to listen. Okay. A broken bar. A broken bar. Don't. A broken bar. Don't do anything rash. A broken bar. A broken bar. It was enhanced. A broken bar. An honest mistake. Yes. A broken bar. On the verge of laughter, she stretched out a trembling finger, bringing it up to his cheek and brushing off some of the orange glaze. Reseating herself, she brought the icing up to her lips before hesitantly licking her finger. A broken bar. It's good. Just as she opened her mouth to howl with laughter, another frosted dessert instantly found its way to her face, forcing her head backward a few inches. Aziel raised his brows, licking the frosting off his lips. Oh, it really is funny, huh? Let's laugh together. What followed was an all-out war of sweets and pastries, dyeing the room in a multitude of colors. Grabbing whatever sat in front of them, they hurled it at the other side. Eleanor's screams and giggles periodically echoed throughout the room. By the time they finished, copious amounts of colored frosting covered their clothes, hair, and faces, leaving the knights who stood guard outside flabbergasted. The two were forced to put on new clothes, changing into their recently acquired garments. Feeling guilty, Eleanor explained the situation to the shop's staff, offering a large sum in reparations. Although it was initially refused, they eventually caved in due to her insistence. "Say, wouldn't it be easier if you returned to my estate with me? Your possessions should arrive by tomorrow." Walking along the cobblestone streets, Eleanor suddenly turned toward him, asking a rather bold question. Although it was true that all of their purchases thus far would be delivered to her estate, they had only just met earlier that day. "My lady, you can't a broken bar. Please reconsider." The head butler would not approve of fees a broken bar. The knights quickly interjected, attempting to put a stop to this. It was already bad enough that they were forced to bear witness to Aziel's discourtesy. They had no intention of sitting idly by and allowing this to happen. Eleanor shrank back in the face of their persistence, second-guessing her previous decision. Watching all this unfold, Aziel couldn't help but think that Eleanor was quite ridiculous. She had daringly invited him over without an ounce of hesitation. Now she had become indecisive due to the urging of others. What a shit show. Noticing Aziel's slightly ridiculing gaze, Eleanor felt her heart tremble for the first time. It was as if this was a defining moment, an impasse to decide whether or not she was deserving of his attention. If she truly wanted something, she couldn't back down. She had to be bold and assertive just like he was, pushing toward her desires with an unflinching gaze. Eleanor von Savely Broken Bar had to become an unstoppable force. Chapter 9, Trouble in Highley, 3, You are broken bar actually a broken bar. Eleanor's body stiffened, gazing back at the knights with a mixture of uncertainty and hesitation. They all instantly quieted down upon hearing her voice, though their stares remained resolute, something that nearly made her determination falter. Briefly closing her eyes, she reopened them, her gaze flickering toward Aziel, who merely raised his brows as if to say get on with it already. Rather than feeling displeased as she normally would, she smiled softly. His usual attitude eased her nerves far more than she expected. With growing courage, she straightened her back, lifting her head not with her facade intact, but with pure confidence. "I've decided to allow this man, Aziel Knox, into my estate for however long I will have him." Her measured tone and self-assured words prompted the knights to widen their eyes in shock, not quite comprehending what had just occurred. Their nervous wreck of a lady was actually speaking up for herself, using her own words at that, not imitating anyone else. However, they quickly returned to their senses, voicing their complaints one after another. "My lady, this person isn't any good. Please try to understand a broken bar." "Please don't do this, my lady. A broken bar. We simply can't allow him to return with you, my lady. I humbly ask that you listen to this old man." A broken bar. Eleanor flinched, timidly wiping her sweaty hands on her dress. Yet a broken bar. She never truly faltered. This was a chance, a turning point for her, one she couldn't let pass. Strengthening her resolve, she narrowed her eyes, sucking in a deep breath. "Do you take my words for mere suggestions?" The knights' protests were immediately silenced. Reopening and closing their mouths wordlessly, they tried to grapple with the situation, a situation that was slowly spiraling out of control. Still, Eleanor's voice resounded once more. "You all are my knights, individuals designed to protect me, not dictate my actions." A gentle wind swept through the area, her lilac hair fluttering softly in the breeze. The setting sun cast its rays upon her figure, causing her amethyst eyes to glimmer brilliantly. "Yeah, broken bar. I'm Eleanor von Saville, the first in line to inherit the Marquise 8, I demand you heed my orders." And so, Eleanor had made her declaration. With her head held proudly to the sky, her eyes burned brightly for all to see. The knights, utterly entranced by this display, could only bow their heads slightly, saluting with utmost reverence. Hands trembling behind her, she turned around, feeling both nervous and excited as she made her way toward Aziel. Arriving at his side, she quietly latched onto his arm as if in need of support, to which he sent her a brief glance before continuing their walk. Eleanor, feeling grateful for his indulgence, gave his arm a light squeeze. However, as always, he just had to find a way to ruin a good moment. He leaned down, looking out of the corners of his eyes as he whispered loud enough for her alone to hear. "When did I agree to come with you, a broken bar? Aziel Nox, don't you dare start with me, a broken bar." Forgetting her previous nerves, she whispered furiously, surreptitiously tugging at his arm. It was truly a wonder how anyone could ever like him. She suddenly realized there was a long road ahead to reach his level of forthrightness. Too truly an unattainable goal. They soon arrived at a grandiose mansion of considerable size, positioned in the center of a large plot of land that housed various other facilities. The large gates standing at the entrance of the estate remained fully opened, seemingly prepared to receive them. Upon entering, they traveled along a road made of smooth brick, leading up to a large circular fountain with branching paths. Waiting up ahead, a retinue of servants could be seen standing on either side, their sophisticated bearing worthy of a marquis household. Situated at the front of the mansion's doors was a tall, sharp-eyed man with glasses who looked to be in his early 30s, dressed in an elegant butler uniform. At present, his expression conveyed an obvious displeasure with the current circumstances. Turning toward Eleanor, Aziel titled his head in that man's direction. "Your babysitter a broken bar, my butler a broken bar," she responded instantly, gnashing her teeth at his words. As the carriage came to a stop, one of the servants stepped forward, offering a hand to Eleanor as she descended. Following her, Aziel's unfamiliar appearance captured everyone's attention, making them uncertain of how to proceed. "Welcome home, Eleanor Sama. You were out later than usual." The head butler bowed courteously as he greeted her, completely ignoring Aziel's presence. Yes, I was having a blast with this man here. The time must have slipped away from me." Eleanor smiled softly, remembering the earlier events of the day. Noticing this, the head butler finally turned his sharp gaze onto Aziel, carefully scrutinizing him from top to bottom. "And who might this man be, Eleanor Sama?" "The knights had sent word that a guest would be visiting, but we know nothing about this man." "It's because I've decided to let him stay. Forgive my rudeness, Eleanor Sama, but you are incapable of discerning this man's character within the span of a single day. Please turn him away and come inside. Dinner has already been prepared." "Syrian a broken bar." "A broken bar. Yes, Eleanor Sama." Eleanor grabbed the cuff of Aziel's shirt, gazing at the head butler with palpable conviction. While the head butler's points may have been valid, she was also unwilling to relent. "When you hear my words, I only ask that you advise me. So, know this, it is ultimately my decision whether or not I should follow through. Do you understand?" The head butler pursed his lips in frustration. "Your father would never agree. Did you not hear me? I asked if you understood a broken bar." Eleanor's voice rang out, silencing any further rebukes. The servants witnessing this scene felt as though they were looking at a different person. That was how profound her change had been. The same girl who just awkwardly accepted any problem that came her way was now gradually taking the form of a proper heiress. And all because of what? The charming young man standing next to her. Aziel, on the other hand, watched on in mild amusement. It was as if a little tiger cub had suddenly grown attached to him, following in his footsteps without hesitation. "You're a nutcase." He glanced over at Eleanor, who was in the midst of stifling a rather inelegant grin. She, who was originally tense and clumsy, was steadily transforming into someone worthy of suppressing others. "Did that make you happy, a broken bar?" Startled, Eleanor looked up with a slightly flushed face, immediately realizing she'd been caught upon hearing his mocking tone. "See, come now, it's not as though I'm enjoying these a broken bar or anything. A broken bar, Eleanor von Savily. Broken bar is a monster." "A broken bar? You have no right to say that. A broken bar, a damn lunatic. A broken bar." "Silence, stop speaking at once." Eleanor successfully led him into the mansion without incident. Their discreet quarrel could no doubt be heard by everyone present. Despite Syrian's protests, there really wasn't anything he could do to stop her. As it was already late, Eleanor assigned a few servants to guide Aziel to a private bathroom in order to freshen up, before eating dinner together in the dining area. Syrian's disapproving glare was utterly ignored by the two, leaving him to grapple with his own conflicted thoughts. Afterwards, Aziel was shown to one of the guest rooms where he'd be sleeping for the night. Staring at the ceiling, he laid on a soft bed amidst the lavishly decorated room. For better or worse, This would mark his first night in the capital. "I'm in here playing house and sheet a broken bar." One, he nearly laughed at how absurd it all seemed. Although he had derailed from his initial plans, there also weren't any drawbacks to this approach. Moreover, he wasn't particularly dissatisfied with the current situation. Soon, he would have to leave and embark upon his own path. Many things in life were merely temporary occurrences. At the end of the day, time slowed down for no one, so there was no need to be caught up in fleeting moments. "Better hope you don't miss me. I still won't give a damn if you do." 3. The sun hung high overhead, radiating a pleasant warmth and illuminating the estate. Within the training grounds positioned adjacent to the servants' quarters, multiple figures could be seen, most of which consisted of knights completing their daily workout. However, 2 more individuals stood alongside them, watching as they sparred against one another. The 2 others were, of course, Azil and Eleanor. "1. It's been quite a while since I've stepped foot onto this training ground." "A broken bar." "Aren't you going to ask why a broken bar? Do I have to be curious about your decisions?" "A broken bar?" "A broken bar. You're unbearable." Eleanor sighed as she looked away, completely nonplussed by his attitude. The sound of swords clashing reverberated across the training area. Sweat dripped from the knights' faces, making it clear they were exerting their best efforts as they attempted to show off in front of their lady. Turning toward Azil, Eleanor wore a proud smirk. "My knights are rather strong, aren't they?" "If that's what you'd like to call it, a broken bar." "What? Don't tell me you believe you're stronger than them." "A broken bar." "A broken bar." Gazing at him dubiously, she couldn't help but feel that he was a bit too conceited. Although they weren't on the level of the royal knights, the few that remained here weren't to be taken lightly. Eleanor suddenly reached into her pocket, fishing out a status plate, and examined it closely. It was a rectangular silver plate, only 12 centimeters wide and 7 centimeters tall. "HMPH, it seems I've become stronger." Hearing her mumbling, Azil peeked over her shoulder, mildly interested in what the plate displayed. Noticing this, Eleanor looked up, quickly hiding it. What do you think you're doing? What does it look like?" "Stop asking pointless questions, just show it to me." A broken bar. Reaching for her status plate, Azil thwarted all her attempts at evasion, only seconds away from grabbing hold of it. "Wait, hold on, I'll show it to you." "Calm yourself, or broken bar." She snatched the plate back, glaring at him resentfully. Slowly, she stretched out her hand, gingerly presenting the status plate. It read a Eleanor von Savile Sense Age, 19 Sense Female Level, 7 Job, Crusader 4 Strength, 40 Vitality, 45 Defense, 35 Agility, 45 Magic, 40 Magic Defense, 35 A Skills, A Sense Sword Mastery, A Sense Charging Attack, A Sense Double Slash, A Sense, A. Azil raised his brows. She wasn't too bad for a natural inhabitant of this world, it just seemed she hardly ever trained. One had to know that the average stats for a person at level 1 was around 10, with most humans having maximum stats of around 100 to 200. While those who possessed a job normally ranged from 300 to 400. While the maximum level a normal person can reach in their life is 100, not too many people are able to achieve this. "That's enough. You've seen it now, correct? Now show me yours." Eleanor immediately retracted her hand, stowing away her status plate within the confines of her pocket. Gazing up at Azil, she demanded to see his own as a fair trade. However, he shook his head, denying her the right. "That's not possible." "And why is that?" "It's only right that you show me. Don't be unfair." "A broken bar." She reached out, attempting to grab him, but Azil held her arms, leaving her to struggle. "It's not about unfairness, brat. I don't even have one to show you." "A broken bar. Don't have a broken bar?" "You seem to be having fun parroting me." Eleanor withdrew her arms, staring at him in perplexity. A few seconds passed as she settled down, sighing in exasperation. Everyone owned a status plate. It served as a means of identification, so it was undoubtedly required. Still, accidents where an individual happened to lose it weren't necessarily rare, so there existed a way to replace it. "I can't even begin to fathom how you've lost it, but worry not. I will procure another one for you." Chapter 10, Chapter 10. The opposition. Multiple bookshelves stood tall throughout the room, widespread across each wall, stretching from corner to corner. Various books of all shapes, sizes, and colors filled them, giving off a unique sense of depth. An atmosphere of comforting warmth pervaded the vast library, its inviting tranquility allowing for a pleasant reading experience. In a corner of the room, a lone figure sat at one of the many hardwood tables, perusing through a stack of books. The sound of pages turning could be heard, periodically disrupting the calm silence. However, the double doors that served as the room's entrance were suddenly flung open with a loud bang, revealing a stunning girl with curly lilac hair and bright amethyst eyes. She gazed at the lone figure, her expression both expectant and smug as she made her way toward them. 7. Aziel Knox, as promised, I've come to deliver your new status plate. You're very fortunate to have me, since the Adventurers Guild doesn't normally hand these out without going through the proper procedures. The lone figure, Aziel, closed the book he was reading, finally turning his attention toward Eleanor, who approached him with hastened steps. It seems that even if it's the Adventurers Guild, they still have to show us some semblance of respect. Arriving at his table, Eleanor's eyes glimmered triumphantly, taking a seat directly across from him. She quickly rummaged through her bag, removing a rectangular silver plate a moment later. Smoothly sliding it across the table, Eleanor wore a pleased smirk, obviously satisfied with her performance. You're really proud of yourself, aren't you? A broken bar? Hearing Aziel's captious remark, she furrowed her brows. Is it truly so difficult to show your gratia? Before she could finish, she felt him gently pat her outstretched hand, his expression one of slight approval. Good job. A broken bar. His voice reached her ears, his tone lighter than anything she'd ever heard from him. Eleanor instantly froze in place, her eyes slowly widening in shock. Withdrawing her arm, she rubbed the back of her hand as if detecting his warmth. Though it was a simple gesture, it meant a whole lot more coming from such an aloof person. Quietly averting her gaze, she swallowed her saliva, an embarrassed but elated smile unconsciously making its way onto her face. The manner in which her pink lips curved, her rosy cheeks glowed, made her seem all the more irresistible. I see. A broken bar. Barely managing to squeak out a reply, she attempted to distract herself from the pleasant sensation building up in her chest. Noticing the peculiar air surrounding her, Aziel nearly deadpanned. Was it really so strange to praise someone for meeting your expectations? Deciding to ignore her, he instead focused on the status plate within his hands. A magic circle lay inscribed onto its surface. It was the location where an individual would set a drop of blood onto, thus recognizing them as the owner. At present, they are the only artifacts that are in widespread circulation throughout Tortoise. Their main function was to take various parameters of a person's abilities and quantify them, including listing out all the skills that its owner can use. Without wasting another second, Aziel bit into his thumb, welling up a drop of blood, before pressing it against the status plate. The screen glowed briefly, lighting up in the color of his mana, black and white, as it displayed his statistics. 1. Aziel Knox, Ascent Sage, 18 Ascents Male Level, 3 Job, World Nemesis, 8 Strength, 550 Vitality, 520 Defense, 500 Agility, 550 Magic, 530 Magic Defense, 501 Skills, Ascents Attribute Reduction, Ascents Anti-Existence Ear, plus Counter A, plus Armor Piercing A, plus Energy Leech A, plus Negate Healing, Ascents Skill Reduction, Ascents Skill Acquisitioner, plus Ability Comprehension, Ascents Unfettered Motioner, plus Successive Motion A, plus Silent Movement A, plus Motion Channeling A, plus Efficient Mobility, Ascents Apex Constitutioner, plus Immense Resistance A, plus Heightened Condition A, plus Self-Restoration, Ascents Expedited Growth A, plus Ability Transcendence, Ascents Multi-Hit Strike A, plus Attack Compression A, plus Attack Amplification A, plus Penetrating Strike A, plus Supercharge A, plus Power Stacking A, plus Chain Attack, Ascents Analyze A, plus Power Perception A, plus Multitasking A, plus Thought Acceleration A, plus Clear Mind A, plus thoughtless activity, A sense mental pressure, A sense adaptive combat, A sense persistence, A sense insight mimicry, A sense perfect magic affinity, A sense tracking evasion, A sense image composition, A sense extreme damage mitigation, A sense language comprehension. 8. A. Now what the hell is this, a broken bar? Aziel blinked a few times, wondering if something was wrong with his vision. This kind of stat sheet was never before seen by him nor anyone else. It completely diverged from the established principles of this world. But I'm the damn opposition, a broken bar? So broken bar? How is it? Tearing his gaze away from the absurdity in front of him, he calmly lifted his head, looking up at Eleanor, who'd only just composed herself. Her jewel-like eyes twinkled with curiosity, patiently awaiting the results of his appraisal. She was already expecting him to reveal it, as they had reached a non-verbal agreement the previous hour or so, she thought. A broken bar, it's not much. His words prompted her to inch closer, bewilderment coloring her face. And what exactly is that supposed to mean, a broken bar? Don't worry about it, there's nothing to look at. What? Are you implying that you won't show me? It kinda sounds like that, doesn't it, a broken bar? Fed up, she moved in closer, hoping to catch a glimpse of the black and white screen. However, Aziel swiftly slipped it into his pocket before standing up, immediately heading for the door. There was much to experiment with, not mentioning his questionable job. The sheer number of skills and derivatives required a complete re-evaluation of his current capabilities. While demons and beastmen could potentially have stats ranging from 300 to 600, it was also their maximum, indicating that he likely wasn't even human to have such stats at level 3. Why, you rascal! I was made to show you my own yesterday, but you refused to divulge yours? Heels clicking against the hardwood floor, Eleanor hurried to follow behind him, a slightly miffed expression on her face. Have you really gotten so brash that you'd pressure me into showing my broken bar? Fuck me, right? You obviously don't care. My broken bar. You're shameless. A shameless man. Incorrigible. Aziel hummed disinterestedly. It wasn't so much that he refused to show her his status plate on the basis of mistrust, but because he found it amusing to mess with her. While he, of course, didn't trust her wholeheartedly, he'd already seen through her character from their very first encounter. Even if she was a follower of it, he knew she would keep her mouth shut. That was just the kind of person Eleanor von Saville was. Get back here right this instant. Aziel knocks. Arriving within a tree line outside of the estate, Aziel removed the status plate from his pocket, examining the description of each skill carefully. He had eventually shaken Eleanor off his trail, and left with the excuse of going for a walk. This was precious time he couldn't afford to waste on trivialities. Aziel decided to first focus on his movement skill, unfettered motion, as it had a practical application. The original skill possessed the ability to fluidly move around in any environment or conditions, even allowing feats such as kicking off of any, all surfaces including intangible and ever-changing surfaces. 2. In essence, it was a skill that enabled him to move with complete ease on land, air, or water, without the restrictions of any binding effects, acceleration, or inertia. 3. With that in mind, he lifted his foot, positioning himself as though he were walking up a flight of stairs, and stepped forward with the intention of moving upward. Oh, a broken bar! I might be onto something. A broken bar. Unsurprisingly, his foot stayed in the air even with the added weight, standing atop it like solid ground, reminiscent of the time he stood on water. Pushing himself off the ground, he wobbled momentarily, stabilizing himself after a few seconds. At this moment, Aziel's body was completely in the air with no support. Licking his lips, he suppressed the smile threatening to split his face. No matter who they were, what individual didn't want to try flying or standing in the sky at least once? That's some cool-ass sheet. A broken bar. With casual strides, he walked through the air, giving off a unique feeling of incongruity. Jumping, dashing, spinning, it didn't matter. He remained elevated, only landing back on solid ground when he desired to. As he'd initially expected, he was also capable of moving up the side of trees, defying gravity in the most astonishing ways. What shouldn't have been possible was achieved effortlessly. He spent the rest of the evening testing out his recently discovered skills, only stopping when he discovered Eleanor searching around the estate alongside her servants. "The hell am I, your boyfriend, a broken bar?" Aziel shook his head with a sigh, deciding to return a bit later. Only a few days remained until it was time to leave, thus kicking off the prelude of his journey. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. What is adversity? As dawn broke, a thick fog settled over the estate, obscuring the roads and streets. With daylight overhead, the early risers were already up and about, moving as they prepared for the hours to come. At present, Aziel stood at the gated entrance of the estate, staring at the familiar figure blocking his path. It had been 4 days since he'd obtained a status plate, with the majority of his time being spent training and growing accustomed to his skills. Even he himself had been stunned by the various applications of his abilities, further solidifying the fact that he couldn't be evaluated by the standards of this world. Moreover, while his stats hadn't grown all that much, he was certainly a lot stronger now than when he first entered the capital. At this moment, the figure standing in front of him spoke. "I've already considered the possibility a broken bar. But you're truly leaving now, aren't you?" Eleanor's composed voice reached his ears. No fluctuations could be heard as she questioned him, her face devoid of any melancholy. "Naturally a broken bar." Aziel's response didn't elicit a reaction from her, gazing at him with similar calmness. However, after a few seconds, she covered her mouth, giggling softly. Though it sounded light, Aziel could perceive the bitterness in her voice. "I see. I figured that'd be the case. A broken bar. What, you want me to star a broken bar?" Her facade of composure nearly crumbled, only held together by a bittersweet smile. "Now why would you go and say that? A broken bar? A broken bar? You truly are inconsiderate. Testing a girl at a time like this. A broken bar." She knew that no matter what she said or how she felt, he had no intention of staying. It was just another probe, a test to gauge whether or not she was worth speaking to. Considering her circumstances, if she was weak enough to beg him, it would be as if she never existed in his eyes. Though it wasn't something Aziel explicitly stated, she could feel it deep down, an instinct. "I'd expected this outcome, but now that it's here, just a broken bar." "A broken bar? So broken bar. When will I see you again?" "No time soon. A broken bar." Eleanor pursed her lips, stepping aside as she made way for him. It wasn't the answer she wanted to hear, but she couldn't stop him, nor did she try to. "You'll certainly miss me, won't you?" "I wouldn't count on it." "You're just a broken bar." Despite her attempts at easing the atmosphere, she couldn't stifle the sigh escaping her lips. He was merciless and unchanging. He refused to keep pace with anyone. They'd be forced to follow alongside him or be left behind. It was that simple. As he walked past, Eleanor called out, asking a question that had been on her mind from the moment they met. "How a broken bar? How are you able to believe in yourself? This meek a broken bar?" Turning his head, he looked at her, waiting for her to finish. "This confidence, this drive, this faith. A broken bar. How? Where does it come from?" Her eyes conveyed the desperation hidden within. It was said that people often envy those who possess what they lack. They're either attracted to them a broken bar or hate them. Aziel's sharp gaze peered into hers for a moment, answering all of her questions in a concise manner. "Because no one can stop me." It was a matter of fact. A fact she understood quite well. Eyes widening, the meaning of his words echoed in her mind on repeat as she stared at his broad back receding in the distance. The corners of her lips quivered as she forced a smile. Clenching her fists, her hands trembled for a few seconds, unfurling them a moment later with a sigh. "You could have at least said goodbye, idiot." A broken bar. Turning around, Eleanor headed back to the mansion, only this time, her expression was one of determination. Her gaze sharpened, her steps firmer and more resolute, her head held high. "Since no one can stop you, I'll be damned if anyone can stop me either." For her lips twisted into a smirk, using similarly unrefined words as he had for the first time in her life. She'd made her decision. She would take charge of her own life, destroying anything and everything that tried to impede her. The way of Aziel Nox, she engraved his attitude into her heart, never forgetting what it meant to be unstoppable. A man who knew not adversity, but overwhelming victory. Entering the mansion, she was greeted by the head butler, Syrian. "Good morning, Eleanor Sama." "You're up." The words died in his throat upon seeing her demeanor, the gaze in which she looked at him with. Syrian, a broken bar. "Yes, my lady." He unconsciously bowed his head, not meeting her gaze. "Prepare a schedule for me. I'll be training with the knights from today onward." An authoritative voice entered his ears, prompting him to react accordingly. "As you wish, my lady." Watching her leave the room, Syrian wiped the sweat off his forehead, inwardly wondering what had just happened. After a few seconds, he cleared his throat, straightening out the wrinkles creasing his attire. "A broken bar. It seems the lady has finally grown up, my lord." "You'd be proud to see her now." Thinking back to the charming young man who'd just left, Syrian looked out in that direction, sending him off with a bow. Walking through the busy streets of the capital, Azil stopped at a food stall, ordering multiple kebabs with chicken drenched in strange red sauce. He ate as he made his way to the Adventurers Guild, sating his minuscule appetite. Once suddenly, he noticed people clamoring all throughout the area, throwing themselves toward the sidewalks and watching the empty roads ahead with rapt attention. The noisy atmosphere became even louder as the sound of hooves clicking against cobblestone resounded, followed by the squeaking wheels of many carriages. One didn't even have to look closely to see the majestic royal insignia engraved on the walls of the carriages, obviously announcing their background. "Oh, our broken bar. It's the summoned heroes. Look. Look." There they are. They really do look like heroes. As the onlookers had stated, from the windows of the carriages, the summoned heroes were visible, looking equally curious and mesmerized whilst gazing outside, observing the students. Azil felt as though the world slowed down, locking eyes with a single girl as they passed by. Distinct red eyes, standard Japanese black hair, and a samurai-esque high ponytail. Shizuka Yagashi, an attractive girl who fit the stereotype of a mature and aloof beauty who took care of others like an older sister. That split second seemed to last for minutes, his serene gaze meeting her curious stare, before eventually returning to normal. Each of them sped past one after another, the cheering spectators all dispersed following their departure, though the jubilant atmosphere still remained. Azil continued onward to the Adventurers Guild, unperturbed by the sudden appearance of the students. They were merely children who knew nothing of battle, yet still decided to assist them in the war due to the Holy Church's encouragement and their own arrogance. "Whelp, you'll learn once you die." Their fate rested in their own hands. After some time, Azil arrived at a large establishment, its splendor more apparent than the surrounding buildings. The Adventurers Guild, like any other fantasy world, was a place where individuals registered to take on various quests, earning money from them as a result. Upon stepping through the doors, the rowdy adventurers gradually quieted down. Some stared at him while others went about their business, but Azil paid them no attention and walked toward the receptionist sitting up front. It was a girl who appeared quite pretty, seemingly popular among the adventurers. Her gaze never strayed from him as he approached, shifting her posture to give off a better impression. "Welcome to the capital's branch of the Adventurers Guild. How may I be of service today?" Greeting him with upturned eyes, she smiled charmingly, inadvertently attracting the attention of those around them. Loud chatter broke out, a cacophony of voices spreading across the room. "I'd like to register as an adventurer. I can do that here, right?" Azil pulled out his status plate, preparing it as he already knew the answer. Since there existed another function that allowed the user to hide their stats and skills for privacy purposes, he wasn't afraid to let others see it. "Yes, of course, the registry fee is only 1,000 luta." Just as she was about to finish, a gruff voice cut her off. "We've got all kinds of brats registering as adventurers nowadays. Huh. You look like you get protected by women. Just get out of here, boy." A large man who was only a bit taller than Azil strolled over, a provocative grin plastered on his frightening face. Glancing toward him, Azil already knew what time it was. Nothing like this could ever be resolved peacefully. "Don't envy me, you won't survive long otherwise." Chapter 12, Winds of Change. Excuse me, Sierra Broken Bar. The receptionist instantly shot out of her seat, hoping to mediate between the two before the situation deteriorated further. Although occurrences such as these weren't uncommon, she truly didn't want to see Aziel's stunning face all bruised and battered. However, the large man seemed personally invested, unwilling to back down at this point. He waltzed over, sizing up Aziel from head to toe, showing blatant disrespect. "Look at you, already scared stiff or broken, bar? I thought you might be something special. It turns out you're just a worthless wretch." The other adventurers in the building went silent, carefully listening in as they watched on in anticipation. There was no sign of anyone stepping forward, showcasing their lack of intent to intervene. Turning his gaze toward the ceiling, Aziel tapped his index finger on the receptionist's desk as if deep in thought. Bolstered by his unresponsive demeanor, the large man moved in even closer, arrogance oozing from his every word. "You're quite tall for a little shit. I guess that's why you still smell of breast milk." Agwak, eyes bulging out of their sockets, his words were swiftly cut short as the impact of Aziel's knuckles striking his throat forced him to stagger backwards, clutching his neck with a panicked expression. He flailed about, coughing violently while just barely managing to keep himself upright. The spectating adventurers all let out sharp gasps, witnessing the large man's face turn pale. After all, he was a black rank adventurer. This obviously wasn't meant to happen. "You must have thought you were speaking to some random fuck, huh? It seems you don't like breathing or something." Aziel suddenly voiced, his subdued tone drawing the attention of those who watched. Hands tucked into his pockets, he sauntered toward the large man, who was otherwise trying his best to keep him at a distance. Fear crept into the man's gaze upon feeling the overbearing presence drawing near. "What happened at a broken bar? You were talking good shit, but I don't hear it now. Keep talking reckless so I can break your damn neck." Bar. Cug. The tip of Aziel's shoe smashed against the man's chin as a sharp vertical kick connected, snapping his head upward. A spray of blood shot out from his nose in conjunction with the subtle sound of bones cracking, undoubtedly originating from his jaw. "I can't even mind my own goddamn business anymore, can I?" "Don't look up, look at me, bitch." Grabbing the man's head, Aziel slammed it against his knee, breaking his nose as he caused him to rebound in the opposite direction. Stumbling to one knee, the man's miserable state was revealed to all, prompting a shiver to run down their spine. Gasping for air, both of his eyes were nearly swollen shut, not mentioning the mangled nose deeply sunken into his face. His fractured jaw trembled as blood dripped down, staining the guild hall's floors a deep red. Before anyone could react, Aziel was already in front of the man, looking down on him with clear disdain. Reaching out, he grabbed the large man by the nape of his neck, yanking him up like a misbehaving dog. "Since you don't know what hell looks like, I'll show you." Aziel's soothing voice reached the man's ears, sounding nothing like an individual threatening to murder him. The onlookers could only stare in wide-eyed horror as they watched Aziel reel his arm back, no doubt preparing to pulverize the large man's face. "What exactly is going on here, broken bar?" However, just before he could attack, a rough but authoritative voice rang out, causing everyone, with the exception of Aziel, to momentarily halt their breathing. Slowly, they all turned, catching a glimpse of the man who exuded such an imposing aura. Balslaputa, the guild master of the Hyla Kingdom capital's Adventurers Guild. He was an older man with shrewd eyes, a long beard, and bulging muscles. It was said that a mere mention of his name could bring down floating castles. Bals's gaze then drifted toward Aziel, immediately discerning the gist of the situation. "And who might this young man be?" Without taking his eyes off him, Bals asked, directing his question toward the receptionist standing at his side. "Well, I haven't had a chance to ask his name yet, broken bar. I see." Contemplating for a moment, he flashed a mirthful smile. "Why don't you drop that poor lad and come have a chat with me? I think he's got the message." Despite his initial reaction, his tone was stern as he looked at Aziel, who still hadn't let go of the adventurer's neck. Although squabbles within the guild weren't rare, it was an unsaid rule to never critically injure another adventurer on city grounds. Those present all stared at Aziel, waiting for him to comply. After all, It wasn't impossible for him to be blacklisted from the entire Adventurers Guild Association if he took things too far. Glancing out of the corners of his eyes, Aziel met Bors's gaze. He had already considered his options, gauging the consequences even before he took action. "You think so, Broken Bar?" Tilting his head, he looked at Bors for confirmation, to which the guildmaster smirked humorously. Seeing this entire interaction, the guild hall gradually broke out in loud chatter, questioning the appearance of this newcomer who dared to speak so directly with the guildmaster. However, Aziel's next actions made everyone fall silent once more. SSSHH. Nearly jumping out of their seats, they watched the large man get tossed through a table, covering him in whatever food or beverage that occupied it previously. Averting their gazes away from his awful state, they couldn't help but pity him. Bors's eyes twitched. Sighing, he gave the receptionist a glance, before turning around and walking to the back. Noticing this, she gulped inaudibly, nodding her head as she briskly made her way toward Aziel. People like him were difficult to deal with. Not only was he strong, but he was also willful. An unknown individual like him who wasn't even a registered adventurer was too dangerous to let walk around. Please come with me." A Broken Bar arriving at Aziel's side, she whispered timidly, gesturing to follow her to the back room. "Lead the way." A Broken Bar. His compliance elicited a sigh of relief from her, bringing forth the realization that he wasn't exactly crazy. Leaving behind the agitated adventurers, they both walked ahead, neither Bors nor the receptionist perceiving Aziel's intentions. In a medium-sized room, two people sat facing each other in complete silence, a rectangular coffee table separating them as they reclined on two different couches. Sitting with his arms crossed, Bors stared at the young man in front of him. A crafty glint could be seen in his aged eyes. Despite his slightly guileful demeanor, a spirited grin still nonetheless persisted on his face. Yet, a bead of sweat unknowingly slid down his forehead. Grabbing a handkerchief, he wiped it away with a hint of intrigue. The cause of this scene was naturally the young man sitting across from him, his pale golden eyes threatening to pierce through him. Aziel sat with one leg over the other, resting his elbow on the arm of the couch as he kept his head propped up against his fist. Feeling the brunt of his suffocating presence, Bors couldn't help but feel as though he were being eyed by a predator. It was a sort of foreboding one would expect when faced with something vastly superior to themselves. Clearing his throat, Bors decided to speak first, implicitly admitting that he lost this round. "Did you know that lad you nearly killed back there was a black rank adventurer?" His tone immediately turned solemn, shifting into a serious demeanor. Though what would have normally intimidated most adventurers didn't engender a reaction from Aziel. "You're saying this like it's supposed to mean something." A Broken Bar. Hearing his composed response, Bors narrowed his eyes. "It's good to be bold when you're young, but this isn't a place where you can act without restraint. Do you understand me?" Raising his voice a notch higher, he gazed at the young man in front of him with growing intensity. This was the true mettle of a guild master, no, a warrior. To this, Aziel squinted his eyes in a mixture of disinterest and exasperation. His deep voice carried an obvious disregard. "Don't play with me. It seems you don't. I didn't come back here to watch a damn show." "Cut the theatrics, you're fooling no one." Having his words interrupted, Bors stared him down, displaying an impassive expression that made the atmosphere thick with tension. An uncomfortable silence engulfed the room, feeling as though a fight would break out soon. "Untla ha!" Bors burst into laughter, his roars echoing throughout as he held his stomach. On the other hand, Aziel turned his head to look out the window, ignoring the older man as best he could. A good few seconds passed before he finally settled down, eyeing Aziel with a gaze filled with amusement. "Aziel-kun, was it a Broken Bar?" "Oh, you know my name as well, a Broken Bar. I heard you came here to register as an adventurer, but from what I've seen, it doesn't look like you're all that interested in taking on requests. If I'm not mistaken, where my interests lie has nothing to do with you." "Now I suggest we get to the point." Bors chuckled merrily, unconcerned about Aziel's casual attitude. Only the strong deserved such treatment in his eyes. "I see, we can skip the pleasantries since you're in a hurry." "You don't look impulsive or stupid, so I'm guessing you wanted to get my attention. Why is that? Thinking about it carefully, he didn't believe Aziel would stir up such a commotion just because of a few disparaging remarks which Balls was partially incorrect about, but his guess was indeed true. A guard request. Guard request a broken bar? What about it? I want you to recommend me as a guard for someone on their way to Herod. Firstly, he wasn't willing to spend a lot of time on finding a merchant on their way to Herod. Secondly, his newly registered adventurer rank would only be blue, denying him eligibility to take on such requests. Thirdly, Balls Laputa was a named character in the original story, giving a bit of insight to his personality. Were Broken Bar you made such a huge ruckus for a guard request a broken bar? Something like that, yeah ha broken bar. Hearing his slightly satisfied tone, Balls widened his eyes, roaring with laughter a moment later. He had come to a not-so-difficult conclusion: the young man was nuts. You know what, I'll do one better. How about I upgrade your rank to black in one go? You're strong enough to crush a black rank adventurer, so I guess it's okay to bend the rules this time. If you say so. Broken Bar shrugging his shoulders, Aziel confirmed the details of the guard request that would take place a few hours later. This was but another step on his path, for he would continue his unrelenting march toward the unknown future. The fate of those he would come to meet would forever be changed. Chapter 13, Outpost Town of Herod. 1. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Aziel returned to the inn he'd stayed at earlier in the day, packing up his belongings before setting off toward the location his employer had designated to meet. No complications followed his arrival, assembling with the other hired adventurers as they waited at the capital's primary entrance point. The bustle of the city remained constant, various faces old and new crowded at the gates. Aziel sat atop a stone railing, paying no heed to the whispers and stares directed toward him. Even then, his heightened senses couldn't help but overhear the other adventurers in the vicinity. What are you doing, idiot? A broken bar. Don't look over there, that's the savage fiend. A broken bar. What nonsense are you spouting? Since you weren't there, you don't know what happened at the guild earlier today. A broken bar. What happened? That guy tortured a black rank adventurer and threatened to kill him. A broken bar. Right in front of the guild master. No less. A broken bar. Why you serious? A broken bar? Why would I lie to you? A broken bar. Aziel's expression went blank. It seemed that due to his prior actions, he was given the moniker Savage Fiend by the other adventurers. It was said that after brutally torturing his victims, he sent them straight to hell. These bastards are actually serious. A broken bar. Not only did they saddle him with a cringy nickname, they had the nerve to disseminate this information far and wide as if it were some sort of fairy tale. Grown-ass men, I tell you. A broken bar. Too slightly nonplussed. He shook his head, redirecting his attention away from their buffoonery. Eventually, the sight of their employer came into view a few minutes later, seated within a singular horse-drawn carriage as a few large wagons followed close behind. A seemingly common traveling merchant. Introducing himself, the merchant went by the name of Edmund Heinrich, an affluent businessman whose trading company was actually quite famous around the capital. He individually greeted every hired adventurer, garnering their admiration as he exhibited a high degree of charisma. Making his way toward Aziel, he stopped momentarily, looking as though he'd just recalled something. Seconds later, his expression lit up with palpable enthusiasm. Savage Fiend, was it a broken bar? I go by Aziel Noxa. I've heard all about you. You're quite strong. Yes, I'll be in your care for the remainder of the trip. Son of a bitch. A broken bar. Suppressing the urge to grab Edmund's neck, Aziel nodded in agreement. After finishing the introductions, all the adventurers boarded each of the wagons, preparing to depart from the capital. The journey to Herod would only take a little more than a few hours to reach, as it was a small town positioned somewhat close by. Located along the southwestern portion of the mainland's northern hemisphere, it was a small town surrounded by a particularly large cliff. There existed one pathway at its center that led to the Great Orcus Labyrinth, the primary reason for why people bothered to visit. Adventurers from all over would travel there, seeking to challenge the depths of the labyrinth. Because of that, the town's main purpose was to service those very adventurers. You are broken bar. Yuma broken bar. Aziel suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the man who just disturbed his concentration. It was, of course, one of the adventurers commissioned to guard Edmund and his wares. It's not a problem for me to sit here, alright? What, a broken bar? No, I mean a broken bar like, right here. Broken bar? What the fuck are you talking about? You're already sitting down. Why are you asking me about this now? A broken bar? The man had nervously pointed to the spot he was currently seated in, asking for Aziel's permission despite having been there for over half an hour. So, not only did the man disturb him, he was even asking pointless questions. Before they began traveling, each of them chose a wagon to board. Few had the courage to go anywhere near Aziel, as they all avoided him like the plague. Still, it seemed the man next to him was unlucky, since the other wagons were full by the time he arrived. Yeah, broken bar. I'm sorry, a broken bar. A broken bar. Yeah, broken bar. I shouldn't have asked it. These are you're still talking. A broken bar? A broken bar. Finally returning to peace and quiet, Aziel closed his eyes once again with the expectation of it continuing this way. Yay, Tabi, by any chance, would you happen to have a little something to eat at a broken bar? I'm feeling a bit peckish. A broken bar. 3. Reopening his eyes, Aziel looked over, immediately catching a glimpse of the man's awkward smile. His fingers twitched. You son of a bar. As the leading carriage stopped to let the horses rest, everyone used this as an opportunity to tend to their own needs. Eating, chatting, or relieving themselves, they all temporarily separated, deciding on a set time they'd have to return. Meanwhile, Aziel journeyed out to a clearing not too far from the others, deadest on training for the majority of his time. Due to the skills he discovered after acquiring a status plate, he had come to learn that it was possible for him to gain access to more abilities through the use of 2 skills in particular. The first being skill acquisition, allowing him to rapidly acquire new skills naturally over time or through repetition. The second, insight mimicry, allowing him to mimic and replicate any kind of experience from others, such as in terms of a specific skill or ability. It goes without saying that after grasping the use of these skills back at the capital, he stopped by various shops that focused on utility, ultimately obtaining new skills that he shouldn't possess. As jobs in Tortoise were used to define an individual's natural aptitude, they were also directly linked to the type of skills a person can know or learn. In spite of that, Aziel completely flipped that logic on its head, overturning its rules effortlessly. Looking at the scenery around him, he walked over to a medium-sized boulder sitting within a tall patch of grass. A scene of what had occurred back at the capital briefly flashed through his mind. Placing one hand on the boulder, his lips parted, uttering a single iconic word: transmute a broken bar. Suddenly, the boulder warped, moving as though it were molding like clay, gradually taking the form of a smooth, circular pillar of its workmanship worthy of a kingdom's best blacksmith. 2. As a skill with evident versatility, and the only viable method of efficiently using creation magic, failing to acquire it when given the opportunity would be the epitome of foolishness, especially when the labyrinth he was currently heading to was a place where its presence would be virtually paramount. He'd already seen a tried-and-true approach from a character within an anime. Even if he didn't replicate their actions directly, it could still be utilized in his own way. This would only supplement his other abilities, opening new doors for methods that hadn't yet been explored. Status plate. AAAA. Aziel Nox Ascent Sage, 18 Ascents Male. Level 3. Job, World Nemesis. Strength, 575. Vitality, 545. Defense, 525. Agility, 575. Magic, 555. Magic Defense, 525. AAAAA. Skills, Ascents Transmuter, plus Aura Appraisal A, plus Precision Transmutation A, plus Increased Transmutation Speed A, plus Aura Perception A, plus Audi Synthesis A, plus Aura Synthesis, Ascents Tailoring A, plus Textile Appraisal A, plus Precision Sewing A, plus Increased Sewing Speed A, plus Reduced Mana Consumption, Ascents Cooking Proficiency. Ascents A Broken Bar. Expand. AAAA. AAAAAAAA. Author's notes. The shortest chapter thus far, but I'm trying to gain a rhythm and release them daily. Wish me luck. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Outpost Town of Hurod. 2. Transmuter calm. Deep voice rang out through the clearing as a large stone gradually morphed itself into the shape of a small key, its grooves and edges all exquisitely carved. Given its ornate design, one could even mistake it as an item of high importance. However, CRSHHH. Aziel crushed it within his palm, scattering the powdered dust that remained. A silent breeze carried it away, dispersing it in the wind. It's not in or oof or broken bar. He wasn't satisfied with just that. Fully aware of the skill's true capabilities, he sought to push its limits even while having yet to acquire the skill mana manipulation. In spite of that, his rate of growth proved to be nothing short of inordinate. At present, he strived to unlock the remaining derivatives for the skill, making unseen progress in his endeavors. Transmute. Suddenly, the ground beneath him became restless. Two thick tendrils of earth sprouted upwards from approximately 3 meters away, molding itself into resplendent arches. Despite the fact that dirt made up its core structure, their sheer magnificence seemed as though they belonged in a ballroom or some other formal setting. As the maximum distance for transmutation was exactly 3 meters, it also required the user to be in contact with the object they wanted to transform. While an individual would normally be required to either inscribe magic circles onto their gloves or footwear in order to transmute an object, the image composition skill allowed him to form imaginary magic circles in place of physical ones. Because of that, lowering himself and touching the ground with his hands wasn't necessary in order to activate the skill. With the insight he replicated, he had acquired the proficiency of a top synergist back at the Highlight Kingdom. Although ordinary people would rarely have the chance to meet such personage, the privileges Eleanor possessed as high-ranking nobility directly negated those formalities. At that time, it was also where he acquired his first personal weapon in this world. The majority of his time was spent on perfecting his already formidable physical prowess, alongside different magic theories and applications. Upon grasping the fundamentals, the utilization of magic came naturally, most likely due to his perfect magic affinity which surpassed even the apostles, though he found himself employing elements such as ice, wind, and earth more often than others, granting him a high degree of versatility within those aspects. That wasn't to say his capacity for other elements were limited, it was just that the 3 previously mentioned had seen further use. Skills such as expedited growth and its derivative ability transcendence had assisted greatly in his development, giving rise to rapid advancement over short periods of time. Had the rest of the world known someone like him currently existed, they'd likely be downright terrified. Thinking about it this way, his job seemed quite apt. Just as he was about to continue his training, his ears picked up on the sound of adventurers gathering back at the resting ground, indicating that it was nearly time to leave. Thus, Aziel headed back toward the stationary carriage and wagons, resuming his journey to Hurod. Given how long they'd been traveling, it would only take no more than a couple hours to reach the town. Sitting within a prairie wagon, Aziel watched the scenery slowly pass by. The squeaking sound of wheels turning disrupted the still silence. He looked over at the adventurer who sat opposite him, prompting the man to flinch and gaze back nervously. Ignoring his reaction, Aziel activated another one of his skills, Analyze, an ability that allowed him to scan anything and analyze the information gathered, functioning as a far more advanced version of appraisal magic. The following information entered his mind. Name, Ascents Jack Bennett. Ascents Sage, Ascents 26. Ascents Gender, Ascents Male. Ascents Race, Ascents Human. Ascents Estimated Alignment, Ascents Lawful Good. Ascents Level, 32. Job, N, a Strength, 75. Vitality, 80. Defense, 70. Agility, 70. Magic, 55. Magic Defense, 50. Skills, N, Current Condition, Healthy. Threat Level, Very Weak. 1. Potential, Very Limited. Overall, Insignificant. 3. This was the general result of most scans on other humans, identifying them as insignificant with poor potential. That being said, while it may have sounded critical, the facts were most certainly true. If one wasn't born with extraordinary abilities and prospects, their presence wouldn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Then again, wasn't that how most worlds were? It was similar to Earth in that regard. Back to the main topic at hand, there was only one occurrence where the results differed, and that was when he scanned Eleanor, displaying her potential as above average. 2. Given her rare combat job, that outcome wasn't particularly surprising. As Aziel turned away and closed his eyes, Jack released a breath he didn't even realize he was holding, meekly lowering his posture in the hopes of going unnoticed. Fortunately for him, the journey came to an end shortly after. It was already late into the afternoon by the time they arrived. The reasonably sized town walls came into view in conjunction with the trademark large cliff surrounding it. Surprisingly, several buildings such as the Adventurers Guild and an inn were actually made out of the cliff walls that surrounded the town. After being permitted entry, everyone disbanded, signaling the mission's conclusion. Most of them were undoubtedly visiting the diverse restaurants Herod offered, yearning to eat something that wasn't jerky or other dried foods. The town of Herod, though not as lively as the capital, was still thronging with residents, tourists, merchants, and adventurers. The numerous stalls set up by the roadside were hectic, buzzing with activity. The streets were all astir. A vibrant atmosphere filled the square, seeming as though it were a festive occasion. The crowds of people walking by every second spoke volumes of this town's reputation. Aziel, instead of immediately heading to the Adventurers Guild, went around to the various vendors that could be sighted throughout the town, purchasing any resources he might need. Although he didn't require much food or rest to stay in peak condition, caution was still a factor he always took into consideration. Even if he knew a great deal about this world and its history, this was now reality, where unknown variables could arise. He refused to be made a fool of by completely relaxing his guard. Once strolling past the various shops in his surroundings, he suddenly took a right turn, emerging within a dark alleyway between two tall buildings. Leaving behind the enthusiastic swarm of voices, a dreary silence persisted. The damp smell of putrid garbage permeated the gloomy alley, as the occasional sound of dripping water echoed. Aziel gazed at one of the walls at his side, observing weathered stains spreading across it as he finally spoke. "I had a good idea on see a broken bar." His voice rang out, talking to no one in particular. "I thought it was great." Once again, only silence reigned. "Built a broken bar?" After telling someone about it, a broken bar, no one responded. "I realized it was quite shit." "Yeah, broken bar. Dripe a broken bar. Dripe a broken bar." If all it took was one person to point out the grave error or a broken bar. Looking back toward where he'd just come from, "Oh, a broken bar, then I guess it's my job to let you know how fucked you are." Once suddenly, the sound of multiple footsteps echoed throughout the alleyway, no doubt heading straight toward him. "This bastard's telling stories or something. A broken bar? It's always like the pretty boys to get sentimental. I guess he's not all looks." He could actually tell we were following him. Three men of differing heights appeared from within the darkness, dressed in all black. That implied they were up to something shady. Aziel watched as they approached, their demeanor oozed with confidence. He had long sensed them from the moment they began stalking him, rendering their stealthy undertaking futile. Regardless, since they decided to meet with him, they'd already forfeited any chance of living. "Cut the bullshit. I don't give a damn about what you came for, but you're gonna tell me anyway because I said so." Chapter 15 Outpost Town of Herod, 3. "What are you getting so cocky for? A broken bar? Just stay still and won't have to cut the perfect skin of a broken bar." One of the men suddenly dashed toward Aziel, expertly twirling a dagger around his fingers as he approached. "What the hell, are you complimenting him or capturing him?" "Boat a broken bar." Another voice sounded from behind the leading man, initiating the assault from all three of them as they began charging forward. Swiftly arriving in front of Aziel, the first one reached out toward his shoulder, attempting to grab him. However, Aziel casually slapped his hand away, consequently snapping the bones in the man's wrist. CRRRRNCH! The man didn't even have time to scream before his windpipe was crushed beneath Azil's fingertips. In a single strike, the man fell to the ground lifelessly. Not even a groan could be heard. He had died just like that. When you live like a moron, you die like a moron. Simple logic. No. 9. Azil's voice reached the ears of the remaining two as they witnessed this scene, prompting them to speed up their charge in a mixture of fury and anxiety. Fuck, this bastard! A broken bar. Relinquishing all prior intentions of capture, they both pulled out their daggers, preparing to fight to the death. At this point, their lives were truly on the line. Coming from his right side, Azil noticed a swift thrust aimed at his heart, causing him to pivot to the side with minimal movement, evading the attack as he titled his head, allowing another strike to pass right through. Their barrage of attacks was moving at a snail's pace in Azil's eyes, erasing all hope of them ever landing a hit. Despite the narrow space within the alleyway, their attacks were incapable of troubling him. Damn you, broken bar, shut the fuck up. The man, in the midst of cursing, had no time to react as a hand suddenly grabbed his arm, pulling him into the range of his companion's dagger, who'd also been in the middle of attacking. SPLCH. The broken bar. Broken bar? The sequence of events happened so fast that he didn't even realize he had stabbed his comrade. The victorious feeling instantly vanished as the color drained from his face. Yeta, don't worry. SPLK. The last remaining criminal's eyes widened in horror as he watched Azil guide the arm of his dying companion, a dagger still in hand, to decapitate him. Blood fountained from the stump of his corpse, his severed head rolling on the ground, disbelief evident in his gaze. The dying man held by Azil gargled, blood spilling out from his lips. Although he'd been stabbed, he wasn't yet dead. His hazy eyes stared at the carnage in front of him, unable to utter a response. Just then, Azil's soothing voice rang out from behind him. Heaven's blessing, a divine ray. Without warning, a warm golden light enveloped the man, healing his chest wound at a rapid pace. Strength gradually returned to him, but he dared not move, feeling the large hand gripping the back of his neck. Swallowing his saliva, he licked his blood-stained lips, carefully opening his mouth to speak. You'll die. Just those two words forced him to shut his mouth. There was no way to guarantee his safety in this situation. This is how it's gonna go when I ask you a question. You're going to answer directly. If not, I'll break your legs. If you speak out of turn, I'll break your legs. The man shivered, but Azil wasn't finished. If you move, I'll break your legs. Cold sweat poured down his back. If you piss, I'll break your legs. Are we understood? A broken bar? The man nodded fervently, holding his loose bowels that threatened to leak out. Azil's casual tone had instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. The organization you work for, their name? Read Ho for broken bar, he answered without hesitation. You came after me of your own volition. A broken bar? Why yes. You wanted to sell me off as a slave. No answer. A broken bar? No. Please see! CRRRRNCHMMMFFHHHH. His muffled screams echoed throughout the dark alley. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the torn muscle and shattered bone protruding out from his leg. Why can't you just make shit easier for me? A broken bar in a tone just above a whisper. Azil's words reached the man's ears, prompting him to tremble violently. Moving, are we? Whimpering pitifully, the man shook his head with an uncanny vehemence that nearly broke his neck. Good. A broken bar? Before feeling even the slightest bit of relief, his body went cold. Then, let's start over from the beginning, shall we? He was now certain of it. The young man they had attempted to capture was the devil himself. 1. Making his way out of the alley, Azil dusted off his unsullied clothes as if nothing happened, leaving behind no traces of what had transpired not too long ago. After receiving the answers he wanted, Azil, of course, killed the man once he'd proved himself useless. They were apparently from a large criminal organization currently based in the independent Merchant Republic, Furina, which he already knew. Without being ordered, they unilaterally decided on to kidnap Azil due to his striking appearance and sell him off at a high price. In essence, The three criminals dug their own graves by targeting someone they shouldn't have. Erasing the evidence wasn't particularly difficult either, only requiring him to turn the corpses to ash using fire magic and wash away the blood with water magic. Glancing up at the darkening orange sky, he realized it was late into the evening, only a couple hours before nightfall. The slightly less populated streets remained bustling with traffic, though obviously not as much as earlier. Taking a stroll toward a nearby inn, the loud chattering of people filled the air, giving off an exuberant vibe. As he walked, he unexpectedly caught sight of a few familiar faces, or more specifically, 3 students out of the class that had been summoned to this world. The first was a beautiful girl with shoulder-length, wavy chestnut-colored hair and brown eyes, Sayuka Sonobe. The second was another girl with wavy auburn hair styled into twin tails, brown eyes, and a mole on the left side of her chin, Teko Sugawara. And lastly, the third was a girl with long light brown hair, brown eyes, and a lock of hair styled into a side ponytail, Nana Mizaki. They were known characters who had made an appearance in the original story. At present, the trio conversed animatedly, gazing around with unreserved amazement. It seemed the shock still hadn't subsided even after the 2 weeks they'd been in this world. Coming in their direction as he walked on the opposite side of the street, the first to notice him was Nana Mizaki, whispering to the others in a hushed tone while sending him covert glances. Despite that, Azil could hear them clearly. Yukaki, a broken bar. Look, there's a handsome guy over there. Broken bar. Huh, what, a broken bar? Oh, well, a broken bar, I guess so. Broken bar, you guess so? How can you say that? It's like he's straight out of a show manga or something. A broken bar. Nana's right, Yuka. I can't believe there's actually guys who look like this in another world. A broken bar. Though their reactions varied, they all nonetheless stole glances at him from afar, going back and forth with each other until he was out of view. A damn show protagonist, huh? One Azil almost visibly cringed at their conversation. Although he was fully aware of his appeal, some things just shouldn't be heard. Arriving at the inn, he paid for a single night, deciding to enter the labyrinth tomorrow. That would also truly mark the beginning of everything to come. Let's see if you can show me something. A broken bar. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The Great Orcus Labyrinth. When one hears the word labyrinth, they would normally expect a sort of cavernous entrance leading into unknown dark depths, but in reality, it was more like an entrance to a museum, complete with its own receptionist counter at that. Do I get a damn tour guide too? Or what? A broken bar. Azil looked around as he arrived, confirming with his own eyes how it was previously described. At the front counter was a girl in uniform, checking over the individuals heading in and out of the labyrinth with a polite smile on her face. It was true that everyone's status plate had to be checked at the entrance, accurately tallying the number of casualties. Due to the threat of war looming overhead, the government wanted to avoid losing too many people, thus implementing this policy as one of their countermeasures. Despite that, numerous stalls were lined up all the way to the entrance, the atmosphere jubilant as merchants competed with each other to show off their wares. Shallow labyrinths that didn't possess many floors were also popular with merchants, as people naturally gathered there. A bunch of useless bastards blocking the way. Our broken bar. At present, Azil noticed that those in the area ranged from boisterous adventurers who talked a big game but quickly lost their lives in the labyrinth, to criminals who operated out of back alleys and other unsavory locations. As the government was preparing for war, they didn't see a need to waste resources handling those problems, so they instead cooperated with the local adventurers guild to keep the area safe. While people were lined up all the way to the receptionist desk selling their wares, it also made life easier for the adventurers who were setting out into the labyrinth's depths. Yay, I'm not bothering with this shit. However, witnessing this scene, Azil had no intention of going the normal route. There wasn't a reason why he should leave a record of his entry. Though it wouldn't truly matter in the end, it was better to be safe than sorry. Using a derivative of the unfettered motion skill successive motion, Azil was able to enhance the speed of his leg movements even while walking, going imperceptible to the untrained eye. And so, he did exactly that. His legs moved so fast they seemed like a blur, flashing past both the receptionist and the merchants without them noticing. Once inside, the bright and lively atmosphere from before vanished completely. In front of him lay a passage that was a little over 5 meters wide. The entire labyrinth was dimly lit, indicating the lack of an obvious light source, but one could still vaguely make out their surroundings without the help of a torch or magical item. In truth, a special mineral called green glowstone was spread throughout the passages, lighting up the area just enough for people to see, though Aziel, on the other hand, could see perfectly fine. His apex constitution worked as intended. After a few minutes, the passage he was walking down opened up into a wide plaza. A dome-shaped ceiling towered 7 or 8 meters above. Making his way through the dark tunnel, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of ghastly red eyes peeking through balls of fur, lighting up the dimly lit corridor. Ratmen. It was a rather fitting name, as they looked like giant muscular rats that stood on 2 feet. Only the area on their corded chests and impressive 8-packs remained bereft of fur. That's gross as fuck. A broken bar. While they were known for their high agility, the same couldn't be said for their power and durability. They all jumped out, eyeing their prey as they bared their claws and fangs. Yet, with a casual swipe of his hand, Aziel slaughtered the lot of them, their bones shattering under the weight of his strength. They attempted to surround him on all sides, but despite their agility, they couldn't get close enough to land an attack. The situation almost seemed comical. Droves of ratmen were swatted away, hurtling toward the cave walls as they splattered against it with immense force. The pungent scent of blood and entrails filled the entire floor. Packs of monsters died left and right. This result wasn't too absurd though, as any skilled warrior could have also dispatched them with ease. Still, this was only the first floor of many. Aziel nonetheless easily advanced through the floors. Not a single injury could be seen on his body. All of his battles thus far had been completely one-sided, giving no room for retaliation. Each of the labyrinth's floors spanned a few kilometers in every direction, and new floors took a team of dozens anywhere from half a month to a month to fully search and map out. However, at present, all the floors until the 47th had been mapped out, so there was no danger of getting lost, nor should there have been any danger of falling into a trap. In the beginning floors, only the traps were annoying, while some were even lethal. Some rooms should even be avoided entirely due to their wide assortment of traps. In no time at all, he eventually arrived at the 20th floor. The deepest room on the 20th floor was like a limestone cave but made of ice. Icicles protruded from the walls, some of them melted, creating a complex topography. The stairs leading to the 21st floor was just past it. Due to the protrusion in the walls, he was forced to walk down a narrow passage, though his gaze remained trained on the figure attempting to hide itself in the walls. "You're still hiding over the like I can't see you." A broken bar. At this moment, one of the protrusions in the wall began moving, which turned out to be a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to a gorilla. A rock mount. It was a monster capable of camouflaging itself like a chameleon, blending in with the rock formations in the caverns. It possessed the skill Intimidating Roar, a mana-infused roar which inflicted no damage, but could temporarily paralyze anyone who heard it. Meeting the rockmount's fierce roar head-on, Aziel continued walking forward, unencumbered by its skill. His magic defense was far too high for a creature of this caliber to affect him. It was as futile as a child punching steel. Seeing its skill fail, the rockmount grabbed a boulder from God knows where, hurling it at Aziel with its full might. "Just pulled that shit from thin air." A broken Barbie RRRRRCCCRRRSSHHHHH. Sending a roundhouse kick toward it, Aziel shattered the boulder in one strike, large fragments of stone scattering in all directions. By this time, the rockmount was already leaping through the air, diving toward him in an attempt to finish him off. Of course, its endeavors were thwarted, ending up as a mere corpse sprawling across the ground, blood pooling from a hole in its chest. Gazing at the dead monster, Aziel snorted softly, turning away and carrying on his campaign. It was around this time that those waiting outside of the labyrinth stirred. A single heavily armored knight made his way toward the receptionist counter, followed by a group of teens who stood in single file like a row of ducklings. It was none other than the party of heroes. Gawking around like country bumpkins, they trailing closely behind the Knight Commander Imelda Loggins. Entering the passage in front of them, they had no clue what would become of them in the not-too-distant future. Charging through each floor, the difficulty was raised by a large margin, rendering any ordinary adventurers unable to continue. However, such problems weren't even a factor in Aziel's eyes. Racing all the way through the 38th floor, where another type of monster called Drum Soldiers appeared. 1. They were skeleton knights with gleaming red eyes and darkish bones, wielding swords and shields. Although they were powerful in their own right, their strength mainly lay in their large numbers, gradually overwhelming anyone who dared to step foot on their floor. At this, Aziel carried out a slaughter, crushing the skulls of every Drum soldier with punches and kicks. Blunt attacks were the key to defeating them as quickly as possible. By the time he was finished, the entire floor was riddled with broken bones, leaving behind a scene of devastation as he advanced. He didn't stop to rest even once, showcasing how little a threat the top floors of this labyrinth posed to him. The following floors all the way up to the 64th, which hadn't been mapped as of yet, met the same fate, eventually leading up to him standing at the entrance point to the 65th floor. A long, narrow staircase that descended deeper into the labyrinth lay ahead. The cold and unwelcoming darkness seemed daunting. Stepping forward, Aziel squinted his eyes slightly, wearing a casual expression. He knew exactly what was waiting for him down there, and because of that, no anxiety could be seen on his face. The starting point of both the fantasy he'd read back on Earth, and what his reality currently holds. Where everything begins, one couldn't help but be excited. Oh, it's overrated. A broken bar. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, The Behemoth. The sound of his own breathing reverberated through his ears. The vibrations of every step could be felt as he descended down the long jagged staircase. A somber atmosphere persisted, the darkness of the surroundings obscured all light, chilling one to the bone. Soon, at the bottommost step, a dim light could be seen, spreading out across the cavern as it nearly illuminated the entire floor. Aziel gazed ahead, immediately noticing the massive stone bridge that stretched on for a full 100 meters. The ceiling also towered 20 meters above, its cavernous stalactites hanging high up. Below the bridge, as one would expect, was not a river, but instead a dark abyss with no visible end in sight. The gaping chasm resembled what one would imagine as the pits of hell. While the bridge was 10 meters wide, it possessed not a single railing, meaning if someone were to slip, it would spell their end, as there'd be nothing to catch their fall. The whole room was deathly quiet, feeling as though some sort of boss fight music would automatically start playing in the background. Epic. A broken bar, he thought, his lips twisting up wryly. Looking toward the opposite end of the bridge, he noticed a wide passage leading further in. If one didn't know any better, they might have thought this was some sort of resting area, relaxing before they continued their descent into the labyrinth's depths. However, multiple magic circles suddenly appeared in front of Aziel, while another appeared on the opposite side of the bridge, accompanied by a swirling torrent of dark red mana. Oh, we're starting already. A broken bar? It was a sight he'd anticipated from the beginning, fully aware of the horrors that awaited anyone daring enough to travel down here. The glowing magic circle on the opposite end was a staggering 10 meters wide, a ridiculous size. Although not as big, those positioned nearest to Aziel were a meter each, but were many in number. The dark red magic circles resembled pools of blood, giving off an ominous feel. At this moment, they pulsed once, before waves of monsters began pouring forth. From the collective magic circles near Aziel came a horde of skeletons wielding swords. The Drum soldiers. Their empty eye sockets gleamed with the same blood-red light as the circles they came from, rolling around as if they were real eyes. In no time at all, Aziel watched as the area where he descended was nearly flooded with 100 of the creatures. Still, what came out of the opposite side of the bridge seemed far more of a threat. From within the 10-meter-wide magic circle emerged a monster as big as the circle that summoned it. It stood on 4 legs, and had some kind of helmet on its head, closely resembling something like a triceratops. The Behemoth, the infamous monster of the 65th floor. 5. It was a creature that even the legendary adventurer who everyone called the strongest couldn't stand against. Its eyes glowed bright red, clacking its wicked sharp claws and fangs together as flames sprouted from the helmet on its forehead. Sucking in a huge breath of air, it let out a guttural roar that shook the entire room as it signaled the start of the battle. G-R-R-R-R-R-R-H-H-H-H-H. Watching as the near-endless swarm of Drum soldiers rushed toward him, Aziel didn't hesitate, tapping his foot on the ground while calling forth a spell. Quake! A seismic wave. At this moment, half of the bridge rumbled, gradually building up into a massive earthquake that knocked the Drum soldiers off balance. They tumbled to the ground, unable to gain any proper footing in the midst of the tumultuous tremors. The battle had only just started, but even the Drum soldiers who'd just finished spawning in were knocked to the ground, some falling into the endless abyss below. The behemoth momentarily halted its slow progression, steadying itself as it stared at Aziel with a mix of fury and wariness. Although the monster's total mass was quite large, it still had to be careful on this unguarded bridge, or else his single attack could spell its end. If this is all you're worth, you're quite the useless piece of shit. To think I was even a little excited to fight you, it's disappointing. A broken bar. Aziel walked forward with casual strides, unhindered by the chaotic shaking as he bypassed the struggling Drum soldiers, who were still dead set on attacking him. The scene was extraordinary. Every time one of them got close enough to swing their sword, they would unfailingly stumble, missing all of their attacks before falling to the ground. He was an untouchable figure on the battlefield. Though the behemoth wasn't idle either, its helmet gradually heated up as a result of his taunts, and even more so in a fiery rage at this stalemate. Its huge legs kicked against the bridge, preparing to charge at him. By now, Aziel's spell was finally coming to an end as he simultaneously picked up his pace, instantly dashing forward, leaving behind a small cloud of dust. No longer was he anywhere near the Drum soldiers, but right in front of the behemoth's nose. In midair, his body rotated slightly, drawing his leg back in one quick motion, before sending out a skull-shattering kick toward the huge monster's face. Bah! The sound echoed as the behemoth's head snapped to the side. Large amounts of blood and a few teeth spewed from its mouth. Its body leaned over from the shock of his sudden attack. Confusion lingered in its eyes. However, Aziel gave it no time to process the situation, releasing a flurry of punches at its oversized head, each strike resounding throughout the vast cavern. Boo-oo, boo-om. A boo-o-ma-boom. The behemoth was steadily pushed backward from his heavy assault. The after-images of his swings could be seen as shockwave after shockwave spread further. He stood in midair, pounding sizable dents into the creature's tough hide. Fight back! A broken bar. One. Aziel's canines peeked through the slight smirk playing his lips, adrenaline pumping through his veins. The vibrations of his punches beating into the monster's flesh brought an inexplicable satisfaction, using his full strength to hit something for once. Bastard, I said. Fight back! A broken bar. B-O-O-U-om. A-bo-o-o-om. Boo-om. The behemoth, facing his endless barrage, was being overwhelmed by sheer force, prompting it to roar in indignation and rage. Swinging its head wildly, it thrashed around, sending tremors through the bridge as it successfully pulled away, which had also gotten Aziel to retreat a few meters. The monster's current state was gruesome. Blood leaked from the large gashes punctured throughout its head, the bones in its face completely disfigured. Steam billowed from its horns, the heat inducing a reddish tint to engulf them. It roared again and charged, kicking off the ground as it sought to knock him out of the air. The behemoth's huge body rocketed toward him, its menacing horns pointing straight ahead. Aziel watched in near slow motion, standing high up above the ground, and readied himself for its approach. Thrusting a single hand forward, his calm voice thundered across the entire room. Come forth! A force lighting. Two blue streaks of lightning crackled violently, converging on the tips of each finger in a dangerous array of light. Not even a second later, thick threads of lightning shot out, racing toward the behemoth, who was only meters away. One gra. Each thread of lightning struck true. A vicious shock spread throughout the behemoth's body, forcing it to stiffen up as it was repelled backward by the continuous power of his spell. However, Aziel wasn't finished. Arriving just above the behemoth, as it fell, he extended his leg upward, driving it down with his full momentum, smashing into the monster's skull with a powerful axe kick. Bah! Another shockwave spread out, the large monster shot downward, crashing straight into the ground below. The entire bridge shook from the impact of its harsh landing, sending deep cracks across its surface, gradually crumbling away with debris. The behemoth laid in a pitiful slump, twitching as smoke rose from its battered, half-charred body. Though it wasn't quite dead yet, any form of retaliation seemed impossible. Aziel landed back on the ground, ignoring the horde of Drom's soldier barreling toward him. The bridge was already collapsing from the behemoth's side, slowly making its way through. It wouldn't take long before it reached the center where he currently stood. Walking forward, Aziel headed in the behemoth's direction, which had just barely managed to lift its head to glare at him. "You'll die here, Broken Bar." Despite his informing, the monster still attempted to cling on to the deteriorating bridge, progressively sliding down as each stone tile crumbled apart. Its unwilling gaze was reflected in his pupils, fighting fiercely for survival. "You want to live, Puha Broken Bar." Standing only a few feet away, Aziel watched it frantically claw forward in spite of its injuries, the lower half of its body hanging below without support. It was destined to die, yet it continued struggling. "I see a Broken Bar." That was all he said, gazing at the monster's huge body falling into the endless darkness of the abyss. Suddenly, a bright red light filled the room in unison with a magic circle forming at the center of the bridge. A second later, a large group of people appeared from within, looking around with a mix of shock and surprise. The Drom soldiers, who had been adamant in attacking Aziel, directed their attention to the newly arrived group. Aziel turned toward them, immediately realizing who they were. The Party of Heroes. The Party of Heroes and the few knights standing with them all took notice of him as well, producing various reactions. Though the main cause for concern was the half-crumbling bridge, and the fact that Aziel was standing on the part that had just broken apart. A few of them stretched their hands out, while others reflexively looked away in horror, not wanting to witness someone die right in front of their eyes. Well, down we go. I guess a Broken Bar. Just like that, Aziel's figure fell into the darkness below, his calm expression unchanging even as the abyss swallowed him. Thinking about the crumbling bridge, and the hundreds of Drom soldiers that still remained, Aziel snorted with mirth. "I'll leave the rest to a Broken Bar." Chapter 18, A True Monster. 1. Wind whipped past his ears as he plummeted down into the abyss. The minuscule speck of light above had already faded long ago. Pure darkness surrounded him, empty and lifeless. He could hear the sound of turbulent water streams pouring out from the crevices in the walls, cascading down and intersecting. The speed in which he fell was alarming to say the least, mainly due to the fact that air resistance didn't apply to him. Each passing second was accompanied by a multitude of different sounds, picking up on ongoing battles from great distances away. "All right, let's stop here." Broken Bar shifting his body upright, he made use of his movement skill to slow his descent, gradually decelerating and reducing his momentum. Not long after, he was able to steady himself in the air, standing with absolutely no ground beneath his feet. Though he'd long gotten used to it, it was still a shocking experience. Delving even deeper, he managed to find a wall, using it as a foundation to run at full speed. Passing through many small openings and crevices, Aziel eventually came upon the uneven terrain below. The surroundings were dimly lit, though one could still see due to the green glowstones scattered along the walls. Rocks and boulders could be found in every direction, stalagmites of all sizes pillared from the ground. Landing softly, he took great care to keep the bag currently slung over his shoulders from getting damaged. After all, it contained all the resources he acquired before entering the labyrinth. He looked around, finding nothing but the jagged labyrinth walls stretching as far as the eye could see. There seemed to be different passages split up, tunneling through this seemingly endless floor. Nothing could be heard except for the occasional echo of dripping water and pebbles clattering to the ground. Although the darkness would have impeded anyone else, Aziel, of course, remained unaffected by such issues. His gaze was clear, piercing through the obscure veil around him, and taking note of everything he came across. "Yay, I'm ready to get the hell up out of here." Broken Bar shaking his head, he rubbed the bridge of his nose in irritation. While he harbored no fear of this place, it didn't change the fact that the atmosphere was gloomy and utterly depressing. The air was also quite thick, and as if that wasn't enough, a musky stench hung over the entire floor. "Smells like someone crawled in here and died." Casting a quick glance over the area, he realized his thoughts weren't too far off the mark, as large puddles of blood lay a few dozen meters out from where he stood. Judging by the fact that it hadn't dried yet, it seemed whatever had previously transpired occurred within hours or a few days ago. Moreover, all signs indicated that more than just one creature died in this area. "Damn, forcing me to be careful." Hugh had Broken Bar. The location in which he currently stood was the first floor of the True Orcus Labyrinth. It was a place that harbored far more dangerous monsters than what appeared on the upper-level floors, drastically outstripping them to the point of no comparison. Truthfully speaking, the True Labyrinth was so absurd that a party who'd successfully cleared all 100 floors of the upper level could easily be killed by the weaker monsters of Aziel's current floor. Of course, it also meant that Aziel was fully capable of losing his life with the stats he had at present. Although he was a monster in his own right, even the creatures dwelling on the first floor outclassed him in terms of sheer speed and power, further denoting the harsh difficulty that lay in completing this labyrinth. 2. Still, Aziel wasn't too concerned about that, instead deciding to transmute a human-sized path through the nearest wall, gradually carving out a room big enough to fit tens of people. Closing the entrance behind him, the entire room was immediately drowned in darkness, making the obvious lack of light source even more apparent. Ignoring that fact, he removed the large bag he was carrying, placing it on the ground and unfastening its straps. After rummaging through it for a few seconds, he pulled out a sheathed knife, its slightly modern-looking design noticeable upon close inspection. An M9 bayonet, a multi-purpose knife with a 7-inch blade, suitable for high-quality combat and utility. Back on Earth, it was a weapon he'd come across more than a handful of times, thus increasing his familiarity with it in a rather unconventional manner. "Garbage. The bastard expected me to use these. A Broken Bar? I should just break this shit and redo it." He wore a mildly dissatisfied expression, scrutinizing the knife seriously. As he rapidly progressed in his transmutation ability, he was able to quickly identify the faults in most creations, bringing with it an aversion towards any item he hadn't deemed perfect. While his perfectionist tendencies had existed from the beginning, they weren't as prominent as they are now. Silently strapping the knife to his thigh, he put off the modification plan for later. It would likely be a while before he advanced to the next floor, taking a far more cautious approach than he had when he was back up on the surface. Moving recklessly was a luxury for those who couldn't be defeated, something he also couldn't afford at the moment. After finishing his current base of operations, Aziel exited the room, leaving behind his supplies in case of any mishaps. There were never any certainties when it came to things like this, but he would at least try his best to reduce the margin of error. The various winding paths stretching out ahead gave no indication of any proper direction, prompting one to decide at random the most suitable passageway to follow. However, Aziel surveyed the area, taking notice of a long tunnel that was 20 meters wide, resembling a cave. It wasn't anything like the orderly rectangular passageways that could be found in the upper floors, as boulders and other obstructions showed up at random intervals, leading down an ever-twisting path. Even the narrow stretches were at least 10 meters wide, though it bore no real significance, failing to hinder Aziel's progress in any way. He easily stuck to the shadows, sheer experience welling within every movement as he advanced. It was an arduous trek, one that would tire out most ordinary people mentally and physically. Before Aziel realized it, he had already been walking for hours on end, showing no visible signs of fatigue despite that fact. Not long after, he found himself at a fork in the road, bearing closer resemblance to a street intersection than a fork. Just as he determined which path to take, he picked up on the sound of multiple nails tapping against the labyrinth's rocky terrain, and the subtle sniffing of a creature tracking its prey. A low growl could be heard alongside the crackling of electricity. Azil instantly changed direction, heading towards where the noise originated from with silent footsteps as he erased his presence, activating the tracking evasion skill to its fullest capacity. 1. It served as a means to completely eliminate all traces of himself, such as fallen hair, blood, skin particles, and any other evidence of his existence, dissipating into dust with no discernible scent given off. This denied the possibility of anything tracking him down with even the most extraordinary methods. From within the shadows, he eventually caught sight of multiple creatures, seemingly in the midst of a fight as one-sided as it may be. Of the two species currently battling, one of them was a giant ball of white fur, with rather long ears, just like a rabbit. However, it was the size of a dog, standing on relatively thick hind legs, while veins pulsing dark red mana trailed down its body, appearing quite ominous. The Kickmaster Rabbit. It was a deadly monster reigning second on the food chain of this floor. Big ass legs, a broken bar. This shit is actually real life. A broken bar. Azil watched it closely, his posture as still as a statue. Although he held little regard for the creature, he still acknowledged its capability of posing a threat to his life. Meanwhile, the creature, or rather, creatures it fought, also had similar white fur, but were instead some sort of wolf monsters. They were as big as large dogs, with two tails sprouting from its rear, and just like the rabbit, pulsing veins of dark red mana ran down its body. Twin-tailed wolves. There were 5 in total. Crackling red lightning danced around their fur, gathering at the tips of their tails in a lethal charge of electricity. This was their skill, the ability to coat themselves in a field of lightning and fired as a long-ranged attack. Fierce looking, but they aren't worth a damn. A broken bar. Judging by the current state of the ongoing battle, his remark held some truth. The rabbit leapt through the air, flipping a single time as it dropped a powerful axe kick down onto a twin-tailed wolf's head with a loud boom, pulverizing its skull. Blood splattered, leaving the wolf sprawled out across the ground. It certainly wasn't labeled the Kickmaster Rabbit for nothing. Despite the twin-tailed wolf's attempts at retaliation, they stood no chance against the rabbit under these conditions, thus paving the way for a complete and utter slaughter. It was a repeated scene of gruesome deaths. Twin-tailed wolf corpses lay scattered across the labyrinth's ground, staining its surroundings in crimson. Throughout the entire battle, the Kickmaster Rabbit remained unscathed, its brutal attacks powerful enough to smash craters into the ground. Its speed was fast enough to evade natural eyesight, leaving behind after images as it traveled, mainly due to the creature's inherent skill. Supersonic step. It made the Drum soldiers up on the 65th floor appear less than fodder and was possibly even stronger than the behemoth, as well. Gazing at the monster casually hopping around and sniffing as if nothing happened, Azil made no move to attack, waiting for the true opponent to arrive. And he didn't have to wait long, as the Kickmaster Rabbit suddenly stiffened up, its fur standing on end. A moment later, it began trembling, not out of excitement or anything, but pure terror. The only time a scene like this would occur was if a broken bar a predator had come. Without an ounce of hesitation, the Kickmaster Rabbit dashed off, not stopping for a second to look back. However, regardless of its agile maneuvers, the monster's body was cut in half the moment it landed. A fountain of blood spilled forth. The same powerful monster who effortlessly defeated the twin-tailed wolves had been dispatched in a single blow. While the cause of this astonishing situation lumbered over with a low growl, its massive body was over 2 meters tall, possessing white fur and glowing veins of dark red mana just like all the other creatures on this floor. The newly arrived monster closely resembled a bear in physique, though unlike a bear, it had huge forearms that extended down to its feet, with menacing sharp claws over 30 centimeters long. The claw bear. It was on a completely different level. Azil's gaze sharpened, radiating a silent killing intent that went unnoticed by the terrifying monster ahead. It's good that I don't even have to go looking for you. I'm about to murder this bitch. A broken bar. It was the first time he felt such a dire threat to his life upon coming to this world, and it wasn't a pleasant feeling either. More than once in his life had he experienced the sensation of death approaching, but unlike before, he was now powerful, overwhelmingly so. Thus, he and those who endanger him couldn't be allowed to coexist. There's no other choice, you have to die. Chapter 19, A True Monster. 2. The Claw Bear walked with leisure steps, heading over to the defeated Kickmaster Rabbit corpse. It hunched over, spearing its wicked sharp claws into the corpse as it ripped out a large chunk of meat, before scarfing it down with zeal. The sickening squelching sounds of flesh and blood being chewed resounded, making for a gruesome spectacle. As the strongest creature currently existing on this floor, it had never faced any genuine threat. Those that came across it were immediately overcome with fear, fleeing for their lives, but ultimately ended up as the claw bear's sustenance. It followed the law of the jungle, casually killing weaker opponents came as a natural conclusion. After all, it stood at the precipice of this floor. Or so it thought. Within the shadows of the labyrinth's natural terrain, Azil slowly moved away from his initial position, swiftly unsheathing the knife strapped to his thigh as he silently approached. From this angle, the claw bear's back was turned, preparing to finish off the last 2 bites on the rabbit. Azil easily entered the monster's blind spot, lowering his head slightly as he gazed toward it, his prior killing intent all but vanishing. A peculiar atmosphere hung over him, his pale golden eyes glazed over, looking as though they were made of plastic. He had entered a trance-like state. It was pure determination, the determination to complete the assignment tasked to him at any cost, save for his life of course. The claw bear had no clue he was only a few meters away, incapable of discerning his unnaturally thin presence and inaudible movement. All of its attention was completely drawn to devouring the last bite of the Kickmaster Rabbit, just like Azil had intended. Tightening his grip on the knife, he gradually closed the distance, staring at the monster's huge back. For the first time, he would utilize all of his abilities to utterly crush his opponent, to thoroughly vanquish a dangerous creature that had the potential to kill him. So attribute reduction a broken bar. He stepped into the monster's range, activating a skill which served to weaken it by a moderate degree. The claw bear flinched, instinctively feeling the effects. However, he wasn't finished. Skill reduction a broken bar. The potency of its skills was thus lowered by a fair margin. Alarmed, the monster's head shot up, looking around warily as it growled. Blood dripped from its claws and the mouth, a menacing appearance that would have made anyone shrink back in horror. But a broken bar. Azil was already a little over a dozen feet away, activating the final spell that would kick off the battle. Freeze a glacial touch. Although his voice was just above a whisper, it rang out, echoing throughout the cavern. At that moment, the ground beneath him frosted over completely, gradually spreading out in all directions. The labyrinth's walls welcomed a thin layer of ice as a chilling air hung over the surroundings, progressively freezing everything in the vicinity. It was a spell that lowered the temperature by reducing the kinetic energy of atoms, generating a coldness that could potentially drop below 0 degrees Celsius. 5. Finally noticing him, the claw bear turned around, its gaze conveying visible puzzlement at the entire situation. This wasn't how the script usually played out. Every other creature on that floor was aware of its dominance, so why would anyone take the initiative to attack it, especially something as small as Azil? Drop dead! But before the monster even realized it, Azil had disappeared from where he stood previously, his calm voice now originating from right beside its ear. SLCCHH. A spray of blood wet the ground, gushing out like a broken fountain. The mildly deep wound lining the side of its large neck had been sliced along cleanly, no apparent resistance could be discerned. Azil's attack had quite literally pierced through the monster's extremely tough defenses as if it were mere paper. The claw bear had just barely managed to move in time before it could be killed by Azil's single attack, but even then, a thin layer of ice gathered around its open wound, slowly infiltrating its body and gradually dulling the monster's movements. Growach! Infuriated, the claw bear swung its huge forearms wildly as it roared, wantonly slicing through the air with its savage claws. Casting its hate-filled gaze around, it nonetheless failed to locate Azil's figure, further stoking its burning wrath. The situation was becoming dangerous for it, feeling its strength and stamina slowly leaving its body with each waking moment. More than that, the level of power it could exert had been lessened to a harrowing extent. Swish crshhhhh. Launching multiple blades of wind at random, they cut deep furrows into the walls as the claw bear attempted to draw him out. It could instinctively feel that if Azil wasn't dead within a few minutes, it would be the one dying instead. However, his voice suddenly rang out from at least 10 meters out. Crush the enemy! A frost ignition snowflakes of various shapes suddenly manifested, dancing beautifully as they coalesced into a massive avalanche, instantly surging forth like a raging tsunami as it threatened to swallow the claw bear whole. Gra? The monster in question gaped in panic, staring wide-eyed. Not only did the force of this spell make its fur stand on end, but the fact that Azil could ignore its natural defenses made the situation far graver than what it should have been. And yet, it had no choice but to take this attack head-on. Now there was no room to evade. The claw bear was immediately overwhelmed, sending it flying as it smashed into the jagged walls of the labyrinth, carving out a huge crater within. The violent impact shook the surrounding area. Ice manifested around the opening of the crater, crystallizing all it touched. Dust and falling rocks scattered around, freezing upon contact as it fell to the ground. To anyone uninformed of the situation, this scene would have looked like a frozen wonderland. The rapidly dropping temperature nearly coated this entire section of the labyrinth in ice. Amid the eerie silence, a hoarse growl rang out, indicating the claw bear's narrow survival. As the glacial mist cleared, the monster could be seen inching its way out of the crater, staggering all the while. Evident by its brutally deformed arms and blood-soaked fur, one could instantly tell that it was just barely hanging on to life by a thread. Groha broken bar. Catching sight of Azil's figure standing a dozen feet away, the monster croaked out a snarl, baring its frightening teeth. The individual it had been looking for all along had brazenly appeared in front of it, further garnering its anger and hatred. Steadying itself, the claw bear twisted its waist, flinging its arm toward Azil alongside a ferocious scale claw. Streaks of sharp wind shot forward, seeking to maim him. This was the exact same skill it had used to slaughter the Kickmaster rabbit, a deadly long-ranged attack that fired from its claws, cutting 30 centimeters past what their length suggests. Azil watched its approach, not moving an inch, not because he was confident in taking it head-on, but because it would never hit him. And just as he'd anticipated, the attack veered off to the right, missing its initial target entirely. Despite the monster's struggle, its injuries were far too grave to put up any real resistance. Dangling mangled arms, rough breathing that came out in short gasps, blood oozing from both external and internal wounds, the claw bear no longer stood a chance. Vision blurry, it swayed unsteadily as its body temperature dropped at a considerable rate. Without it even noticing, Azil was already standing before it, a single hand outstretched like the Reaper's scythe. The very creature that reigned supreme on this floor had been utterly decimated, rendering all of its efforts futile. He wasted no time on meaningless dialogue, commencing an execution that would rid him of one less threat. For erase it, a storm rend his deep voice resounded, calling forth a wide domain of extremely sharp wind blades, entrapping the claw bear within its confines as it prepared a lethal bombardment. The air around them became unstable, cutting through all sound and engulfing the frigid atmosphere in silence. Not even a second later, squelch. Blood fountained from the monster's shredded corpse, dyeing the walls and floor in viscous red liquid. It didn't even have time to give its final wail before the relentless barrage tore through its body, claiming its life in the process. The claw bear's lifeless remains slumped to the ground, unrecognizable as it fell limply. Azil stared down at it with a dull gaze, ignoring the familiar stench of iron filling the air. Turns out I overestimated you, a broken bar, he snorted softly, speaking in a detached, languid voice he hadn't used since coming to this world. He was taught to eliminate his enemies in the most efficient way possible, possessing a blatant disregard for the lives of others, constantly prepared to kill those he was tasked to. 1. By comparison, Tortoise was a cakewalk compared to his life on Earth. His opponents in both worlds couldn't stand against him. That was a fact everyone understood clearly. But now, he was something more, something different. He wasn't entirely humanoid at all. The fight he anticipated would be difficult wasn't even all that challenging. Though he, of course, expected to win, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't a little surprised at the outcome. It was as though he were born to be powerful. It is what it is. A broken bar status plate, AAAA, Aziel Nox Ascent Sage, 18 Ascents male level, 4 job, world nemesis strength, 600 vitality, 575 defense, 550 agility, 600 magic, 585 magic defense, 550 AAAA skills, Ascents transmuter, plus aura appraisal A, plus precision transmutation A, plus increased transmutation speed A, plus aura perception A, plus audi synthesis A, plus aura synthesis A, plus duplicate transmutation A, plus reduced mana consumption A, plus image supplementation, Ascents tailoring A, plus textile appraisal A, plus precision sewing A, plus increased sewing speed A, plus reduced mana consumption, Ascents cooking proficiency Ascents attribute reduction Ascents anti-existence A, plus counter A, plus armor piercing A, plus energy leech A, plus negate healing, Ascents skill reduction Ascents skill acquisition A, plus ability comprehension, Ascents unfettered motion A, plus successive motion A, plus silent movement A, plus motion channeling A, plus efficient mobility, Ascents apex constitution A, plus immense resistance A, plus heightened condition A, plus self-restoration, Ascents expedited growth A, plus ability transcendence, Ascents multi-hit strike A, plus attack compression A, plus attack amplification A, plus penetrating strike A, plus supercharge A, plus power stacking A, plus chain attack, Ascents analyze A, plus power perception A, plus multitasking GA, plus thought acceleration A, plus clear mind A, plus thoughtless activity, Ascents mental pressure Ascents adaptive combat Ascents persistence Ascents insight mimicry Ascents perfect magic affinity Ascents tracking evasion Ascents image composition Ascents extreme damage mitigation Ascents language comprehension 4. AAAA. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, A True Monster, 3. After dragging what remained of the claw bear back to his temporary base, he used a bit of ice magic to freeze a section of the inside, thus preserving the corpse for a while. Though he had some dried meat kept within his traveling bag, it wouldn't last him forever, which meant that he'd have to eat something else, and that something would no doubt be the monsters dwelling in the abyss. As such, he was currently scouring the labyrinth, searching for the divinity stone hidden somewhere on this floor. They were extremely rare items considered to be one of the greatest historical treasures throughout the world. Moreover, they naturally formed when large clumps of mana pooled together and crystallized over the span of 1,000 years. Due to that, the saturated mana is liquefied, eventually secreted as a potent healing elixir called ambrosia. With his prior knowledge of the world, Aziel knew all too well that monster meat was immensely poisonous to humans, regardless of whether they were consumed raw or cooked. The result of doing so would trigger a rapid deconstruction and reconstruction of the body on a cellular level, receiving trauma beyond what the human body could handle on its own. There were people who tried to eat monster meat in the past, and they had all died without exception. Unless one could regenerate or heal on the same level, they stood no chance of surviving. And so, for the last few hours, Aziel transmuted through various walls and crevices, avoiding the monsters prowling the abyss. At present, he was back at the location where he fought the claw bear, harboring the belief that it was likely contained in that general area. Placing his hand on the wall in front of him, his black and white mana briefly shone through, opening up a wide depression. Although there was nothing behind it but more rock and stone, he continued moving deeper into the opening, intuitively feeling the correct course of action. A few minutes passed, but he didn't quit, persistently transmuting the enclosure surrounding him, until eventually, His hand came in contact with something cold and slippery. Its texture was that of a stone, yet he knew instantly what it was. Without hesitation, he steadily removed the rock encasing it, finally arriving at the source. Damn, I must be a genius. A broken bar. What lay in front of him was a basketball-sized crystal that emitted a pale blue light, buried into the wall around it. Its appearance was mystical, wreathed in an aura of wondrous beauty. Clear liquid slowly secreted from it, sliding the wall as it formed a small puddle beneath it, prompting Aziel to carve out a makeshift container. After all, this wasn't any ordinary liquid. It was capable of healing all wounds. Although it couldn't regrow missing limbs, it could sustain one's life as long as they continued to drink it. Often referred to as the elixir of life. This very crystal was what was required to survive through the rapid cellular regrowth of eating monster meat, though one would be forced to deal with the tremendous pain all on their own. Exiting the cavity, Aziel closed it back up, only leaving a small gap in the wall. He arrived back at his temporary base of operations within the span of a few dozen minutes, setting down the container which held the divinity stone on a large dugout in the ground. He propped it up on a pillar, allowing the ambrosia to fill up the aperture below. The pale blue crystal also served as a light source, illuminating the pitch-black darkness around it. By this time, Aziel had already butchered the claw bear's corpse, bleeding it out before skinning it carefully. Left with the extremely tough and stringy meat, he chopped it up into thin slices. His cooking proficiency skill finally showed some use. Despite the highly resistant flesh, he had no problem cutting through it, completely ignoring its defenses. After searing the meat on heated coal like ore he recently synthesized, he seasoned it with the spices he packed in his bag beforehand and prepared to dine on this rather unorthodox meal. I tried a broken bar. I really did, but this shit still smells disgusting. A broken bar. Despite his preparations, the aroma wafting from it was anything but pleasant. Still, it didn't deter him from eating it, puncturing the meat with an exquisitely crafted fork and knife as he sliced off a piece. A canister filled with ambrosia sat at his side, arranged for quick consumption. Releasing a tired sigh, he inserted the fork into his mouth, gracing his taste buds with absolute garbage. While he had indeed seasoned it, the only effect it had was, in his words, adding a bit more flavor to a pile of dog shit. He chewed expressionlessly, the familiarity in his actions evident. He was far past the point of crying over an unappetizing meal, though he still couldn't say he'd eaten worse. To just chew and swallow a broken bar, and he did exactly that, scarfing down pieces of cooked meat one after another, followed by a few swigs of ambrosia. This cycle continued on for minutes. Even if he wasn't hungry, he persisted until he was finished with the entire claw bear. Guzzling multiple canisters of ambrosia, he leaned back against a wall, waiting for the monster meat to take effect. He'd done all he could, so he could only await the result of his actions. However, he didn't have to wait long as his heart suddenly throbbed violently, feeling as though it would leap out his throat. It pulsed with enough force to resound from outside his body, prompting him to hunch over, chipping his chest. Surprisingly, it wasn't out of pain, but the feeling of something crawling throughout his insides. All of his senses tingled intensely, accompanied by an occasional burning sensation. Vision blurring, he felt intoxicating, watching the room spin and twist around him. Overwhelmed by confusion, only one word came to mind amidst the spiraling array of sensations: Apex Constitution, the skill that made his physical makeup second to none, enhancing him to untold levels. Monster meat was said to be fatally poisonous to humans, but what if he wasn't anything close to a human from the beginning? As that thought crossed his mind, his vision gradually cleared, experiencing firsthand the ongoing cellular deconstruction and regrowth, yet it felt millions of bugs crawling beneath his skin. He fumbled around, grabbing a canister of ambrosia and gulped it down, attempting to relieve the itch spreading throughout. Though the absence of pain was mildly shocking, it didn't change what needed to be done. Closing his eyes, he focused internally, ignoring the acute throbbing of his heart, and honed in on the severe itching. Unseen to him, the original cells were sublimating, filtering the invading monster cells and devouring them. Everything useful to him was automatically absorbed, destroying anything unessential. This was the true strength of his apex constitution, reaping the major benefits while suppressing any unknown mutations. His body rapidly evolved at a smooth rate, breaking down and healing without damage. Due to that, no changes were made to his already perfect physical appearance, his hair remaining the same without the addition of immense pain. 2. Aziel's eyes suddenly snapped open, feeling extreme hunger overtake him. Swiftly looking around for something to eat, he realized the claw bear had been completely consumed by him. However, he eventually caught sight of the remaining bones strewn across the ground. Hastily crawling over, he took them within his grasp before snapping them open and sucking the bone marrow from each one. After a few minutes, he just barely managed to sate his appetite, finally feeling the end result of the evolution as the prior effects subsided. His eyes widened slightly, explosive strength coursed through him, all 5 senses were far sharper, enhanced to immense levels. If he were to compare what he previously boasted to black and white resolution, now it felt like HD resolution on top of color vision. Everything was much clearer now, incomparable to before. His body felt much lighter. Not only that, he felt as though he had eyes on all sides of his head, seeing in a full 360 degrees. His speed of thought and information processing met a drastic increase, granting him a completely clear and comprehensive mind. The evolution enhanced his physical aspects as well as mental. Clenching and unclenching his fists, he glanced toward the pool of ambrosia beside him, noticing his reflection. He remained unchanged, his usual eye and hair color persisted alongside his significant height, though his physique had become even more sculpted. "You're joking," a broken bar still, as if to spite him, he watched his fingernails slowly transform, replacing their initial color with jet black. His eyes twitched, inwardly cringing at the sight. 10 You had to get me with something, cue her broken bar. It wasn't life-changing as much as it was a nuisance, since he was fully capable of covering them with gloves. While it had indeed annoyed him, he decided to put that off for later, gazing back at his reflection before activating a skill. Analyze. A. Name, A-Sense. Aziel Nox A-Sense. Age, A-Sense 18 A-Sense. Gender, A-Sense Male A-Sense. Race, A-Sense Doom Primordial A-Sense 18. Estimated alignment, A-Sense Neutral Evil A-Sense 7. Level, 7. Job, World Nemesis. Strength, 1445 1. Vitality, 1205. Defense, 1140. Agility, 1410. Magic, 1395. Magic Defense, 1395. A. Skills, A-Sense Rule Divergence, A-Sense Natural Alpha, A-Sense Mana Manipulation A, plus Mana Discharge A, plus Mana Compression A, plus Remote Manipulation A, plus Mana Emission A, plus Ether Absorption A, plus Increased Efficiency, A-Sense Gale Claw, plus Triple Gale Claws A, plus Flying Gale Claws, A-Sense Magic Proficiency, plus Spell Control A, plus Remote Spell Control A, plus Multi-Spell Casting, A-Sense Ethereal Constitution A, plus Immense Body A, plus Peerless Mind A, plus Gargantuan Presence, A-Sense Scavenger A, plus Healing Digestion A, plus Self-Sustenance, A-Sense ... A broken bar expand. A. Current condition, perfect. A. Threat level, dangerous 1. A. Potential, limitless 1. A. Overall, potential world threat 2. A. As expected, his stats had risen astronomically, leaping by a staggering margin. He had also acquired 7 new skills, 6 if you didn't count Ethereal Constitution, which evolved alongside his body due to the derivative skill, ability Transcendence. Even then, his level had only risen to 7. As a person's level represented the total potential they had reached, It seemed that Aziel's growth limits had increased as well. By now, none of the creatures on this floor, or even within the lower floors, were worth less than fodder to him. Rule divergence. I'm directly bypassing this world's pre-established rules. The skill rule divergence functioned like an immunity to the restrictions of Tortoise, granting him the ability to leave behind the mechanics that shackled him. As such, skills that couldn't originally be acquired were now within his reach, possibly even creating new skills that suited his achievements. His potential was quite literally limitless. There was also the mana manipulation skill. He had gained the power to directly control mana. Upon focusing on that unfamiliar sensation, he could feel it rushing into his hand, gradually emitting a beautiful mist that consisted of various colors but was primarily black. Swirls of purple, blue, and pink could be seen, alongside speckles of white that resemble stars in the night sky. The color of his mana, it was enigmatic and otherworldly, akin to holding a galaxy in the palm of his hand. There was still a lot to examine, and he would make sure to cover all of it without fail. After all, he couldn't have secrets dwelling within his own body that he wasn't aware of. It was time to complete his routine training. There was no point in having new skills if he couldn't use them properly, thus, he would continue his pursuit of excellence and perfection. Would have been 10x better if you didn't fuck me over with black nails. A broken bar 2. After exiting his base, Aziel spent hours traveling throughout the entire floor, no longer cautious of the creatures hidden within the darkness. He eventually entered a tunnel-like cavern that stretched on for hours, leading into a large opening. The sound of running water could be heard. There was no other living being in sight, with the exception of a soul figure. It was one of the main reasons he'd followed the summoned hero's schedule to the labyrinth to experiment with a concept he wasn't sure existed in this world. Gazing at the figure lying unconscious within a pool of water, he realized now that this world wasn't dictated by any kind of fate or destiny. 7. There were no certainties, just like he'd expected. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Distorted Fate. 1. Due to a trap one of their classmates, Daijukama, had activated back on the 20th floor of the labyrinth. They were all sent to the 65th floor by a mass teleportation spell. Upon arriving on the collapsing stone bridge, a mixture of shock and panic overwhelmed many of them, though some, such as the kingdom's knights, managed to retain some semblance of composure. However, they had no chance to ponder over their circumstances as they immediately caught sight of a mysterious young man, who also stood just above the crumbling stone tiles of the bridge. Despite the dangerous situation, he slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of resplendent pale golden eyes, a tranquil sea of calm dwelling within. At that moment, the world seemed to flow in slow motion. All sound vanished, left only with the sensation of their pounding hearts. Some stretched out their hands, hoping to bring the young man to safety. But a broken bar. The bridge under his feet collapsed. No way, a broken bar. Did he just die? A broken bar? It can't be broken bar. Their voices trembled, letting out words of disbelief. Hajime Nagumo, an average boy who was deemed the weakest of the class, felt his ears ringing. He watched the mysterious young man fall to the depths of the abyss, yet no sign of struggle could be seen on his face. It was peaceful. Didn't he realize he was going to die? A broken bar? This was pure madness. But he was given no time to dwell on such thoughts as the Knight Commander, Meldloggin's voice suddenly thundered across the room. This is the 65th floor. A broken bar. You kids, stop daydreaming and prepare to retreat. He and the other knights were well aware of the extreme danger this situation presented, prompting them to act with haste. The bridge was steadily falling apart, making its way toward them, while drawn soldiers charged at them from the rear. The students all came back to their senses, realizing how dire things had become. Their hearts sank to the pits of their stomachs, feeling a mounting pressure coming on. They had not only just witnessed someone die right in front of them, but they were even forced to flee for their lives, lest they also end up dead. Captain Meld immediately began barking out orders. Alan, take to the front lines and assist kids to the stairs as fast as possible. Kyle, Evan, and to battle formation. Stick to the rear. We have to make it out of here before the entire bridge collapses. Kuki, come with me to the front and help lead the charge. Everyone's relying on you to help them escape a broken bar. But Meld-san, what about that persona idiot? There's no time to worry about that. Now get out of here. I definitely won't let you kids die. Kuki-man Ogawa, the party's resident hero, faltered slightly at the intensity of Captain Meld's gaze, ultimately deciding to follow orders and aid his fellow classmates through the horde of oncoming Drum soldiers. Surprisingly enough, he recognized the fact that there was nothing he could do to save the mysterious young man, thus giving up any protest he might have had. 2. As the deteriorating bridge gained momentum with each passing second, the students all broke out into a panic despite the knight's encouragement, while seeing the hundreds of monsters barreling toward them only further exacerbated the situation. To make matters worse, soldiers were still being summoned through the magic circles near the stairs, multiplying the weight settling over the students' hearts by tenfold. They were thrown into disarray, failing to comprehend the sequence of events leading up to this. Not even a moment later, the clash with the Drum soldiers commenced. Their overwhelming numbers terrified the students. With the exception of a select few, they all swung their weapons wildly, attempting to protect themselves from the onslaught. They were forced to both run as fast as possible whilst fighting off hordes of monsters, which brought forth a sense of panic and urgency to escape before they were swallowed up by the abyss. With the crumbling bridge hot on their trails, it was a literal race against time, further increasing the students' panic. At this, they all realized how dear their circumstances has become, giving rise to various outbursts of emotions. I gotta get the hell out of here. Broken bar. No, I can't die like these. A broken bar. While the knights who fought alongside them attempted to lessen the Drum soldiers' momentum, the sheer difference in number completely negated any effect their assistance might have had. Screams resounded. Students flailed about wildly, shoving each other in the hopes of pulling away safely. Some were directly attacked by the monsters, forcing them to defend themselves as best they could. Injuries had begun to accumulate on the knights' bodies as a result of defending the students, giving their all to ensure that everyone got out alive. Still, time wasn't on their side. The broken bridge was gradually gaining on them, adding even more pressure to this already dreadful situation. If things continued on like this, everyone, including the knights, would end up dying on this dark and dreary floor. You morons, did all your training fly out the window? Get back into formation this instant. Despite Captain Meld and Kuki's encouragement, the students were currently incapable of banding together, thrown into panic by the never-ending onslaught. Powerful attacks were unleashed one after the other, but it didn't seem to put a dent in their numbers. Had Hylia's strongest knights not been there to cover for them, at least one of the students would have died by now. It was only because of their excellence that they were able to cover for the students' inexperience. But because of how taxing it was, injuries rapidly accumulated, covering them in wounds of various proportions. As the students had realized the gravity of their own situation, despair began to color their faces. Kuri Shirasaki, the party's healer, had cast multiple spells in the hopes of calming the panicked students, but she was incapable of doing so. Soar unto heaven, O divine wings! A celestial flash. Kuki's voice rang out once more, sending out a blade of pure light, tearing through a line of Drum soldiers and obliterating the enemies in its path. Those who weren't instantly destroyed were blown away by the shock, sending them tumbling to their doom in the depths below. Yet even then, a new wave of Drum soldiers rose to take their place, not giving any indication of their numbers decreasing. The short respite that allowed the students to feel an inkling of hope was mercilessly torn apart, sending them to the depths of despair. Shizuku Yagashi, the swordswoman, and Ryutaro Sakagami, a man with a large build who also had the job of monk, fought alongside Kuki, cutting through wave after wave in an attempt to quell the rising chaos. They were strongest and the most composed among the students, allowing them to secure more ground for everyone else as they advanced. Even then, it was barely enough to keep them ahead of the falling bridge. Captain Meld watched on in frustration, unable to keep the disorderly party in line. Some of them had even split away from the group, separated by walls of bones. No matter what they did, the Drum soldiers seemed to keep coming, swarming them endlessly. "Everyone, you need to calm down and work together. That's the only way we'll all make it out of here alive." Although Cookie's charismatic speech would have usually won over the entire class by now, at this current moment, only a few students truly rallied. While they had indeed gotten closer to the stairs, their safety still wasn't guaranteed at this juncture. Amid the chaos, Hajime Nagumo, who had been attempting to help another student, was suddenly pushed into the range of a Drum soldier's attack, its sword held aloft. Noticing this, a look of horror and disbelief painted his expression, knowing he could do nothing to stop his momentum forward. The monster's sword skewered him, embedding itself into his chest. However, the devil's luck seemed to be with him, as the wound was mere inches away from his heart. Hajime looked down in pain and confusion, his vision blurring, barely able to make out the hilt of the sword dripping with blood. He couldn't help but question how things had come to this. Alongside his fellow classmates, he had fought through countless Drum soldiers, or rather, assisted others in their attacks due to his pitifully weak strength. He thought back to the ominous sensation he'd been feeling ever since arriving in the labyrinth, gradually putting the pieces of the puzzle together. A broken bar. Blood bubbled up from his throat, spilling out through his mouth in large quantities. He could no longer hold onto his fleeting consciousness. The pain and despair clouding his heart only amplified the effects, ultimately leading him to blacking out. "Nagumo-kun." Just then, Kuri Shirasaki's voice resounded, momentarily drawing the attention of those nearby. She rushed over immediately upon seeing Hajime's plight, her face deathly pale. Disregarding all incoming attacks, she raced past, her expression warped in panic. "Kuri, a broken bar." Shizuka ran after her best friend, worry gripped at her heart as she provided cover for Kuri, shielding her from the monsters who tried to capitalize on such unguarded prey. The Drum soldier who stabbed Hajime finally pulled its sword free from his chest, followed by a wide spray of blood. Anyone who saw this scene would have no doubt believed he was a goner for sure. Raising its sword once more, the monster prepared to finish him off, but was swiftly interrupted by Shizuku's attack, sending its skull flying. Kuri sighed in relief after stabilizing his condition. Realizing he wasn't in any immediate danger, pulling his arm around her shoulder, she hefted him up, carrying his unconscious body with an unseen amount of strength. Shizuka couldn't help but shake her head in exasperation, continuing onward in their arduous march toward the stairs. However, Ueri, a small girl with brown hair and brown eyes, Suzu Taniguchi, screamed at the top of her lungs, gazing worriedly at her fellow backliner and best friend Eri Nakamura. She was currently isolated from the rest of the party and surrounded on all sides by Drum soldiers, seconds away from being cast into the depths by the collapsing bridge. Suzu, a broken bar. Seeing this, Suzu hurriedly cast a barrier, defending Eri from their assault as she ran at full speed, quickly making her way to Eri's side. No matter the circumstances, Suzu refused to leave her one and only best friend behind. Together, they narrowly managed to drive the soldiers away, though the stone tiles beneath their feet were crumbling fast, causing Eri to lose her footing. She slipped, her body tilted back at an angle, the cold darkness of the abyss located directly behind her. "Buta, I got you." Suzu grabbed onto her arm, pulling her upright, with a triumphant smile as she looked at Eri's relieved expression. Still, that also resulted in Suzu losing her balance, thus instantly swapping them in position. This entire time, they were forced to move continuously, lest they both end up falling. And yet, upon seeing more Drum soldiers rushing in, Eri made a show of rescuing Suzu. "However, Eri, a broken bar?" Suzu called out in confusion, feeling Eri's grip slowly loosening. Looking up, her body suddenly went stiff, not from the sight of Drum soldiers, but from her supposed best friend's impossibly cold gaze. She couldn't help but wonder if they were really the same person, but somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew this was the true Eri Nakamura. At that moment, her body felt light, released from Eri's grasp as she fell weightlessly. Suzu's mind went blank, her eyes wandering to the other students, who also happened to catch a glimpse at her sudden fall, then back to her best friend, a girl with short black hair kept in a bob and wore black glasses. This seemingly calm, quiet girl who looked like nothing more than a school's librarian was actually capable of committing such sinister acts, wearing an expression unbefitting of an ordinary teenage girl. Era's previously cold gaze was now replaced by genuine panic, stretching her hand out towards Suzu as she fell into the endless darkness below. Helpless, Era continued backing away, slowly regrouping with the others who eventually neared the stairs at the end of the bridge. While Suzu, staring up at the vanishing light above with dull eyes, was completely engulfed by darkness. The best friend who she thought she knew the most had ended up betraying her at the worst possible moment, mercilessly casting her into the depths of the abyss. 1. Just before everything around her went black, she could only utter a single word in a hoarse tone. Wire broken bar? Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Distorted Fate. 2. One Suzu Taniguchi, a 17-year-old girl who'd been whisked away to another world alongside her classmates. From a very young age, her parents had been workaholics. Day in and day out, they'd worked, rarely ever showing up for parent-teacher conferences or participating in other school events where parents were invited. In truth, Suzu had been practically raised by the caretaker they'd hired for her. Suzu had more memories of spending time with her than her actual parents. Whenever her caretaker had left, Suzu was always left alone in that huge house. 3. Perhaps because of the isolated environment she'd grown up in, Suzu hadn't been very cheerful as a child, and she hadn't had many friends. Lonely, but also unsure of how to rid herself of loneliness, Suzu's childhood was no doubt an unhappy one. Had it not been for her cheerful and lively babysitter, Suzu might have ended up even gloomier than she had. It wasn't that her parents didn't love her, they'd been careful about not spoiling her, and even if Suzu was already asleep by the time they arrived at home, they'd still check up on her. However, that hadn't been nearly enough for a young child like Suzu. So even if she'd been awake by the time her parents came home, she pretended to be asleep. Or if they'd made time to come home early, she just pouted instead of spending time with them. It had been thanks to Suzu's babysitter that she'd been able to transform from a gloomy, moody child, to the cheery, outgoing girl she is now. A few years after she'd been employed, the caretaker had been able to see Suzu slowly turning into an unsociable child, and had given her some advice. Just smile. Truthfully, that advice was pretty half-assed at best, but the old caretaker had meant it from her heart. Moreover, she'd been like a second mom to Suzu. Though Suzu didn't fully believe that was all it would take, she'd been willing to try anything to alleviate her loneliness. First, she tried smiling at her parents. "Mom, Dad, thank you." She'd acted overjoyed the next time they'd given her a present. Honestly, she'd still felt annoyed at them for neglecting her all this time, but she pushed those emotions down. Naturally, her parents had been surprised by her sudden change in attitude, but they'd also been happy. "And no problem, Suzu. Daddy wants you to be happier." Broken bar. "Suzu, come give your mom a hug." She'd never seen them smile so happily before. Of course, their workload hadn't changed, but now they seemed happy when they were with Suzu rather than apologetic, and that, in turn, made Suzu happy for real. In time, she tried smiling more at school as well. Even though she wasn't necessarily having fun at school, she'd smile all the time anyway. Before she knew it, she'd made dozens of friends, and all of them had seemed happy to be spending time with her. In a flash, her dreary school life had become exciting. It was then that Suzu had learned that smiling was the solution to her problems. As long as she was smiling, she'd never be alone, and thus, the class mood maker was born. From then on, Suzu was always smiling cheerfully, even if she didn't actually feel that happy inside. She kept her happy, joking persona up no matter what. That was the individual Suzu Taniguchi. A four drip. Suzu's eyes fluttered slightly, releasing a pained groan as she gradually opened them. Her body shivered, feeling a chilling breeze caress her skin. The first thing she'd noticed without even opening her eyes was that her whole body had been submerged in ice-cold water, giving her a tender numbness all over. Where am I? Broken bar? Groggily lifting her head, she tried to recall how she'd ended up in this state. Her surroundings were relatively dark, but due to the green crystals scattered about, it wasn't pitch black. Glancing behind her, she caught sight of a river 5 meters wide, and noticed that she was still almost entirely submerged within it. The water level came up to her chest, and her head rested on a boulder that jetted out from the river bank. To Broken Bar. The bridge collapsed, and then nearer her thoughts suddenly halted. The fog clouding her mind slowly cleared as her brain finally started working again. From the vague memories Suzu had on hand, it became apparent that she'd been carried by various waterfalls upon plummeting into the abyss, leading her down into an opening before she lost consciousness shortly after. Realizing how absurd the previous sequence of events had been, she couldn't help but release a dry chuckle. By some uncanny stroke of luck, she cheated death, surviving the extremely long fall and ended up in that river, propped up in the position she lay in previously. It was nothing short of a miracle. Broken Bar. Why am I here? Where is this place here? Broken Bar? Although the location she currently resided was unknown to her, she decided to put that question off for later, and instead focused on pulling herself out of the water. If she'd stayed submerged any longer than that, she ran the risk of developing hypothermia. Shivering, she attempted to grab hold of the rocky surface of the river's ledge. Broken Bar. Her left arm wouldn't move. What's going on? Broken Bar? Confused, she furrowed her brows, worriedly turning her gaze downward, only to see her arm dangling limply. Swollen spots of purple and red could be seen alongside many protrusions of broken bones that stretched out from beneath her skin. Broken Bar. Her heart instantly sank. A dumb sound escaped her lips. It felt as though someone had doused her in freezing cold water. She could feel an influx of warm saliva slowly filling her mouth, as she fought desperately to swallow down the bile rising in her throat. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Biting her lips, tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to pull herself out of the river. The numbness she felt previously was gradually being replaced by a stabbing pain, especially so upon realization of her own injury. Barely managing to pull herself out, she flopped to the ground, rolling over on her side. The labyrinth's cold floor pressed against her wet skin, her clothes clinging to her body uncomfortably. Broken Bar. Suzu grimaced, her face twisting in pain. Despite her best efforts, she still managed to aggravate the injury further, her sudden movements proving detrimental. The absence of any reprieve from the agony made her feel both frustration and sorrow, quietly stewing in her chest like a dormant volcano. Why the hell am I? Broken Bar. Her emotions began to pour forth after getting past the initial confusion, an overwhelming sensation of pure helplessness engulfing her heart. Whimpering silently, she lay with her head limp against the ground, tears spilling endlessly from her eyes. There existed no optimism in her heart amidst this situation, only a never-ending worry at the prospect of more suffering. No one would come to save her. She could feel it instinctively. Regardless, even with her emotions running rampant, she still had the mind to keep aware of her surroundings, not daring to make too much noise on the off chance of something hearing her. Although she was afraid of her current circumstances, she feared even more what might come slithering out of the darkness ahead. A couple minutes passed before she eventually decided to lift herself up, shifting into a sitting position. Sniffling softly from both her cries and the cold, she removed her wet clothes, careful not to aggravate the pain of her broken arm. I imagine if they'd seen me in this state, all bruised and battered. Broken Bar. I'm sure. She attempted to cheer herself up somewhat, but her words immediately caught in her throat at the mention of her best friend. Swallowing her saliva with a bit of difficulty, she shook her head, ignoring the goosebumps rising on her arms. Broken Bar. I guess I should just focus on getting warmer. Broken Bar. Suzu distracted herself, opting to instead focus her attention on the steady decrease of her body temperature. She wrung out her wet clothes, sitting in nothing but her underwear. Grabbing one of the jagged-edged stones scattered about, she drew a 5 centimeter magic circle on the ground. She was trying to cast the flare spell, which even kids could cast with a 10 centimeter magic circle. Due to her job barrier master, she possessed an above-average affinity with fire magic, so casting a simple spell like this required no complications. My desire is fire, fire imbued with the essence of light. A flare. As she chanted the entire incantation, the efficacy of the spell was thus increased, allowing a flame the size of a campfire to manifest within the circle. The light flickered off her skin, illuminating the redness of her puffy eyes and the dark expression on her face. She sat in silence, laying her clothes out to dry beside the fire, staring listlessly, her eyes drawn to the vigorous ember burning brightly. Where am I? How should I make it out of here? Broken bar. I don't think there's a staircase leading up a broken bar, but can I really manage a broken bar? Questions she had no answers to swirled about her mind, bringing with it a hopeless sensation of dread. She had tried to consider her options, but any further pondering brought despair to her already aching heart. Suzu was aware of the fact that her behavior at present would soon cause her to break down, but it wasn't something she could help. She just wasn't suited to face such high-pressure situations all on her own, especially when the stakes went as far as life and death. Maybe a broken bar, maybe I'll find something. A broken bar. Clinging onto that minuscule spark of hope, she pursed her lips, refusing to let the tears wash away her resolve. After about 10 minutes, she warmed herself sufficiently and her clothes were mostly dry, so she decided to head out, trying her luck at finding a method to the surface. She had no idea what floor she was on, but if one thing was clear, she was truly deep in the labyrinth. That said, it wouldn't be strange for monsters to pop out at any time. Suzu walked slowly, caution filled every step as she made her way down the long passageway. The path she was going down was wide, resembling a cave of sorts. It was on a completely different scale from the ones in the upper floors. She moved from the cover of each boulder and obstruction she could find, making doubly sure to stay hidden within the shadows. Her heart pounded in her chest, anxiety clawing at her psyche. Every passing second was nerve-wracking, the chilling silence driving her to the breaking point. She had no idea how long she walked for, but sweat beaded down her forehead as her breaths occasionally hitched in her throat. The excruciating pain of her left arm caused her to halt her progression, sitting stationary behind a tall stalagmite. Why couldn't I have just learned healing magic? A broken bar, damn neat a broken bar. Clenching her teeth in vexation, she clawed at her shirt, completely fed up, self-loathing warred with her growing anger at anything and everything. She was tired, uncomfortable, scared, and in pain. To make matters worse, she was also beginning to feel hungry. If this wasn't hell, she didn't know what was. Wiping away the snot leaking from her nose, she exhaled, feeling the constant constricting of her chest. Damn it, damn it. Damn neat a broken bar. Chapter 23, Distorted Fate. 3. Those who stare into the darkness long enough would go mad. 3. Those who feel enough pain would become numb. Those who feel enough hunger would become hollow. And those who never reached a broken bar die. Suzu gradually opened her eyes, the dimly lit cavern coming into view a moment later. She sat curled up in a ball, her knees pressed against her chest. The dark circles under her eyes were evident as she looked around blankly. Oh, our broken bar, I'm still here. Broken bar. Running her tongue over her dry lips, she swallowed the mucus building in the back of her throat. The extreme anxiety and stress from earlier had caused her to feel exhausted, which led her to rest in some random corner surrounded by boulders. Although unlikely, she had a vague hope of waking up to find everything normal again, but of course, reality was often cruel. I should just sit here and die. A broken bar. No one's coming for little ol' me. Anyways, a broken bar. She blinked heavily, feeling slightly lightheaded. Suzu had just about given up on ever escaping, resigning herself to the darkness of the labyrinth. She believed there was nothing she could do, and wasn't too keen on meeting a monster of this hellish floor. None of the conclusions she'd drawn up had led to anything substantial, or rather, only more despair. So far, she had only one of 3 options: starve to death, die of dehydration, or a broken bar, be killed by a monster. The prospect of ending her own life hadn't even come to mind, feeling an exceptional aversion towards that kind of topic. I can stay here, broken bar, but I'm thirsty, a broken bar, and hungry, a broken bar. Her stomach growled as she wet the dryness in her throat with saliva. She didn't know how long she'd been down here, but it had to at least have been nearly a day or so. This was the first time she hadn't willingly missed a meal. Thinking back to the comfort of her warm bedsheets and pillows, the sumptuous meals she ate until full, or the soothing sensation of a nice bath, Her mood worsened even more. "I want a broken bar to get out of here. I want a broken bar. Go home. A broken bar anywhere was better than here." But the first thing that came to mind was the solace of her own home. The place she'd lived for years. She wanted to see her parents again. The places she'd visited as she wanted to live. Wiping the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, her voice sounded, cracking with emotion. "I don't want to die. A broken bar," Suzu declared from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to perish in an unknown floor of a labyrinth, helpless and afraid. She couldn't accept such an outcome. That was how she truly felt. Her previous resignation was brought on by despair, but pushing past that, she held naught but a single wish, a desire, a kindling flame, one that steadily grew with each passing second. "A broken bar. I don't want to die. A broken bar ever." Clenching her small fists, she steadied her gaze. It was either do or die, and she refused to meet her death. Not now, not ever. She grabbed the pointy razor-edged stone she'd been sharpening all this time, groaning painfully as she pulled herself out from the cover of the boulders. What she required was an adequate source of food and drink, but she only possessed knowledge of one. The river she'd first woken up in was her current goal, deciding to start from there and work her way up to the former. Though it seemed difficult, or even quite possibly life-threatening, Suzu was all out of options. She wasn't capable of much, but this was her final stand. The bitterness lurking in her heart drove her to deny the inevitable out of sheer spite. "You practically doomed me to die. A broken bar. But what if I don't a broken bar?" Just the possibility alone, the opportunity to contradict her fate, gave her the strength to stand again. It was often said that fortune favored the bold. However, at present, she wasn't bold, but teetering on the edge of utter lunacy. The cold, lonely passageway ahead seemed daunting, yet she nevertheless traveled down its dark path, clutching the sharp stone in her grasp. It'd be a lie if she said she wasn't still terrified of what awaited her, but that fear wasn't enough to stop her at this juncture. At least a broken bar, that's what she believed. A broken bar. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. The sound of low growling reached her ears. The first sound she'd heard since arriving on this floor that hadn't been produced by her own actions. She knew exactly what it was, and that knowledge left her nearly drenched in cold sweat. There existed one creature, a single entity that made that kind of noise. A monster. Suzu stiffened up. Her heart instantly began drumming within her chest. Like a bad-oiled machine, she slowly turned her head, just enough to catch a glimpse of the creature casually advancing toward her out of the corners of her eyes. A ferocious white-furred wolf with two thick tails sprouting out of its rear. Disgusting red veins that pulsed like a heartbeat trailed down its body, making for a nauseating sight. A twin-tailed wolf, one that had actually found her. "No way, this isn't happening. A broken bar. This can't be broken bar." Her breathing became ragged, coming out in short gasps. Despair ate away at her mind. She was unable to cope with the current situation. Even after resolving to overcome whatever difficulties lay ahead, she was still petrified in the face of a real monster. That flimsy determination was meaningless. The primal terror she currently felt had made her realize one very simple fact: she was nothing. Suzu slowly backed away. Her legs trembled as desperation etched its way onto her face. This wasn't something she could contend against. That much could be felt just from its presence alone. The twin-tailed wolf's glowing red eyes glared at her. She could have sworn its gaze conveyed a mocking glint. It walked with leisure steps, snarling viciously as it clearly toyed with its prey. The monster had already recognized that Suzu posed no threat whatsoever, thus taking its time to revel in her despair. Soon after, two more twin-tailed wolves appeared from the darkness, following close behind the first one. Saliva dripped from their hideous mouths, revealing their wicked sharp fangs. The situation had gone from bad to worse. They seemed to enjoy backing her into a corner, watching as her shivering frame attempted to retreat. She had just barely managed to keep herself from succumbing to terror, though even that likely wouldn't last much longer. This was far from how she envisioned her actions thus far would lead to, though it might have been as she had expected in the back of her mind inevitable. At this moment, one of the twin-tailed wolves suddenly made its move, releasing a feral growl as it lunged at her, baring its claws savagely. The bloodthirsty look in its eyes plainly expressed its intent. This game of cat and the mouse was over. Suzu's mind went blank. Raising a single arm, she functioned on pure instinct. You undying holy light, a sacred shields. Upon finishing her spell, a wide circular barrier of light manifested in an ostentatious flash, followed by multiple layers of the same kind, lining up perfectly in front of her. However, due to the chant being shortened, the spell's strength was also reduced as a result. And those weakened shields allowed the twin-tailed wolf to tear through them like paper, producing a sound akin to glass shattering. Still, even if they had been fully powered, they wouldn't have given the wolf any trouble. She was far too weak. Grr. Swiping its deadly sharp claws in a horizontal slash, it made rip her to shreds, but surprisingly, only air had met its lethal attack. The confused twin-tailed wolf steadied itself on the ground as it gazed up, only to see Suzu's panic-stricken figure running away at full speed. 1. She wasn't foolish enough to stand in the same place after finishing her spell, knowing full well how weak she was in comparison. It was better to gain as much distance as possible before thinking up any countermeasures she could use to ensure her survival. Adrenaline, alongside the looming threat of death, had pushed her to break past her physical limits, running at a speed unthinkable to those with the same stats. The cold wind brushed against her, causing the sweat that formed on her forehead to slide off immediately. Air filled her lungs, sprinting with all her might. She could no longer feel her legs, constantly repeating the same action without any further thought. The only thing at the forefront of her mind was a minuscule hope of moving just a little bit faster. Yet, even then, she could still hear the tapping of wolf paws colliding with the ground, quickly gaining on her. It was likely that they'd catch her within a few more seconds. That was the stark contrast in their strength. Trepidation festered in her heart, causing her to make a grave mistake, one she might even never come back from. She broken bar turned her head to look back. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the twin-tailed wolf lunging at her within mere inches away. Its jaws opened wide, allowing her to see its pitch-black gums and razor-sharp teeth. Ha! Groo! Suzu arched her back, jumping off her toes as she managed to get away just in time before it could kill her. Still, the wolf bit into her shirt at that moment, tearing off a piece of the fabric as it missed by a hair's breadth. However, she tripped, gliding a few inches above the ground, her single working arm outstretched. Her eyes widened, taking in what had just occurred with a blank mind. Before afar, she hit the ground with a heavy thud, bouncing a couple times as she ultimately tumbled into a wall at the far end. Scrapes and bruises trailed down her arms and legs, while an occasional few bleeding cuts could be seen as well. Suzu lay sprawled across the ground, her mouth completely agape, but no screams rang out. Due to the pain, plus having the air knocked out of her, she was left in a complete state of shock, unable to even express her current trauma through sound. And Yata-G, get up, get up, get up. Her broken bar. I have to get up. She struggled fiercely, her spasming body twitching as she barely managed to pull herself into a crawl. The adrenaline kept her from feeling the fractured bones in her left leg, and the worsening of her already broken arm that was twisting unnaturally in the opposite direction. Through blurry vision, Suzu could see the twin-tailed wolves gradually slowing their momentum, already assured that she was trapped for good. Their assumption proved to be correct, as she sat with her back against the wall, hastily scooting herself to the side in the hopes of finding a way out. It would take a miracle on par with the one that saved her from falling to her death, or a broken bar a frightening coincidence. Just then, her hand bent inwardly, coming in contact with a small opening in the wall that was barely wide enough to fit someone a little less than her size. Her pupils shrank, her pulse quickened, a powerful sensation spread throughout her chest. A miracle. But before she could focus on that, the twin-tailed wolves had appeared in front of her, seemingly growling in a mixture of fury and contempt. Suzu had only lasted as long as she did because they hadn't taken her seriously from the start. She was but hapless prey struggling in futility. Suzu breathed harshly, feeling a crippling fatigue wash over her. Yet, she wasn't finished. It wasn't over. She couldn't die. Her whole body was trembling, barely managing to keep herself upright, but the crisis was almost over. She Broken Bar refused to perish. I won't die here Broken Bar, you son of a bitch. I won't die here Broken Bar. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, She Who Never Dies 3. Suzu felt the world go stagnant, her surroundings drained of all color. Nothing but the sound of her own heartbeat reached her ears, thrumming loudly with each pulse. Her lips began moving inaudibly, seemingly praying for salvation. Within her line of sight, 3 twin-tailed wolves prowled a couple meters out, gradually inching closer as the seconds ticked by. Their jaws hung low, salivating at the delectable prey they were all but guaranteed to eat. Suzu's hand clawed at the labyrinth wall, sliding her body across the ground miserably. Even as she watched them close in on her, she continued, scraping the wall hard enough to draw blood. The monster's fierce growls didn't garner a reaction from her anymore. She had zoned out completely, harboring only thoughts of survival. Ba thumper, ba thumper, ba thump, reaching out her hand into the small opening, her breathing hitched, feeling the wolf's presence slowly bearing down on her. She wouldn't make it in time, that much was obvious. Despite all of her efforts, this seemed to be where her journey concluded. However, denies thine enemies passage a hallowed ground. Her voice suddenly resounded, packed full of her growing resolve and determination to survive. Previously, her lips had been moving not to pray, but to cast her strongest defensive spell. The twin-tailed wolves instinctively rushed at her, attempting to stop whatever she was trying to do. But before they could get close enough to attack, a large, spherical barrier of golden light manifested around her, momentarily impeding their charge. The spell she had used, Hallowed Ground, created an impenetrable barrier that couldn't be broken by normal means. Though it consumed a lot of mana, and could only be used for a minute, this was more than enough to achieve her goal. Panting heavily, sweat cascaded down her brows, the fatigue wore her down to the point of nearly fainting where she sat. And yet, Suzu persisted, digging her broken nails into the walls as she pulled with all the force she could muster. The opening was right there, a small hole that led into unknown darkness, but at present, it was her salvation. This wasn't meant to be the place where her story ends. No, as a matter of fact, it was just beginning. You won't stop me from living a Broken Bar. Leaning her upper body into the depression, she grabbed hold on anything her hand could latch onto, steadily crawling her way through. Nothing and no one would obstruct her survival, for the spite and obsession she held was far too great. This attachment drove her to lengths unimaginable to the previous individual she was before falling. Slowly but surely, Suzu was changing. At this moment, the twin-tailed wolves broke through the barrier, taking only a few seconds longer than before. They dashed at full speed, almost instantly arriving at the opening where Suzu was currently located. By now, her whole body, with the exception of her legs, were completely out of the monster's reach, but that was all they needed. Alarmed, she quickly pulled back her right leg, leaving only her injured left leg that moved slower than normal. Still, she managed to pull it back into the hole with a bit of struggle, but not before one of the twin-tailed wolves sunk its teeth into it, ripping off a chunk of meat just as she thought it was safe. Agony, intense agony overtook her mind, snapping out of her focused state and eliciting a tormented screech. She continued backing away from the wolves' snapping jaws, the acrid stench of blood filling the enclosure. Though her leg was still partially intact, the severe blood loss would leave her dead within minutes. She gasped for air, her face gradually paling even more. However, she wasn't finished. See, come on Suzu, we didn't come all this way for nothing. Did we a Broken Bar? Exhaling a heated breath, she swallowed dryly, feeling cold sweat drench her whole body. She couldn't let despair eat away at her, not when she was this close. Gritting her teeth, she bit into the already ripped sleeve of her shirt, tearing off a piece of fabric, before dropping it into her only working hand. And she began wrapping it around her bleeding leg, the pain amplifying due to the exposed muscle and bone. Her vision blurred, becoming increasingly difficult to keep her eyes open, but she repeated her actions as she continued crawling. In a state of delirium, Suzu clawed her way forward with one hand, her nails already broken and bleeding. She didn't know how long she'd been crawling, but it was likely that only a couple minutes had passed. considering she was still alive. Yeah, broken bar, I'm really a broken bar, going to die here, broken bar. Her broken bar rage simmered within her chest, causing her body heat to rise as it temporarily alleviated the icy coldness spreading throughout. She refused with all her being to succumb. Even if she had to wade through hell, it wouldn't stop her from living. How could she die here, powerlessly, worthlessly, and despairing? No, that wasn't it. There was still much more to do, much more to accomplish. However, would she, after all the pain and suffering, really perish in this damned place? Hell no, a broken bar. That a broken bar can't happen, a broken bar. Not like this. One coughing heavily, she panted in short gasps, eyelids nearly closing. Her freezing cold hands pried at the ground below, just barely moving in spite of her weakening limbs. A trail of blood followed behind. Sorrow and anger mingled within her heart, boiling as she bit deep into her lip in an effort to keep herself awake. Everything a broken bar, everything was going to end, leaving all of her determination to rot in this hellish abyss. Her body would decay in pure darkness, forever to be forgotten within the unending passage of time. Meaningless, she lived for naught, only to be consigned to death by the unreasonable. Utter futility. Yeah, broken bar, am a broken bar, not a broken bar. Her arm had lost its strength, collapsing limply. And so, the high schooler who'd been summoned to another world, Suzu Taniguchi, finally laid her head down to rest. The steady rhythm of her heartbeat had slowed considerably, releasing an occasional pulse. But as her head slowly fell, her face had met not with the hard ground of the labyrinth, but a small puddle of clear, cool liquid. Suzu's face instantly sunk to the bottom, fully submerged. Through her shallow breathing, the cool liquid entered her nasal passage before flowing down into her throat, causing an immediate reaction. Her eyes suddenly snapped open, removing her face from the water with a start. Cough, a cough, a cough. Throwing both arms to the ground, she coughed repeatedly, adjusting to the liquid burning her lungs. She didn't know what was happening, her focus solely on regulating her breathing. A moment later, she sucked in huge breaths of air, her chest heaving steadily. Looking around frantically, she could see nothing but pitch-black darkness, but confusion was evident in her gaze. Yeah, broken bar died, didn't ya, broken bar? What, just a broken bar? Clenching and unclenching her fists, she realized now that both of her hands were actually working properly. Not only that, but her entire body felt completely revitalized, pained by injuries no more. Her leg and arm had healed without any scarring, functioning as good as new. She could move with ease, no longer impeded by anything other than her poor strength. It was as if she'd traveled back to before she'd fallen down here, in little peak condition. Her mana had also been replenished to full capacity, leaving her gawking in astonishment. The only thing here that changed anything was the broken bar liquid. Whatever it is, unaware a broken bar one, as she had concluded, it was indeed the liquid that saved her life, which meant that it contained some kind of healing agent. Though she had no idea what it was, she was nevertheless grateful to have survived. Of course, the liquid that had healed her was naturally ambrosia, seemingly left over from the Divinity Stone's excess discharge. Suzu slumped down against the wall behind her, realizing she had just narrowly escaped a painful death. With everything she'd been through thus far, the fear that had initially consumed her was now dulled to a great extent. Falling into a deep abyss, breaking her arm, nearly descending into madness, and even running away from 3 ravenous monsters. Not to mention her close shave with death mere moments ago. All of this weighed on her, but not just that, it had also become her strength, tempering her will, and forcibly unveiling the best she could possibly be. A far cry from the high school girl who'd been afraid of her own shadow. Yay, I've been put through hell, but I still didn't manage to secure any food or water. A broken bar. What she had initially set out for was no more than a pipe dream. Thinking about the monster-infested labyrinth that awaited her, her heart suddenly felt empty. While Suzu refused to complain aloud, it was simply fact. There wasn't a stable way to acquire food, but for the moment, she still had the ambrosia to keep her afloat. However, that meant she was living on a timer, waiting as the clock ticked down until she could last no longer. Arg! What the hell, a broken bar? Am I playing on extreme difficulty, or what? A broken bar, roughly scratching the back of her head, Her face unconsciously twisted into a wry expression. The pitch-black darkness surrounding her did nothing to invalidate her statement either. The passageway in which she rested was also narrow, giving little room to do much of anything. Though luckily for her, the ceiling was quite a bit taller than her, as if someone had dug straight through here and came right back out. Still, this wasn't any of her concern, harboring only thoughts of survival. Despite the harsh odds, she believed there had to be a way out for her. It was bordering on an unwavering faith. After all, she Broken Bar was a girl who wouldn't die. Chaos dances about those who attempt to remain sane. Tranquility reaches those who pine for anarchy. Though they exist within the same mold, one cannot triumph over the other, breeding an endless cycle. Like a brilliant light and a dreary darkness, they coincide. True madness. One Suzu Taniguchi, age 17. A couple weeks after having been summoned to Tortoise, she was cast away into the abyss of the True Orcus labyrinth. By her one and only best friend, she had been made to die an unreasonable death. Suzu Taniguchi ... cast a wire Broken Bar. Suzu a Broken Bar ... into the abyss a Broken Bar. Taniguchi ... been made to die a Broken Bar unreasonably Broken Bar one and only best friend a Broken Bar. Gradually opening her eyes, her eyelids revealed a dull gaze, peering straight ahead into the familiar darkness. Sitting in nothing but still silence, she was left only to her recurring thoughts. The same lines constantly repeated themselves in her head, committing them to memory as if to never forget. It had already been 3 days since she'd escaped the twin-tailed wolves, currently held up within the narrow opening where she'd discovered the ambrosia. She lived off of it, occasionally dipping her finger into the puddle and drawing the sustenance she needed. Though it kept her alive, it couldn't sate her growing hunger, bringing with it the agonizing pain of starvation. She suffered the constant pain of an empty stomach but could do nothing to ease it. What do I eat a Broken Bar? How should I find something a Broken Bar? She could barely sleep because of the pain, and the ambrosia kept her mind clear. The fatigue nearly brought her to the edge of unconsciousness, only for the pain and hunger to draw her back. It was a repeated cycle of agony and relief. Still, she never stopped drinking the ambrosia. In complete isolation, she sat reflecting over her past actions, what she could have done better, and how things could have changed if she'd made different choices. Now that she was relatively safe, all the memories she'd repressed to the depths of her mind had come flooding back, giving her a near-accurate visualization of everything that occurred. Cold, alone, and uncertain of the future, she slumped down limply like a broken doll. It would be far too naive a hope to ever dream of being rescued from this hell, and she held no such beliefs either. But one thing continued to nag at her in spite of her attempts to ignore it. Even for a moment, it wouldn't quit. That bitch tried to kill me. A high-pitched, frosty voice sounded. Negative emotions unknowingly festered within her heart, spreading throughout like black ink. Her best friend, Eri Nakamura, was a dastardly snake who'd consigned her to death. No matter how hard she tried to justify it, or give it proper reasoning, there was no denying what had happened right in front of her eyes. The person she considered herself closest to had abandoned her without remorse, leaving her to rot in hell. One that she wouldn't forgive, and a Broken Bar. Those bastards, they just sat there and watched me fire. Broken Bar. It wasn't only her supposed best friend that she hated either, it was also the classmates who watched as she felt a certain death. Though her current spiraling mind couldn't logically process the previous events, it didn't stop her from directing a silent hatred toward everyone and everything. 2. Feelings that couldn't be expressed through mere words dwelled behind her lifeless eyes, stewing chaotically, steadily concocting a twisted insanity. I hope you fuckers rot in hell too. Let's see how you like it. 3 more days passed. The dwindling puddle of ambrosia was made apparent to her, increasing pressure on her already deteriorating mind. The hunger pains she'd felt had abated for a while, but had now come back in full force, racking her stomach with an excruciating starvation. After realizing the ambrosia would soon run out, she stopped consuming even the little bit she had before, opting to prolong the intervals. Her pitch-black isolation had led her to mumble listlessly, occasionally shrinking away in terror from various delusions she'd conjured up. Gradually, her thoughts stopped making sense entirely, manifesting as incoherent noise. Clinging to life with undeniable zeal, Suzu's mind could barely process anything else. Madness seeped into every pore of her being, reconstructing her mental state to suit her current circumstances. If there was darkness, she had to accept it for what it was, or rather, embrace it. 124 Part 2, If there was silence, she had to create a tune that drummed according to the beat she desired. If there existed a hellish abyss, she Broken Bar had to become a greater demon that consumed all who sought to consume her. In this world, there was no longer anyone to help her. One could be killed at the drop of a hat, buried and forgotten. There were unreasonable existences who couldn't care less about her life. That fact had made a strange feeling well up within her, a peculiar sensation nearly indescribable, but if one had to put a label on it, it would undoubtedly be akin to freedom. Another 2 days passed. Suzu's figure lay prone and unmoving, her eyes completely glazed over as though she were dead. The only indication of her still being alive was the rhythmic rising and falling of her stomach. Anger and hatred had long since faded. After all, they weren't necessary to her survival. The crippling fear that previously ate away at her existence had also disappeared, replaced by something cold and monstrous. The individual, Suzu Taniguchi, wasn't the same person she'd been since arriving, but someone completely unrecognizable. A cruel and sinister being had taken over, contaminated by the insanity this pitch-black darkness had wrought. Her supposed best friend can go to hell. A Broken Bar. The friends she'd made over the years. A Broken Bar can go to hell. A Broken Bar. This world that inflicted such pain upon her. A Broken Bar. 3 can wither and die in hell. They all meant nothing to her. Gradually, the light began to return to her eyes. Her blank expression slowly morphed, her sharp eyes curling slightly with a playful glint. There existed no hostility or pain, but a silent disregard for everything around her. Fear couldn't shake her, agony was her new best friend, and suffering was now a tool for her own personal use. Her soul had been transformed into something putrid, far too unsightly to even be called a human. Hello darkness, my old friend. To Broken Bar. A sing-song voice suddenly escaped her lips as she cackled at her own joke. For she had completely lost it. Lifting herself up off the ground, she stretched her limbs animatedly, appearing vibrant and full of life despite the merciless abyss surrounding her. Oh my God, I am hungry. God damn me. To Broken Bar. Someone fetch me something to eat. To Broken Bar. Her voice echoed throughout the narrow opening, speaking to absolutely no one. Eyebrows furrowed, she looked around, tapping her foot on the ground impatiently as if she were some high noble. Not even a moment later, her shoulders slumped, releasing a tired sigh. How a Broken Bar do I have to do everything myself? Or Broken Bar? Well, if I've got no choice, I've got no choice, right? Ye? Anyways. A Broken Bar. Crouching down, she dipped her finger into the small spill of ambrosia, sticking it straight into her mouth immediately after. The revitalizing sensation spread throughout her body, rejuvenating most of her lost energy. Then, she sauntered over to the shallow opening of her current dwelling, peeking her head outside before squinting her eyes till they were nearly closed. Dim as it was, the green glowstones lighting the walls outside had still impeded her vision, not yet accustomed to it after seeing nothing but darkness all this while. The familiar caverns and corridors ahead made a gentle smile creep up on her face, recalling the previous course of events as if they were fond memories. Seeing a thin trail of blood laid out in the distance, Suzu mumbled under her breath, "Other murdered dogs are gone now." Cue her Broken Bar. Blood splattered to the ground, evidently originating from a large wound. A large figure lumbered unsteadily. Its laborious breathing could be heard even from meters out. The claw bear growled hoarsely, gazing out the only eye it had left that hadn't been destroyed. Like its eye, it also possessed only a single arm, the other remaining as a mere stump, fountaining blood in all directions. It was a miserable scene. As one could immediately conclude, the claw bear had been severely injured after a clearly one-sided battle, but surprisingly, whatever managed wound it like this had left without finishing it off. 2. Thus, the monster could only travel down each corridor aimlessly, its heart filled with rage and slight trepidation. Rage, obviously because of its current state and the culprit who'd injured it so critically, while trepidation, Due to the fact that they were able to overwhelm it so easily, putting in seemingly no effort whatsoever. They definitely weren't a being who could be trifled with, as the labyrinth naturally restored over time. That also meant creatures spawned once more within that time frame. The claw bear was no different. Staggering momentarily, the claw bear felt its body gradually weaken, the blood loss and some other effect taking its toll. There was no doubt it would die within a few minutes to half an hour, but still, no creature on this floor stood much of a chance against it even in this state. After all, if it chose to lash out with its full strength before dying, nothing here would survive its wrath in a one-on-one situation. Just as it made to step forward unsteadily, it suddenly caught something moving out of the corner of its eye. The creature was small and ran on two legs, giving off no potential signs of danger. Running on instinct alone, the claw bear turned around to look, catching sight of the small creature hastily retreating without a second wasted, hoping to escape from it. The claw bear snorted faintly, realizing it was just another pitiful creature that fled upon seeing its figure. Even then, it was compelled to follow after them, its gluttonous hunger deciding on its course of action in its stead. If it was going to die anyway, it unconsciously figured that it might as well have a sumptuous meal before that happened. Giving proper chase, the claw bear stumbled, making its way over. The small creature it had seen before was now standing a few meters out, trembling in terror with its back against the wall. It required no trouble to dispatch, just like all the other monsters on this floor. The small creature in question was, of course, Suzu. After leaving the small crevice in the wall, she'd snuck around carefully, searching for anything she could use to better her situation. A suitable weapon was preferred, but the main goal was to acquire a source of food. With the ambrosia dwindling after her minuscule consumption, she was on the clock, and didn't have much time left. Her life quite literally depended on whether or not she could overturn her harsh circumstances. However, lo and behold, she ended up chancing upon the critically wounded claw bear as it stumbled down the passageway. One she could tell it was considerably weakened, which granted her an opportunity she couldn't pass up. Oh, now the opportunity to obtain food for the first time since falling down here. And so, she watched as the claw bear trudged over, readying its 30-centimeter-long claws while releasing a constant stream of blood. The look in its eye told her that she was nothing more than prey to be caught, something that only exists to be eaten by it. How a human would look at their meal was the way in which the claw bear gazed at her, forcing her to widen her eyes slightly. Such a smothering gaze a broken barbarian is quite fierce. Slowly licking her lips, Suzu overcame her primal instincts with ease. This wasn't enough to scare her anymore. As the claw bear came within a few feet, she immediately entered the small crevice behind her, leaving it to stand outside on its own. A moment later, she heard an enraged growl. The sound of it swiping its vicious claws against the wall echoed. The inside of the crevice quaked slightly. Stones and rocks of various sizes clattered to the ground as a result of its fierce attacks. Slowly, the wall began to open up, giving just enough room for its head to peek through the small space. Suzu was already far back into the crevice, witnessing the claw bear snarl menacingly, staring daggers at her. Though it broke a hole through the wall, this was as far as it could reach, allowing Suzu to approach casually. She readied a sharp stone in her hand, her face an expressionless, ice-cold mask. "Oh, our broken bar? You're hungry, huh?" "Well, I am too." A broken bar. The claw bear's maw opened wide at her sudden lunge forward, preparing to catch her in one bite. However, a pluck. A razor-sharp stone buried itself deep into the monster's remaining eye, eliciting an immediate reaction. Grrrr. The claw bear thrashed about, struggling to get itself free in its now completely blinded state. Any other time, such a weak attack wouldn't have even caused an injury, but Suzu's target was none other than the most vulnerable part of the body. The eyes. Blood sprayed from its wounded socket, dyeing the crevice in crimson. Still, due to its agitated state, it couldn't properly control its movements, leaving it stuck in the small opening with Suzu. Undoubtedly horrible circumstances. Meanwhile, after a temporary retreat, Suzu waited for the interval in which the bear stopped its wild movements, before dashing forward and forcefully removing the stone from its eye. She was instantly flung off as the monster let out a hatred-filled roar, disoriented and convulsing from the pain. It had already been on its deathbed before her intervention, but she'd only hastened the process. "You've done well delivering yourself here. Now be a good boy and let me kill your broken bar." Suzu avoided the monster's snapping jaws, weaving past as she leapt into the air, barely managing to jab the stone into the monster's socket once more. Thick, viscous fluid covered her hands, pushing the stone even deeper until it reached the monster's brain. It spasmed erratically, completely unwilling to die at the hands of mere prey. Though not entirely due to her, the mighty claw bear had indeed fallen to her final attack. Like that, the monster fell limp, the vestiges of its life slipping away. Silence filled the small crevice, permeated by the raw stench of blood. Suzu slowly backed away, letting go of her weapon as she slumped to the ground. The tension drained from her, allowing her to breathe normally. She could only stare blankly at the bear's corpse, inexplicable emotions dwelling within her gaze. Not long after, she opened her mouth. Really a broken bar. Pulling herself back onto her feet, she continued. "You really died, right? A broken bar?" Kicking the monster's head with a bit of strength, she confirmed its deceased state. "I see, that's good. You were a royal pain in the ass, by the way." A broken bar. Grabbing the stone she killed it with, she plucked it out, using it to carve a hole in the monster's tough hide with her full body weight pressing down. She awkwardly peeled away the fur, revealing the meat and flesh inside. Seeing this, her hunger completely took over, disregarding all else but the food in front of her. Suzu buried her face into the monster's corpse, looking every bit the creature she consumed. She greedily devoured the bear. Every morsel of flesh entered her stomach, gradually alleviating her starvation. "Holy a broken bar. This has to be the best a thing I've ever eaten. A broken bar." Blood covered her lips as she spoke, her canines glimmering menacingly. She was entirely focused on her meal, tearing through the tough and stringy flesh while gulping down the fresh blood that clogged her throat. It was her first time tasting food in over a week. Ignoring her stomach's protests at the sudden intrusion of flesh, she continued wolfing the monster down, wholly disregarding the denied ingestion. Any modern human would have found her current figure repulsive, but that wasn't any of her concern at the moment. She ate and ate for hours, feeling absolute euphoria. Immediately after, she cupped her hands together and scooped up some ambrosia from the small puddle, gulping it down repeatedly. By the time she was finished, the puddle had nearly dwindled to nothing. However, her hunger was almost fully sated, and around the time she was finally starting to feel full, Suzu began to notice a change occurring within her body. "Yuga broken bar?" Gah! Searing pain shot through her, feeling as if something were eating away at her from within. As time passed, the pain grew steadily worse. Fuck a broken bar. It was unendurable agony. The pain was trying to eat her from the inside out. Suzu writhed on the ground, wrapping her arms around her stomach. She screamed in anguish and confusion. There was no comparison to the pain from starvation to the agony she felt now. It was horrifying. Crawling unsteadily, she lapped up the remaining ambrosia like a dog, hoping to gain the slightest bit of relief. Thankfully, the ambrosia kicked in, and the pain began to recede. But then, eventually, it returned in full force. Damn it. Heal a broken bar. Alongside the pain, Suzu began to feel her body throb, pulsating like one big organism. She could even hear her body creaking. However, the ambrosia kicked in again, repairing her body before breaking down once more. The pain returned after the healing, repeating this cycle until the effects of the ambrosia ran out. A broken bar. She had no more left to consume. Suzu screamed incoherently, feeling her body break down without the healing properties of ambrosia to fix it. The little ambrosia she had left was now finished, leaving her body slowly dying on the ground. At this moment, her body began to morph, and the color was bleached from her hair, growing even longer. From the pain, her distinctive brown hair slowly turned white. Her muscles and bones grew slightly, red veins ran down the insides of her body, but her metamorphosis was incomplete, slowly killing her with each passing second. Her vision gradually darkened, filling her with the sensation of death approaching. The absence of ambrosia had become her undoing, removing all hope for survival. Was these a broken bar by now? She couldn't even feel the pain eating away at her anymore, entering in a trance-like state that made her approaching death evident. She remained aware of her surroundings, but her body no longer felt like her own. She was so dumbfounded her mind stopped processing any and all thought. After everything, this was where her journey ended. This was where all of her determination led her. It was a broken bar, too unfair. However, it wasn't half-barred a broken bar. An unfamiliar voice reached her ears. It was a deep, soothing voice that cleared away the darkness clouding her mind. Suzu felt her head get lifted up and placed on something warm. The warmth of another person. She almost couldn't believe it. Everything went to shit. Cue her broken bar. That calm voice. She couldn't help but agree with his statement. If it weren't for the lack of ambrosia, she could have survived somehow. If only she'd been more prepared. If only. She suddenly felt the sensation of cool liquid being poured down her throat, interrupting her line of thought. Ambrosia. Immediately, she felt the effects begin to heal her rapidly. But it seemed far behind the deconstruction of her body due to its already critical state. Though it would prolong her life, it wouldn't fully complete her transformation. I found you somewhat interesting, so you'll live. She had no idea he was talking about or how he was supposed to be saving her, but it didn't matter, as warm, viscous liquid slowly dropped onto her tongue, sliding down her throat a moment later. 1. Blood. Now why is blood a broken bar? However, Suzu didn't have time to think before she suddenly blacked out, falling unconscious on the spot. Her body was left limp, completing the metamorphosis at an astonishing rate. She had transformed completely, becoming something different. Something a broken bar more. Her eyelids fluttered, gradually opening as she finally came to. Suzu looked around only with her eyes, confirming there was no other presence in the area, before lifting her upper body into a sitting position. Everything felt completely different. Her height, weight, strength, everything. It had all grown significantly. But that wasn't her main concern. Rubbing the back of her head, Suzu recalled that person's warmth. Soon, she tilted her head, feeling slightly perplexed. What a weirdo. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Closure. An air of gloom hung over the dark corridor. Multiple figures could be seen standing around idly, despondent expressions painting their faces. It was deathly silent. The sorrowful atmosphere would make one think a funeral was currently taking place. Well, perhaps it wouldn't be too off the mark to actually call it one. Eric, what the hell was that? Do you even realize what you've just done? In one corner of the narrow passageway, a burly man with a hulking frame suddenly stepped forward, unable to endure any longer. His furious remark snapped everyone else out of their daze, capturing their attention. Ryuta, a broken bar. Ryuta-kun, a broken bar. The large man was none other than Ryuta Osakagami, one of the students who'd been summoned to Tortoise. Several others stepped forward to stop him, keeping him from advancing toward one of the female students who sat with tears spilling from her eyes, Erin Nakamura. This was around the time Suzu had just woken up down in the abyss. It had only been a few minutes after they just barely managed to escape the unending horde of Drum soldiers on the 65th floor. The dreadful scene of their ever-cheerful classmate falling into complete darkness remained at the forefront of everyone's minds. They were lucky enough that no further casualties had occurred, but that wasn't what mattered at the moment. The class's energetic mood maker had just died, and though they weren't aware of the entire situation, it was evident that some of the fault lay with Eric. However, I'm sorry, I tried to hold on to her, but her broken bar. The monsters, they kept coming, and a broken bar. For after seeing her pitiful state and comprehending her reasoning, none of the students could bring themselves to truly hate her. Putting themselves in her situation, the majority also weren't sure of what kind of decision they'd make. Of course, while they sympathized somewhat, they still couldn't accept what she'd done, thus the accusatory glances and scowls. Damn neat, a broken bar. Calm down, Ryuta, we can't change what's already happened. I'm sure Era didn't intend to let Suzu fall. She's grieving just like the rest of us, isn't that right, Era? 6. In response to Ryuta's irritation, Kukiyama Ogawa, A boy who only ever saw the good in people, put a hand on his shoulder and attempted to placate him. 1. In his mind, there was no way anyone, especially a fellow classmate of his, could ever be so cruel. "Yeah, broken bar, I'm truly sorry, IW would never have broken bar." He looked toward Eric, wholeheartedly believing in her statement. It was that pure-hearted optimism that slightly alleviated the dark clouds hanging over the rest of the class. Shizuku watched on with a pained expression, sending occasional glances toward Eric, but ultimately shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. It was completely unthinkable to believe a classmate they literally went to school with had actually killed someone, her own best friend no less. 2. Such a kind-hearted and reserved girl didn't seem capable of committing such atrocities. Dismissing that notion, Shizuku swiftly made her way toward Kuki, speaking softly. "Kuki, we're still not out of the labyrinth yet. We can't allow the class's morale to remain in this state. You need to take up the front and open a path for us, until we all make it out of here. You'll have to take the lead. Everyone's relying on you. Remember a broken bar?" This whole situation had caused the majority to become dispirited. A few of the students had even sat down where they were, proclaiming things like "I'm done with this crap." Just like a few minutes prior when they were still fighting on the crumbling bridge, the students needed a leader to guide them. At the rate they were going, they would all lose the will to fight even before they made it out, proving detrimental to their survival. But before Kuki could utter a response, they noticed the figure of Captain Meld heading in their direction. He sent them an apologetic gaze, clearly ashamed of his inability to save their friend. After getting confirmation on the unconscious Hajime Nagumo's condition from Kuori, Captain Meld walked toward the front, the clanking metallic sound of his heavy armor echoing throughout. Seeing this, Kuki nodded in agreement with Shizuku's words, understanding that, at the very least, something needed to be done. He turned to his classmates and raised his voice. "Everyone, right now, we need to focus on surviving. We have to retreat." His words spurred the class into action. After all, there was no need for them to fight anymore. Kuki yelled as loudly as he could, urging his classmates onward. Captain Meld and the other knights all chimed in, trying to inspire some vigor into them as well. Finally, everyone had made it onto an extremely long staircase leading up. They persisted in climbing through the darkness, though unable to see where the stairs truly led. Judging by their pace, they must have climbed over 30 floors by now. Even with the addition of body-strengthening magic, the students soon began to grow tired, and understandably so. They were already partially exhausted from their earlier fight too, so the never-ending darkness of the staircase sapped at their willpower. Around the time Captain Meld figured he should stop the group for a break, he caught sight of a wall up ahead with a magic circle engraved on it. The students all began to look a little more hopeful as Captain Meld cautiously approached the door set into the wall and began investigating. After a few minutes of close scrutiny and use of other magic tools, the results showed that it was unlikely a trap. The magic circle's purpose was to move aside the wall, or so it seemed. Upon chanting the inscription laden on the magic circle and pouring his mana into it, like a ninja's hidden passage, it began to turn, ultimately revealing a short corridor leading to the room ahead. As they passed through, the students found themselves on the 20th floor once more. "Did we make it our broken bar? We made it our broken bar. We did it our broken bar. We really did it our broken bar." They all let out relieved sighs as they caught sight of the familiar scenery of the 20th floor. Some of them burst into tears, while others sat down where they stood. Even Kuki was leaning against a wall, looking like he very much wanted to take a seat as well. However, this was still a labyrinth. Even if they were on the floor higher than before, monsters could still appear at any time. As such, they had to escape the labyrinth properly before they could fully relax. Captain Meld buried his sympathy somewhere deep inside and yelled at the students to return to their feet, his face now a commander's mask. "Hey, you louts! Quit laying around. If you relax here, then you'll be dead before you can make it out. Now get into formation, avoid combat as much as possible, and take the quickest route back up. Come on. We've only got a little ways to go." Some of the students attempted to complain about how he could let them take a short break at least, but his pointed stare cut them down. leaving room for no refusal. The group reluctantly staggered back to their feet. Kuki hid his own exhaustion and took up the lead again. The knights did most of the fighting in the few battles they couldn't avoid, and the party took the shortest route possible back to the surface. Until finally, the nostalgic sight of the main gate and receptionist counter came into view. Though it hadn't been a full day since they had entered, many of the students felt it had been ages since they'd laid eyes on it. The students all felt relief wash over them as they stepped out. Some of them just sprawled out on the ground, spread eagle right outside the gate. Most of them were just glad they made it back in one piece. However, some of the students like Kuri, who was still carrying an unconscious Hajime, Kuki, Shizuku, who was gazing worriedly at Kuri, and Ryuta, who still, for whatever reason, hadn't gotten over the previous events, all had glum expressions. 2. The receptionist's gaze lingered on those students for a while, until Captain Meld went up to her to give his report. The trap they had discovered on the 20th floor was exceedingly dangerous. Although the bridge had been destroyed, it was possible the trap was still functioning, so it needed to be reported, along with the fact that Suzu had died. Captain Meld struggled to keep the pain off his face, but he was unable to repress the sigh that slipped through. None of the students felt like exploring her Ord, which seemed like a natural conclusion. The day's events had shaken them to the core. It was a wonder how many would last under the pressure of a broken bar and how many would break under it.